The House Committee on Elections will come to order, and the clerk will call the roll.
Chair Smith,
Here.
Rep. Busey,
Here.
Rep. Burrows, Rep. Capriglione,
Here.
Rep. Deala, Rep. Manuel, Rep. Morales, Rep. Swanson.
Here.
A quorum's present. As a reminder to anyone wishing to present testimony before the committee, please register at the kiosk located in the hallways behind the hearing rooms. If you require assistance in registering or testifying, please contact the committee staff. We do have not a ridiculous number of witnesses today, but we do have a number, and due to that, we're going to do a limitation of 3 minutes per witness during the public testimony period. Committee members, as a reminder, please remember to check out the publicly available comments. These comments are left by the public on each agenda item in our hearings. Comments are open until the end of the hearing and are posted upon adjournment from our hearing. At this time, the chair lays out House Bill 5331 and recognizes Chairman Murr to explain his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members.
Yes, sir.
Currently, the city of Fort Stockton's general uniform election date is held in May. The city of Fort Stockton, Texas, believes changing the general uniform election date from May to November will be an advantage for the city, its citizens, and the pursuit of democracy in hopes of providing increased voter turnout. This bill will allow the city to change its election day from May to November. It's pretty simple, and I do have a witness here to provide any additional details to you. Happy to answer your questions. Otherwise, I reserve the right to close.
You're out in Fort Stockton?
All the way to Fort Stockton, yes.
Oh,
Sir.
my. Okay.
That's a good place.
Come out and see us.
We'll do it. Well, thank you, Chairman. Members, are there any questions? Let the record reflect that Representative Manuel is with us. The chair calls Chris Alexander, and looks like Representative Morales is with us as well. Thank you. Sir, you are Chris Alexander. You are here on behalf of the city of Fort Stockton, and you were for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Go ahead.
I am mayor of the city of Fort Stockton. We brought with us today, we have our mayor pro tem, another council member, our city manager, assistant city manager, and our whole staff and everybody on our council is in favor of this bill. We asked Representative Murr, and I thank him for putting it before each of you in y'all's time. I've been in city government now for 13 years, and we keep seeing our attendance at all of our elections drop. And if we present something that has to go before the public, it has to go in November. Well, we see a big turnout for that one. And we just feel like if we could get our election moved from May, when it's sitting all by itself and costing us more money to put on by ourselves, and then share that expense and have a better turnout, that would be better for all of our citizens. We'd appreciate y'all's consideration, and thank you for your time.
Members, any questions? Mr. Mayor, thank you so much for coming all the way in and
You're very welcome.
representing your folks well.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. The chair calls Christina Atkins. Ma'am, you are Christina Atkins, and you are here on behalf of the Texas Secretary of State and neutral on the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You're here as a resource witness, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Members, do you have any questions of this witness? Ma'am, do you have any comments you want to make about this?
No, sir. This one's pretty straightforward.
All right, thank you so much. We appreciate you being here
Of course.
and all your work. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 5331? If not, the chair recognizes Chairman Murr to close.
Mr. Chairman, members, I close.
That was a tough one. All right. Members, any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. There is no objection. House Bill 5331 will be left pending. The chair hears none. House Bill 5331 is left pending. Let the record reflect that Representative Vo is with us. Are we ready? The chair lays out House Bill 1243 and recognizes Representative Hefner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Thank you all for hearing our bill today. House Bill 1243 makes an important change by returning the penalty for illegal voting from a Class A misdemeanor to a second-degree felony, which was the penalty for over 40 years prior to 2021. For almost 50 years, illegal voting had been a felony, codified, and HB 1243 returns this offense to a second-degree felony unless convicted of an attempt, which would result in a state jail felony. Elections are the most important events in our country, and every legal vote is canceled out by an illegal one. This is a nonpartisan issue. These offenses are a serious attack on our form of government and should be treated as such. Thank you, and be happy to answer any questions. Nice short layout there.
Thank you,
That's how simple the bill is,
That's a
how
short
good the
bill.
bill is.
No, we
Yeah.
like short layouts. Yes. Thank you, Representative. Members, any questions? Vice Chair Busey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative. I want to kind of get to your intent a little bit. Obviously, we just heard your layout, and it is a short bill. It's easy to read. But we just lowered this. I guess this is some of my questions. In the time that the penalty was changed to now, has anyone been charged with illegal voting over that 18-month, 2-year, we'll call it 2-year span?
So I'm not advised. I don't have that information in front of me, but what I would say is that whether it happens one time or a million times, any effort to intentionally subvert the outcome of an election is an egregious offense. And so I would ask, whether it's one time or 100 times or 100,000 times, how much would be okay? And we want that to be none. And so that's our goal.
I don't disagree with that, but I'm trying to get to the bottom of the penalty was changed 18 months ago. I believe you voted for it. I'd have to check. But the House voted for it. We lowered the penalty. It was a Republican amendment last session during one of the specials. And in that time, I guess my real thing is, the heart of my question is, since lowering the penalty, have we seen an increase in this violation that we feel it is necessary to go back and increase the penalty?
Like I said, I'm not advised as far as to the exact number of cases that we've seen involving this specific issue, but I don't know if y'all remember, that was in the summer of 2021. We had a lot of amendments flying around that day. Things were moving kind of fast, and I think the House as a body thought at the time that we were doing the right thing, but since we've heard from our constituents, we've heard from our people back home that they believe this is a very serious crime and should be treated as such. I mean, elections are the most important thing to our form of government that we have. And so I think that we need to send a strong and clear message that we want them to be easy to vote. We want it to be hard to cheat. We want it to be secure, and we want people to be able to trust the outcome. And so that's the goal of this bill. So it's just a simple bill to restore the penalty back to what it was for the previous 40 or 50 years.
We don't have data in the last 18 months yet available, I guess is what you're maybe alluding to, that we don't have that data to see if lowering the penalty caused a spike or didn't cause a spike. I'm just wondering why we are jumping to this so quickly after the change that I think most Republicans voted for.
I personally don't have that data, but I will tell you that my constituents are asking me to see that this is restored, and that's the main reason. And then other reasons are that just how important that our elections are and making sure that they're safe and secure.
Just believing in small government as we all do, right? It's hard to understand why we just did this and now we're going to go add this law.
Well, and
without good data. It'd be one thing if we could see a spike in this problem, that if lowering the penalties caused a spike, but we don't have that data. Maybe someone else.
Well, I would say
we don't have it, and so I think it's hard to justify why we would change this and why we would override yourself and members that did this now without having that information. That's why it's hard for me to want to get on board with this change.
I understand. And, you know, I've been here 4 terms. This is my 4th term. I think me and Rep. Swanson came in together, and I think in my short time here, I've seen this come back already and tweak, make changes to bills that we have passed in previous sessions. And I think this is just one of those times that something kind of got through that we may at the time thought it was the right thing, but after evaluating it and hearing from our constituents, we feel like it should be restored.
I mean, you're right. We do come back and make tweaks. I just think usually those tweaks are because there's a cause or we realized, you know, I tweaked a bill recently. I think you helped support because it just didn't line up with the packaging, right? With the pharmacy.
Yes, sir.
But I think in this case, without current data, it's hard to justify that the change was somehow causing more of this violation, and therefore we need to come back and do it. I feel like this is premature at this time, but I hear you. It's a small bill. It's going to have big impact though, and I don't see the evidence being laid out here to justify the change. But I appreciate you answering my questions.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I think Representative Manuel had a question first. Representative Swanson, if that's all right.
That's
Representative
fine.
Manuel.
How's it going this afternoon?
Good.
I'm pretty sure I just want to make sure this is just a clarifying amendment, correct? On this one.
It's pretty straightforward bill. It's just one line in the code, just to restore that back to illegal voting back to a second-degree felony. So it's not really a clarifying amendment. It's pretty straightforward.
Exactly.
It's just kind of blunt and simple.
So I'm gonna be just a little forward, but of course, as always, definitely very respectful. I just, one of the concerns is oftentimes when we're having conversations about people voting illegally, the people that normally are always put on the news or the people who are targeted are either black or brown people. And that's where the fear kind of comes in a lot of times is it's whenever there's a case of ballot harvesting, anything, it's always a black person or it's in a predominantly black or brown community. And so what kind of concerns me is that the penalty is higher than, for instance, kidnapping, indecency with a child, sexual coercion. Why must it be that high of a felony for offenses that cause people pain for the rest of their lives?
Well, and you kind of got a 2-part question there. And so nowhere in the bill do we talk about race or gender. Me personally, I grow weary of always separating people into different boxes and different labels and different titles. You know, we're all Americans, and I think that's the way we should look at this. And I think that's what we want this bill to focus on, is just everybody's treated the same. And then as far as the seriousness of the penalty, I understand what you're saying there, but I just think that when we're talking about one of the foundational principles, one of the cornerstones of our form of government, of our republic, is important enough that we send a message, that we send a deterrent. Hopefully this won't be used. Hopefully people will see this, people that might intend to violate this, hopefully they'll see that and go, whoa, I don't want to risk 2 to 20 years. I want to, and hopefully this does not happen. And so we just want to incentivize and make sure that we're promoting free and fair elections so that every legal vote counts. Because, I mean, stealing, if somebody comes in and casts a vote illegally, that's canceling out a legal vote. And I think that's a pretty serious crime and begins to upend our whole form of government that we are blessed to live under.
Well, and I'll just say this, and I would definitely love to say, nowhere do I think that your intent is to target black or brown people. I will say, knowing you as long as...
I believe you.
I definitely, the only thing I will say, and I would just like to leave it as just kind of a caution, is that whenever we create laws, and we've noticed this because this has gone from different situations in history, from the crack cocaine epidemic, anything that you want to go to, Black and brown people always end up getting longer sentences. And I think that's where I would say for sure my fear, and I understand, I totally agree with you. If you have a illegal person voting and someone is in office and they shouldn't be, you have robbed a community of its voice, and that can
Right.
that can be detrimental because that person could be in there for years and you'd be robbing people of votes that they would have actually meant to be taking. But my one fear is too, though, is that since there is not enough evidence to show that it is massively widespread, not that we shouldn't be addressing it, but if you would just at least relook at the timelines for the sentencing, because the one thing is, we've seen it in Florida, we've seen it in other cases, and I'm just going to say, not you, but you're not the one that's going to be going out prosecuting or looking for these people that are going to be committing these crimes if this is passed. You know, it's out of our control, and the raids are often in poor Black and brown communities where they are swept up for people who were, and we know most of the cases that at least I've seen have been people who thought they could vote and they shouldn't have, and it's just alarming for me from a community where I'm from, and that's all I would truly
Sure,
ask.
and I understand that, and I appreciate that, Representative Manuel. And we, our bill does protect those folks that would unintentionally cast an illegal vote, you know, for reasons that they may not be aware. And so we do have some protections for that. And, I mean, I'm with you. We need to make sure that everybody's treated the same.
And thank you so much for listening. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Swanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Representative Hefner, for bringing this bill. I also agree that we need to strengthen the punishment for doing this. It's a very serious crime, and like you, my constituents have been demanding we return this. So thank you for bringing the bill. And I just wanted to give you a chance to say a little bit more of what you just said to Representative Manuel, that there really is enough protection for the situation I think of is my mother is 92. She's still smart enough. She knows everything that's going on in national and state, government. But she also might forget if she ordered a mail ballot 45 and mailed it 45 days ahead or however early you can do it. And then what happens if I come in on election day and she's like, nobody took me to vote? Well, they didn't, but she forgot she did a mail ballot.
Right.
So if we go down there and, I don't want that to be a crime. And if the election clerk doesn't catch it and lets her vote, I don't really want to spend the rest of my life in prison with my mom.
Right.
So just assure everybody that that's not going to happen.
It's, and I'm not a lawyer, so y'all don't go too off deep in the legalese with me, but it's called mens rea or whatever, and it means intent. And so under this law, your mother would not be prosecuted, so you'd have to prove.
And I'd be okay too?
I think you.
Because I believed her that she hadn't
Yes.
voted? Okay.
There's a lot of examples, that that's not what we're trying to do. We're not trying to get people that may make a clerical mistake, or maybe their driver's license expired a day or two before and they didn't realize it, and they go in and vote. Well, that's an illegal vote because their driver's license is expired. Well, they didn't intend to do that. They didn't knowingly do that.
You actually can vote with an expired driver's license.
Okay.
That's over a certain age.
Okay.
But we understand your point.
Yeah.
Yes.
You get the point.
That's all I had. I just wanted to get that on record that we'll all be okay. But y'all would visit me, right?
Yes, we would.
I think Chairman Burrows is.
You okay? All right. Chairman Burrow.
Representative Hefner, thank you for bringing this bill, and I hope I didn't miss this, but I want to make sure I have some understanding. And first, let me tell you, thank you for bringing the bill.
Sure.
I intend to support your bill, but I'm trying to make sure I understand how we got here. My understanding has been told me by some other members is the Attorney General's office at one time had recommended to members of a previous elections committee that we make this go from a felony to a misdemeanor. Do you know anything about that?
So I've heard that, but I do not have any personal knowledge of that. I've
That was
heard
their
that
private conversations. They had recommended that we downgrade this, and I think publicly, when they felt some heat, maybe they changed their position. Do you know if anybody from the AG's office will be here today to talk about that, so I can ask them the questions about whether or not that was true, that they privately were in favor of making this a misdemeanor before now they want it to be a felony?
I'm not aware if anybody's.
Mr. Chairman, do you know if anybody from the Attorney General's office is going to be here? I can ask them those questions about how they've changed their position potentially on this?
I appreciate you, Chairman. I'll take a look at the list. I haven't seen it.
Okay, well, I hope.
See anybody yet?
Well, I hope if anybody from the AG's office is listening, maybe they'll come down here because I might have some questions for them about how things have changed. And thank you for bringing this bill. I intend to support it.
Yes,
but
sir. Thank
would
you
love
for
to
your
have
support.
them, have to ask them some questions about it.
Great.
Thanks.
Thank you, Chairman Burrows. Representative Morales.
Thank you, Chairman. All right. Yeah, you had mentioned in your layout that your constituents are telling you that this is important to them, and that's why you brought it up. And so this is, I'd like to hear also if the Attorney General is the one that's making this recommendation or the office. But specifically, what have your constituents been telling you that justifies or that you've verified or your office has verified as far as data? Because I know that you also mentioned that you don't have any of the data.
Right, I don't have any data since this law became in effect, I guess, after the
18
session.
months or so.
But I would say that my constituents want our elections to be secure and fair and honest, and they feel that the stronger penalty helps get us there, helps deter this criminal activity. And if it does happen, we prosecute it strongly, and that sends a message to anyone else that might want to undermine our election process.
Well, I mean, as I go out throughout my district, I get a number of recommendations from my constituents also, and I think many times it's also about educating and informing them as far as the things that are already taking place. And some of these recommendations, they may not be fully aware of everything that we do up here, and once you inform them and update them on, it seems to have many times a change in their opinion. And so I'm wondering, without the data, and just based on their feelings, that'll make them feel better, but the data is not there one way or the other to support us changing this.
Well, again, I think whether this happens one time or a million times, how much is enough? And I would say zero. And so I think it is important enough to have a strong penalty and this strong to make sure that we deter and discourage that kind of activity so that we don't have people, undermining our election process. And so,
But we
I have heard from my people, but that's not the only reason. The other reasons I believe we should send a strong message, and I think that this will deter people from illegally voting and canceling out your family's vote or mine or whoever it may be.
I hear you. You would agree with me that we also don't have any data that shows that the change in this law 18 months ago actually resulted now in more of Texans committing.
I don't have it in front of me, and I don't know, exactly what kind of time delay there is on gathering this kind of data. I know sometimes it lags pretty good. But again, we're restoring this back to what it was for the last 40 or 50 years. And it was important enough, and other people saw the need since the 70s. And so I just feel like we ought to set it back to where it was.
Okay. Representative, will this bill also create a criminal penalty for those that are unruly, disruptive, and interfere during the early vote or on election day?
This bill just addresses the act of voting illegally. So I would assume that there are other parts of the code that may point to what you're talking about, but this bill is simply about the act of voting illegally.
Would you agree with me that those instances of unruly behavior, disruptive behavior, or interfering with the election process is just as much, should be penalized, and it just rises to the same level as those that cast an illegal vote? And that we should maybe incorporate that language into your bill?
Well, again, my bill is very narrow. It points to the act of voting illegally, and I do know that the election law that we had last time had a lot of things as far as where people can stand and how they conduct themselves. But the bill in front of us today simply addresses the act of illegal voting.
Right.
And I don't know that that would be
And we can have a,
germaneness issue there if we expanded it too much, but this is very narrowly focused. It's just a one-line bill focused to the act of voting illegally.
I- again, I would seem to, anytime during the election process, if anybody is interfering or being unruly, I would say that it rises to the same level as one. And if we want to send a real strong message to everyone in Texas of how clear we want to make it, that our elections should be free from this sort of interruption or illegal voting, I think doing and adding that language would do so. Let me shift focus now. Let's talk about, this says it would now make it a state jail felony. In terms of sentencing guidelines, do you know what a state jail felony would do at that point, to move it from a misdemeanor, Class A misdemeanor, to a state jail felony?
Well, it actually takes it to a second-degree felony for the act of illegal voting, which I believe is a range in 2 to 20 years and a fine. The state jail felony is for an attempt to illegal vote. And I think it's 180 days to 2 years in jail with a fine for the attempt. I got
Oh, the
it
attempt.
somewhere.
Okay. Okay, well, that brings me now to the issue of the mens rea, right? What's going on in the person's head in terms of when they're conducting this criminal conduct, right? And you mentioned briefly the mens rea. So let me ask you this. What will it do in terms of somebody like Miss Crystal Mason, which was in the news a number of years ago, recently, as recent as 2022? This was, do you know who I'm talking about? Miss Crystal Mason? Okay.
Oh, Crystal Mason, yes.
Yes. So she was convicted and sentenced to 5 years in prison when she voted on a provisional ballot while she was still on supervised release for federal conviction.
Yeah, so my bill does not alter the mens rea or the intent requirement. And so that remains. So this just increases the penalty for the act of illegal voting. So we're not altering the mens rea part.
Okay. So somebody, which if we were to believe the conduct that she underwent, you know, she was unaware when she went to vote. She was still on the rolls. She had no idea that she couldn't vote. So we addressed the issue of mens rea, and if you didn't have the mental state to go in there and cast an illegal vote, would somebody like Ms. Crystal Mason now be okay and exempt from this state jail felony, or you would hold her to the same standard and you would ask that somebody sentence her to 2 to 20 years?
So I'm not familiar with the details of that particular case, but we're not messing with we're not altering the current mens rea requirement in the law. And so if somebody happens to be ineligible and they're not aware, so my understanding is there are certain felonies that you can commit and still be eligible, and some that you're not eligible. And so they may have something in their past that makes them ineligible, but they don't know it makes them ineligible. And so those people, is my understanding, would not be prosecuted under this law.
Got it. And I wanted to make that clear.
They have to intentionally come in there to illegally vote.
Great. Thank you for clarifying that, because I think that scenario of Ms. Mason is very similar to the scenario given by Representative Swanson and taking her mother out there. Both, I think they didn't have the mens rea or the mental state to go in there and cast an illegal vote. And I just want to make sure that we are protecting those individuals also.
Right.
Just like Ms. Swanson and her mom and Ms. Mason, so that we don't put certain individuals
Right.
through this criminal process when they didn't have the mental state.
Right.
Does your bill and the language address anything with respect to if we had something similar to the January 6th insurrection take place here in Texas?
No, sir. It's strictly to the act of voting illegally is all we pertain to here, all we address.
And I guess it would be your same answer. If we're talking about unruly, disruptive, and interfering with an election, and you also have like the insurrection of January 6th, I would also find that, you know, to be in contrast to our ideals of making sure that we have free and open elections. And I want to make sure that we send the message home also for those folks that would think that they could come in and do something like the January 6th insurrection, and that we will hold them to a higher standard, and that we will penalize their criminal conduct.
Well, and I may start to sound like a broken record here, but again, we're simply addressing the act of voting illegally in this bill. It's it's not even a full sentence, just one line in the bill.
Well, thank you very much for taking your time. Thank you for clarifying the issue, the examples that Ms. Swanson and I gave. I think it's necessary for us to have this conversation. I appreciate your time.
You bet. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Morales. Chairman Burrows is with us. Anybody else have any other questions? Okay, we'll start some testimony. Thank you.
And we'll reserve the right to close.
Yes, sir. It's reserved. Chair calls Veronica Warms. Ma'am, your name is Veronica Warms, is that right?
That's right.
And you're here on behalf of the Texas Civil Rights Project, is
Yes,
that
I am.
correct?
That's correct.
And you're against the bill.
Yes, sir.
You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Chair Smith, Vice Chair Busey, and members of the House Elections Committee. I am here to testify against HB 1243 and its attempt to increase the penalty for illegal voting or attempted illegal voting. Just over 1 year ago, the 87th Legislature's Anti-Voter Omnibus Election Bill, SB 1, went into effect and lowered the penalty for this offense. Since that time, there has been no apparent corresponding increase in illegal voting in Texas, which at most remains minimal under the current penalty. Lowering the penalty did not, in fact, cause Texans to try illegally voting more often. So the question is, how does it serve Texans to increase this penalty now? The current penalty is already serious. A Class A misdemeanor is the most serious misdemeanor offense, exposing people convicted of such offenses to a fine of up to $4,000 and/or up to a year in county jail. Imagine yourself spending an entire year in county jail, and you can quickly see that this penalty is already sufficient to deter illegal voting, as it has done over the last 16 months since SB 1 took effect. Since the behavior that the law is presumably targeting is not on the rise with a lower penalty, it makes no sense to increase the penalty. At the same time as it would do nothing to further deter illegal voting, it would waste tax dollars to further incarcerate people unnecessarily and make voting in Texas scarier than it already is. We ask you not to report this bill favorably. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Representative Vo?
I just want to know if you have a record for the past 2 years, how many people are in jail because of illegal voting?
I don't have those numbers in front of me on how many people are currently incarcerated for illegal voting. What I can tell you is that between January 2020 and September 2022, records show that there were 390 open cases of potential election crimes, but those resulted in only 5 convictions, and that was while the felony was still in effect. So it's not a widespread problem, I would say.
Yeah, I remember my first election back in 2004. My wife was accused to vote for me 2 times. I don't know if you remember that, but just wanted to say that.
Sure thing.
Well, if your wife can't vote for you 2 times, come on. Anybody else have any questions? Yes, Representative Manuel.
And if you don't have this information, totally understandable. Do you know of the 5 that were, of the 5 people who were convicted, do you know if they were all in one area or it was this sporadic throughout the state?
I'm afraid I don't have that information in front of me, but we'd be happy to get in touch with your office.
That'd be great. Thank you so much.
Sure thing.
Vice Chair Beasley.
Can you share that stat one more time? You said 5, but how many cases, and then it resulted in 5 convictions?
390 cases.
390. I think it's important to highlight that because so often, this is my 3rd session on this committee, we hear accusations thrown around, the stats, but not enough of the convictions. And so I think it's important for everybody to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any other questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
The chair calls Sophia De Loretta Chudy. You're going to make me say that 3 times? Sophia De Loretta Chudy. Sophia De Loretta Chudy. She is registered testifying on behalf of herself and against the bill and is not here to testify. Chair calls Roxy D. Hall Williamson. Yes, ma'am. I see that you're here on behalf of Givers Vote Texas and yourself. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that you're against the bill?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. Yes, I would like to record my opposition to House Bill 1243. Like many of the other election bills this session that appear to serve as ways to subvert and diminish the vote and the voice of the people across the state, HB 1243 is filled with vague language which violates fair language equity in the voting process. Confusing and somewhat cruel, this version of the bill doesn't answer the question, who will determine when, as it reads in section 64.012B of the Election Code, quote, an offense under this section is a felony of the second degree unless the person is convicted of an attempt, in which event it is a state jail felony. An attempt versus an actual vote, question mark. Does this mean provisional votes, question mark. This is ambiguous at best. The language literally endangers lives. Combined with militia, vigilante types that are now openly armed and have been reported to brazenly threaten voters at polling places, this brand of voter subversion emboldens and arms people who are undereducated political zealots who undertake the most vile miscreant behavior that is often reminiscent of the late 1800s. Today in history, 1873 in Colfax, Louisiana, an armed white mob massacred 150 Black citizens after the 1872 gubernatorial election. On April 13, 1873, on Easter Sunday, these murderous, coward, vigilante, election deniers shot unarmed protesters after they surrendered and were of no threat. This episode in American history is eerily familiar to recent current events. There must be rebuttal against this bill due to the lack of funding allocated for voter education. While considering such harsh punishment for what amounts to clerical and administrative human errors, and even maybe bad intent sometimes, you must consider the low voter literacy in Texas. In this time in history, let us not repeat such transgressions against Texas voters. Allow us to educate our electorate and not incarcerate Texans because of their participation in this republic we all hold so dear. We should be celebrating and applauding civic engagement, not criminalizing the process even more than it already is. Please reconsider this overt assault on the rights of Texas voters. Use your power instead to fund more voter education opportunities and pathways. Invest in Texas voters. Texans deserve better. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your preparation. Members, any questions? Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
The chair calls Bradley Hodges. You are Bradley Hodges, is that correct?
Bradley Hodges.
You're here on behalf of yourself and you're for the bill, is that right?
Against, oh, sorry, for Hefner, yes, for the bill.
You're for the bill?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. So, bank robbers rob banks. You know why? That's where they keep the money at. Okay, so same thing for ballot trafficking, where the votes are at, right? Stealing money from the bank is a felony, so stealing ballots at the county courthouse got to be a felony too for the same reason, okay? So you got 6 counties in Texas that are half the vote. That's high specificity due to high compacted density. It's not due to ethnicity. It's not due to mental illness dysphoria. It's not even due to the March 30 Trans Inversion Day of Vengeance insurrection at the Kentucky State House. No, that noise is not what this bill is about. I'll tell you what it is about. So was in Travis County, election before last, the big one, and pretty standard, nothing really out of place. End of the day, it was getting dark. We had a couple of people in there just where we're looking to go home. Right, been a long day. Got 2 vans pulling in the parking lot, saw the headlights coming. I'm like, oh no. So had 8 bros come out, 8 homies that had newly minted Williamson County IDs in their back pocket.
Mr. Hodges.
To the bill.
Just a second. In no uncertain terms,
Mm-hmm.
I want to make sure you understand that we're not using derogatory language in this hearing.
Okay.
You understand me?
Shall I?
And I want you to stay with,
I'm out of order?
I want you to stay in connect, yes, you are. And I want you
Okay.
to stay on the bill.
On the bill, I witnessed election fraud in the election before last. Exactly as this bill talks to, right? And it was 2 van loads of individuals, right, who had fake IDs, newly minted Williamson County IDs in their back pocket, trying to vote in Travis. Now, we caught them, right? And they didn't get to vote only because they had the wrong ID. So
Okay, members.
that is what this bill's about, right? So that would be they attempted to do it and they were caught, so that would be a felony, right? Rightly so. So for the bill.
Thank you for your testimony. Just a second. Members, any questions? Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. The chair calls Stephanie Swanson. You are Stephanie Swanson. You're here on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Texas and yourself, and you're against the bill, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I am testifying as a member and on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Texas in opposition to House Bill 1243. We appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today. Thank you for allowing us to share the League of Women Voters of Texas position on this bill. The League opposes increasing the penalty for illegal voting to a second-degree felony. We feel that this level of punishment is too extreme. We also believe that increasing the penalty is not warranted at this time. There is no evidence that widespread voter fraud currently exists in Texas. There has not been an uptick in the number of convictions for illegal voting since a penalty was lowered to a Class A misdemeanor in the fall of 2021 as part of Senate Bill 1. That bill passed out of the House by a vote of 80 to 35. And after review by a conference committee, all Republicans in the Senate voted for it. In fact, House Speaker Dade Phelan told the Houston Chronicle that this amendment was part of the legislators' holistic approach to advancing election integrity that struck the appropriate balance between ballot access and accountability. While the League does not condone ineligible voting, a 20-year prison sentence is excessive and is more likely to intimidate eligible voters. A Class A misdemeanor carries a possible sentence of 12 months in jail, which is sufficient to deter ineligible voters from casting a ballot. Furthermore, a recent review by the New York Times of some 400 voting fraud charges filed nationwide since 2017 found that actual prosecutions of illegal voting were blue moon events and often netted people who didn't realize they were breaking the law. Finally, the state has a backlog of 15,000 people who are waiting to receive their paperwork, releasing them from parole. HB 1243 would unfairly target these individuals. Therefore, we urge the committee to oppose HB 1243. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Swanson. Just a second. Members, any questions? Thank you very much. The chair calls Katya Arisman. It's good to see you again, Ms. Arisman.
Likewise.
You are here on behalf of Common Cause Texas and yourself, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're against the bill?
Yes, I am.
Yes, go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you, Chairman Smith and the committee for hearing testimony today. Representing Common Cause and myself and our over 50,000 members of the state of Texas, we are against this bill. At its core, as it's been brought up in the layout, this bill is a problem in search of a solution and poses real threats for intimidating and scaring voters who may be worried about navigating the elections process and now fear making a mistake that can cost them 2 to 20 years in prison. The felony penalty associated with this bill is also disproportionate, equating crimes in the election code with physical threats like kidnapping and sexual coercion, which are essentially, especially concerning as the body of this Texas House conferred with the Senate less than 18 months ago to lower the penalty, and no evidence has been brought up in the layout has been shown that this penalty is not sufficient as a Class A misdemeanor to curb any intent or goal of malfeasance or illegal voting happening in the state of Texas. The question was asked earlier, how many is enough? And I think we've talked a lot already about how there's no evidence and there's been lacking of legislative record as to investigations that have been done, saying that there's evidence of widespread illegal voting or voter fraud in the state of Texas, especially when looking at $4 million was already set aside in the last legislative session to fund the Election Integrity Division in the Attorney General's office, which pointed to, as was mentioned by my colleague at TCRP, only 5 convictions out of 392 investigations, which equates to less than 0.00016% of votes cast out of the 25 million votes over that 2-year period. If we're looking at that same 2-year period, over 9.6 million eligible voters did not cast their ballot but were already registered to vote, which seems like a much bigger question of how many is too much when we're asking about investments in Texas elections or changes to the code. Finally, we just want to highlight that there is a racial disparate impact of passing this bill, not only when it comes to intent, but when it comes to how we have seen evidence of investigations into communities of color from the Attorney General's office. As we saw by a report from the ACLU of Texas, 3/4 of the investigations into suspected illegal voting, again, only resulting in 5 convictions, were of Black and brown Texans. So because of the fear of intimidation for voters that may be scared to go to the polls for risk of prosecution and risk of being unsure of their eligibility, and because House Bill 1243 is a problem in search of a solution that creates and risks this disparate racial impact, we urge the committee to oppose the bill.
Well, there's no reason to bring high-level math into this, Ms. Adams.
Had to do it, sorry.
Members, any questions? Yes, Representative Manuel.
Good to see you again.
Likewise.
And if you don't know the answer, I completely understand and it's okay. Do you happen to know where the majority of these investigations were at?
I don't, but we can send you the report from ProPublica, who I believe did the investigation into the Attorney General's office in the Election Integrity Unit, which showed those 392 investigations. It seemed to be statewide, but the ACLU showcased that it was 3/4 applying to Black and brown Texans.
Okay. And of course, you probably don't know this, but I'm going to ask anyway. Do you happen to know where the 5 people who were convicted, where they were from?
I could not tell you, but we can try to figure that out and get back to your office.
Thank you. But of the 393, 3/4 of them were either Black or brown people.
According to research that's been published so far.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course.
Members, any other questions of Ms. Arisman? Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
It's that time of the day. The chair calls Ed Johnson.
He's ready.
That's right. It's good to see you, Mr. Johnson. You are Ed Johnson, no doubt.
Correct.
You're here on behalf of yourself and you're for the bill.
That is correct.
Go ahead.
Hey, thank you. You know, in my years of working in Harris County elections, we ran across quite a few offenses to stealing votes. And we would report these to the DA's office. We would report them to the AG's office. And because it hasn't been a felony for 50 years. It's over the years, the penalties have increased. And when they were misdemeanors, they would take a back seat because you only have so many investigators to go investigate these crimes. And a lot of times, these crimes, well, the misdemeanors, they were taking the more serious felonies, murder and things like that first. And by the time they got around to the misdemeanors at the end of the list, your time, time allowed to prosecute the case had passed. And, they couldn't do anything with it anymore. The 2 years had gone by. These are very serious offenses, stealing someone's vote. I mean, when going and beating up the clerk at the U-Totem, or I guess not beating up, but stealing something from the, convenience store is a more serious offense than stealing people's votes, which is very serious. I think we should have these farther up on the scale to where they get attention right away and, they don't sit at the bottom of the stack to where you don't have time to get them prosecuted.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Chairman Burrows.
Yeah, I do have a couple of questions. So you've had some experience, obviously, and I appreciate and respect that very much. It was relayed to me last session, on a couple of occasions that, perhaps the Attorney General's office was concerned they weren't actually getting the prosecutions to occur because they thought being charged with a felony was too severe, and so DAs weren't taking, cases and actually had made a recommendation. They didn't do it directly to me, but I heard enough people that they made a recommendation that we downgraded as a legislature so they could actually get more prosecutions and move forward. Had you ever heard anything from the DAs or Attorney General's office that thought that this downgrade would actually help them prosecute and get more convictions?
Across, and I go to, when I was working in elections, went to many election conferences, and most DAs would say, I have a choice. I can take this misdemeanor down here, which, it's a serious crime, the stealing someone's vote, or I go after the felony vote, a murder case. And he goes, I'm going to put my people up here on the top felony list. So they said, unless it's elevated, they would probably not see the light of day.
Yeah, and fair enough. I mean, look, I'm going to be pretty sure I'm going to be supportive of the bill. I understand. I'm really just trying to, I don't know if the AG's office is going to show up in this committee hearing. So I'd really like to find out, since you have so much interfacing, whether or not you've heard anything. I'm trying to track this down because I'd really love to hear from them, but you may be one of the closest I can get.
My limited knowledge is Harris County. Okay. But in the last 2 years in Harris County, we haven't had any criminal prosecutions.
I may ask some other witnesses, and maybe the AG's office will listen and kind of show up so I can talk to them as well.
But there haven't been any prosecutions in the last 2 years in Harris County, and before, when they were felonies, there were several prosecutions.
Thank you for being here. I appreciate you talking with me.
Members, any other questions of Mr. Johnson? Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chairman, still not seeing anybody from the AG's office yet, right? Just to let you know. Yes, sir. The chair calls Valerie DeBill. You are Valerie DeBill, is that correct?
That is correct.
You are here on behalf of yourself and you're against the bill, is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, Ms. DeBill. Go ahead.
Essentially, the issue, the legislature just downgraded this penalty, and you've already simultaneously increased the penalty for filling out a voter registration incorrectly on purpose. We went from 180 days in jail and $2,000 to a year and $4,000 for lying on your voter registration form. So we've already got an increase in penalty at the beginning there. But the thing that I encounter the most when I am registering voters, when I speak to folks who either have recently been released from prison or are part of the population that tends to be targeted for that sort of thing, they express concerns about, well, if I vote wrong, am I going to go to jail? And there's only so much I can do to assure them that, that doesn't happen very often, and that if it's an honest mistake, you won't, they're like, there's enough concern that we don't need to make it more of a concern. And changing the law and then changing it back 2 years later doesn't really inspire voter confidence either. So in general, it's everything that you do to make it more intimidating for voters makes it less likely they're going to vote in the first place. So all you're going to do is discourage voters. And you're going to catch very, very few people who are intentionally voting illegally, because it doesn't happen very often.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? We appreciate you. The chair calls Taylor Trevino. Are you Taylor Trevino?
Yes, I am.
You're here on behalf of yourself and you're against the bill, is that right?
Yes, correct.
Go right ahead.
I was not expecting to be called this early, so nice. I'm glad I got here in time. But yes, my name is Taylor Trevino, and I'm here testifying against HB 1243. So for almost 3 years, I've worked in civic engagement, registering, educating, and mobilizing voters in both a volunteer and professional capacity. I've worked in mostly Black and brown communities, but also communities of people of all backgrounds, often with low frequency or first-time voters. I've registered and talked with people with political views from all across the spectrum, from liberal to conservative and everything in between, both here in Central Texas as well as across North Texas. And what I can tell you is that what's harming our democracy and what's hurting elections in all 254 counties, rural and urban, is a lack of education and awareness around voting in elections, not illegal voting. There are so many gaps in the general awareness around voter registration, as Valerie was just saying, you know, how and where to vote, what you need, what even is on the ballot in a given election, and the fact that it's the norm in so many communities to not vote or to not know what's going on until Election Day, if that. That's the reason that we have elections that people feel like they can't trust. Not only is there little faith in the system from a large percentage of Texans, but so few people vote that we can't be sure the outcome is representative of the population because often it isn't. And for the record, I don't blame voters. I won't go into a blame game right now, but I will say that the state has a long way to go in making sure its voters are knowledgeable and prepared for our elections, from public school education to simply making elections and the rules and information surrounding them simpler and more accessible. We already heard about how rare it is for true legal voting to occur. So I guess I can kind of skip through that, but what I'm really concerned about as well is those instances where people could unknowingly be voting illegally and then still get prosecuted, because how are you going to prove that you didn't know? It seems very easy for the courts to get around that, or people who would profit off of those, you know, persecutions, or prosecutions rather, to still be able to put people in jail. So what we're doing with bills like this is making it easier to incarcerate people due to simple mistakes, crimes with no victim, throwing people in prison and convicting them of felonies when no one was harmed. And I'm not saying I want people to vote illegally, certainly not, but when true cases of legal voting do occur, a 2 to 20-year prison sentence is still completely unwarranted. Whether stakeholders stand to profit off of these bodies in prisons or by the exorbitant fines that would be charged, I urge you not to use Texans simply trying to exercise their right to vote as a piggy bank. I urge you to honor our right to free and fair elections and to vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Trevino. Members, any questions? Yes, Representative Manuel.
Hi, thank you so much for being here. I wanted to bring this up because I kind of understand your district. How difficult, and would you say it is, in your opinion, to get Black and brown people in Black and brown communities to understand what voting actually even is?
It's very difficult, and that's only part of it, right? So it's what voting is, what we're voting for, and how those things impact their lives. Like, hey, vote for a city council. Well, what do they do? How's that going to impact my life? I'm trying to get good grades in school or trying to feed my family or whatever. And then the other part is sort of on that, like convincing them that it's actually important and worth their time. Like convincing them, trying to convince them to believe in the system that has constantly disturbed them. That's the true uphill battle.
You sound like you are from Jefferson County in certain parts of my area. Also, I would say, just as a kind of, and if you don't know the answer, of course, how difficult is it to explain to people what a mayor does versus even a state representative does to people that you're trying to get to vote?
Difficult because you have about 5 to 10 seconds before they just start to tune out, you know? Because I can, you know, have these conversations all day, but if it's not their vocabulary, if it's not things that they're used to really caring about or discussing, they're gonna lose interest because they don't understand, because we don't educate our communities enough about these issues.
And then lastly, do you have any fear that this would make some people in certain communities feel either that they will be disenfranchised, or that their activists in their areas could be disenfranchised by prison sentences?
Yeah, absolutely. Because we don't want people to think that they could go to jail. And like what Valerie was saying earlier, if there's even that thought that they might go to jail for doing something, and it's something that they're not even fully invested in the first place, then why bother? So it just, yeah, creates a lower voter percentage, which we all know we don't need it in the state. And yeah, we need more people voting, not more people scared to vote.
Thank you so much for your time and what you do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Members, any other questions of Ms. Trevino? All right, thank you for taking the time. Appreciate it. The chair calls Susana Carranza. It's good to see you again.
I don't know if I feel good or bad for.
You should feel good about that. It's good to see you. You are Susanna Carranza, and you're having yourself and against the bill, is that right?
Yes, I'm Dr. Susanna Carranza. I'm testifying on my own behalf. I oppose House Bill 1243. As a naturalized citizen, I cherish my right to vote, and I want secure and transparent elections. I believe our election code already ensures that, and I believe to strengthen our democracy, changes should really be focused on improving voting access to all eligible Texans. However, here we're discussing a bill that will more likely than not just scare voters away and will really do nothing to make our elections better. As proposing this bill, a single person voting once when they should not have voted is charged with a second-degree felony and might serve 2 to 20 years in prison. We heard that before. This is absolutely excessive and absolutely will scare people away. People, mind you, that are not doing anything wrong. They're just as scared that they might be doing something wrong. Also note that a felony removes the right from a person to vote. So it's really a punishment not for that one action. It would remove that person from their right to vote for a very, very long time. So this is really an excessive punishment, and it's completely undemocratic. I'm a volunteer deputy registrar, so I help register and educate voters. And there are already really stiff penalties, which was increased last time, to provide false information on a voter registration form. Wouldn't penalizing the act of voting amount for charging twice for essentially the same crime or something similar? Aren't other scenarios often cited covered by law, such as mail fraud and impersonation? So why do we even need to have these additional penalties? If the intent of House Bill 1243 is to ensure only eligible Texans vote, why not start with vote education, such a bill proposed by Representative Busey, House Bill 364 that is on the Public Education Committee? You know, make people know. Or switching the penalty for first-time offenders to community service with focus on election information. So there is going to be a punishment that is more likely to be implemented, and it will actually do something to prevent actions in the future. Or implementing online voter registration, so that makes it easy to check voter registration and voter rolls against nationwide databases. Texas already does a terrible job informing voters of their rights. Putting bills that penalize people without really informing people of their rights will just make people just not show up to the polls, and we don't want that. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Representative Dayala.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Carranza, how are you?
Good. All right.
So we've heard a number of witnesses before you, and just going back to the bill layout with Representative Hefner, he said that all we're doing is going back to what the law was for over 40 years. I didn't hear any witness before you talk about how in those past 40 years where voters were disenfranchised or unable to vote or excessively or improperly convicted of some crime. So my question to you is, why going back to the status quo that was in effect for 40 or 50 years, how will that now cause a stir among voters? Logically, it doesn't make sense to me, and I haven't heard it from any of the witnesses yet.
So a couple of things. Just because the bill was in effect, like the felony penalty was in effect in the past, doesn't make it good. The legislative had a good idea of lowering it. The reason it can feed new fear is that now all those topics are discussed in the news, and there's all the, like during the last session, just the discussion of a lot of the worst provisions that were on the bills were enough to scare people away, and they were under the impression that things happened that would make them not able to vote. So a lot of voters didn't go to the polls because they misrepresented something in the bill, or they heard something on the news, but that didn't eventually pass. And that alone scares people. So it's not that people, it's not because it's new that was never there before. It's because now there's so much more attention and so much more fear and so many more people that are really seem to be out to get folks, like trying to get in the gotcha, like people showing up to people's doors to check their voter registration. So it's a different time where there's a lot of attention on that. And what we really need to do is not criminalize voting. It's really to educate voting, to educate poll workers, to make so people really understand. And when people are really with the criminal intention of really going out and doing something completely wrong, like impersonating somebody, there's already ways to work around that. And if you make that a felony, it won't prevent the person. If the person, it's like a punishment after the fact is usually not the best deterrent. You want to work on prevention and not just punishment. And for me, prevention is education, use systems that allow more cross-check, and educate people that, review checking voters at the polls. That is much more effective.
So, and I heard your testimony, but let me just go back to the question real quick. Do you know of any time in that 40, 50 years prior to that, any data, evidence that suggests that the criminal penalty for the conduct that's in this bill was too much or improper, or it was the wrong punishment for the crime?
So, first, as mentioned, there is really not a whole lot of punishment that has happened in the history, and the case that gets mentioned often, I will not mention, but it's like cases that are used as scapegoats are problematic because it brings that to the attention to everybody. So I don't have a specific instance of somebody that was punished by that crime, but I do have the individual knowledge of people that come to me and register to vote, or people that come to the polls when I'm a election worker, I'm a deputy or during early voting and a judge, that arrive at the polling place, voting for the first time, shaking, afraid that they're doing something wrong, because they might not know of that specific penalty, but they hear so much about how there are laws that make it legal to vote, that makes a lot of things about voting illegal, that they have that fear. So it's not every single specific item. It's this entire notion that criminalizing voting is going to help. In fact, criminalizing voting just makes less likely that more Texans participate, and we need the more Texans participate in the election process, the better our process will be, because you want to hear the voice of all eligible Texans, and anything that you make to keep people away. Again, even if it's not the specific item, it's the whole discussion, and it's the whole, all those bills that are heard, many of them in this session that are in different stages, that focus on punishment versus prevention.
I hear you, and I don't want to belabor this too much, but you keep talking about criminalizing voting, and you understand this bill doesn't criminalize voting. It only criminalizes illegal voting with the intent to commit a crime. You understand that?
And again, the law already has that. This increases, and I would say that you should decrease and make it more proactive as making the punishment something that is community service to learn about voting and not the other way around.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Members, any other questions of Ms. Carranza? Dr. Carranza, excuse me. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. The chair calls Marcia Strickler. You are Marcia Strickler, is that correct?
Yes, sir, it
You're
is.
here on behalf of yourself and you're for the bill, is that right?
I am for the bill.
Go
Thank
ahead.
you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Representative Hefner. Rep. Burrows, you asked the question about how did this happen? 2 years ago, we asked that same question. How did that happen? So we were
Has
in.
the AG's office told you?
No. I do not represent the AG.
Darn it.
However, I was here every day in committee 2 years ago, and we watched everything that went on. And Rep. Busey, my rep, and Rep. Swanson was on those committees, and we saw the House and we saw the Senate, and many of you and many of the senators were shocked when SB 1 came out and we saw that that penalty had gone backwards. We have great laws in Texas for elections, in my opinion, and I think it's our responsibility to make sure we don't go backwards in those laws. We also need to ensure that we have someone in place to uphold those laws. And so there's an answer to your question, and I would love to talk to you in the hallway. I don't want to get kicked off for going ungermane to what happened here 2 years ago. But 70 years of this law being in our books has kept us and prevented us from having election fraud in our state. The ability to vote should be something that we all cherish as our constitutional right for freedom and liberty in our democracy to vote. And we should be protecting that vote. We should be upholding the laws on that vote. And I think putting this back to a felony will prevent anybody from trying to break that law. And I do believe that the numbers show that we do not have a lot of fraud in our state proven because we've had hard penalty laws against it. Anyone that is for going backwards on a penalty on stealing an election knowingly, really, we should be checking why would they want that? Why would anybody want a less of penalty for proving that an election fraud has happened? Makes no sense to me, and we ought to question that. And so I implore you all to vote for going back to what our election laws were 2 years ago. Thank you.
Chairman Burrows.
I look forward to the conversation. I look forward to getting some of those questions answered. I don't think the relevant people are here to ask those questions too, but I will continue to do that, and hopefully we can get some public statements from them one day about, what I believe to be accurate, and if it's not, I hope they'll publicly say it's not.
Well, I do believe that Representative Busey has already told you he was on this committee for 3 sessions now, and Ms. Swanson as well, and Representative Kane. Those 3 people will be able to tell you the truth, sir.
Well, I think the Attorney General's office may have some things to say as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
I do have questions of this, but
Oh, ma'am, I'm sorry. So sorry. Ms. Strickler? Yes, sir. And we do show you as Strickler, right? Is that correct?
I'm married to a man named Watson, so a lot of people get confused about my husband's name and my name, but my legal name is Strickler. Yes, sir.
Okay, and I would just, before we get started with Representative Morales, I would just ask that the members hold, please, don't run off. After we're finished with this bill, we're going to try and vote. If anybody's listening back there, please come back, because we're not too far away from being ready to do that. But go ahead, Representative Morales.
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I do want to know if there's instances or certain specifics that you can provide to us so that we can make a better, more informed decision of how it's been detrimental for the last 18 months since the law has changed, and what you have seen with respect to this sort of conduct, I guess, being more prevalent, because I guess that's your concern, right? That now, because we've lowered the penalty, that more people are committing this crime.
No, sir, I did not say that. So what my concern is that we're not protecting something that should be cherished in the most uphold our ability to vote, and for it not to be, for those laws not to go backwards, okay? So we worked hard. We're a nation of laws, and without the laws, we would have chaos. And voting to me is probably the most important thing that I do as a civic duty, as a citizen. And there is a lot of chatter out there about things going on in our state, other states, across our country. And I think it's very important for you legislators to protect us. You represent us, and we need to protect our vote 100%. I am not saying that there's been fraud in our state, in our county, or I'm not saying that at all. I think, I don't have data, but I personally believe because there was a felony, it prevents people from doing anything that they should not be doing. Just like robbing a bank, someone said, or whatever felony cases there are. An example, people know what's right and wrong. And Rep. Hefner spoke about this. You have to knowingly be doing this in order for it to be a conviction. You know, Rep. Swanson talked about, well, will this situation with my mom and me be considered a problem? No judge in Texas is going to say that that was knowingly fraud. People know what right and wrong is inherently. And so I think it's your duty to protect your vote and my vote.
And I asked for specifics. You don't have any, and I respect your response. And I would respectfully also would say that you would think that somebody knows, but there's instances where that sort of conduct, even though the mens rea wasn't there, was still found criminal in nature. And you have individuals that are facing multiple years in jail or prison with a prison sentence because of that, and because we haven't articulated it. And so I would say also, it almost seems that for 70 years we had this rule, that's the position that you're taking, and it made us feel good and made us feel safe. But many times I challenge my office in many instances, and I'm like, just because the status quo or just because it's been done for so many years doesn't mean that we need to continue doing it that way. And unless I have the data, I have a really hard time understanding how, if we moved away from that, but we still made it a criminal penalty, and it's still a criminal penalty, although albeit it's not a felony, how that, if the data's not there to correlate how we've lowered it and now there's an increase in that criminal conduct, I don't understand why individuals would be up here saying we should move it back.
Well, there's not been enough elections held since then for us to actually have
exactly, and maybe
clean
we
data
should
for
wait,
that.
right?
No, I don't think that we should wait.
Tell me why we should not whenever you don't have the data there.
The slogan is, we should make it easy to vote and hard to cheat. And I know all of y'all that were here 2 years ago saw that. And we still need to make it easy to vote and hard to cheat. Do you value your vote?
And I think we're doing so because it still provides a criminal penalty.
No, we're not, sir. So some people are willing to do the time. If they're going to do a penalty, or go for election fraud, some of them are willing to do some time on a lesser penalty. This is going to deter. It will deter. It will protect Texans from anything happening in the future, in my personal opinion. And it's our duty as citizens and your duty as lawmakers to protect our vote. This is nothing more. You guys are making this so much more than what it is. It's clearly nothing more than penalizing someone for voter fraud.
Which we are, miss. We are. The laws, even under the most recent one, we are penalizing them. Let me say, I'll end with this. I've yet to find a constituent in my years of as state rep that is willing to serve time in order to elect me. I would say that.
Well, hopefully you're not being elected fraudulently.
Well, that's why. Because they're not willing to serve time. Thank you very much.
No other questions of this witness. The chair calls Andrew Hendrickson. Andrew Hendrickson. Andrew Hendrickson, we show him registered on behalf of the ACLU of Texas and against the bill, not testifying. The chair calls Nelson Linder. Good afternoon, sir. You are Nelson Linder, is that correct?
That's correct, Chair.
You're here on behalf of the NAACP of Austin and yourself and against the bill, is that all correct?
Absolutely, sir.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
A few things. When it comes to this bill, 1243, the threat of prosecution will create intimidation and fear for voters. A little history, I was born in Georgia, 1958, very proud of it. My mom and dad had to get a voting rights act to vote in this country. They were trying to vote, not steal votes. And we're gonna call this bill what it really is, okay? Take 1 minute, but I'm gonna call it what. It's a pretense with a false premise and requires no solution because there is no problem. The truth is today, it's easier to cheat than it is to vote. American history, people like me, we're Americans. We have a different skin color. Without a law that enforced the right to vote, we couldn't vote. So when you talk about people cheating and being criminal, you might want to read your own history. Because you're telling a lie. I'm not going to promote it. We can have an intellectual conversation if you want to feel good about that. But the truth is, it requires no intellectual conversation. We know what America is. The word American is a nationality. We come in all shapes, all colors, all forms, and we're all beautiful people. That's the myth of America. In order to create that America, the right to vote is paramount. Regardless of race, creed, color, is paramount. And in 2023, you're mimicking and saying things that happened before the Declaration of Independence. America? Let's be honest, folks. Look at this state right now with the diversity here and what's represented. These are critical times. And I'm going to say this again. This whole thing is a false premise. We know that. We know what the numbers are. It's very difficult for a poor black person or brown person to cheat. You know that. We're already in the criminal justice system at high numbers. As the clock ticks, please acknowledge what this bill really is. It's not a form of threat and intimidation, and we've had that throughout our history, and we couldn't even vote as black people and brown people without protection. Think about that for a moment, and I think it'll be very clear what's going on here in this nation. Democracy is under attack. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time. Just a second.
Very welcome.
Members, any questions? No, we appreciate you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1243? I
Yes.
think we have someone. Just 1 second. Do we have him?
Kia, hey Kia, would you be able to register?
Just check the other box.
You checked?
I already registered. I checked not testify.
Okay, let me change your status. Give me
Thank
one
you.
minute.
You are Alan Vera, is that correct?
Correct.
You are here on behalf of the Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you're for the bill?
That's correct.
Go ahead, Mr. Vera.
The committee has asked for statistics, and I'm here to provide it. And the committee has asked for a rationale on the elevation to felony. I'm here to provide that too. Statistics. In Harris County right now, there are 21 election challenges moving through the courts, filed because of the November 8th, 2022 elections. That's because technically and legally in that election, 109,000 people voted illegally. Technically, they violated the law of how to vote legally. Not going into mens rea yet, that is 9.999% of the 1.1 million people who voted. So the incidence of illegal voting is high, and that's based on comparison of the voters' records to the NCOA, true NCOA database, and the Aristotle database of the Social Security record of deaths. Those were illegal votes, technically. What about the issue of misdemeanor versus felonies? Back in 2010, before I became a Republican, I was working for True the Vote on election integrity. And after the 2010 November election, I went to the DA in Harris County with a beautiful set of binders of all the violations that our poll watchers had observed. And she patted me on the head, Pat Lycos was her name, said, "Mr. Vera, you've done a wonderful job. Here's the problem. All these are misdemeanors, and we DAs just don't waste time on misdemeanors. We support the bill because the incidence of illegal voting is high and because felonies are needed to get the attention of the prosecutors." Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vera. Members, any questions?
Can I just, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Representative, or Chairman Briglione.
You said in 2010, when you became and switched to a Republican, what were you before you were a Republican?
I'd voted Democrat before.
Okay, so you voted 2008 for?
No, before that. I'd not become an active Republican.
Okay, but you were an active Democrat before then?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, sir. Members, any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Vera.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1243? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Hefner to close on his bill.
Mr. Chairman, before he does, did anybody from the AG's office ever show up?
Let me check, just 1 second. Not seeing it.
Okay, thank you.
Just to let you know. Go ahead, Mr. Hefner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Again, simple, straightforward, short bill. Should be bipartisan. We certainly want it to apply to everyone equally. We just want our elections to be safe, secure, and trusted. And I close.
Thank you for bringing this bill. Anybody have any questions of Representative Hefner? No. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, members.
If there's no objection, House Bill 1243 will be left pending. Chair hears none. House Bill 1243 is left pending. And it looks like we have everybody here. So at this time, we're going to do some voting. I appreciate everybody's patience.
1 second. Y'all ready?
All right, members, we'll now vote out several bills which we have heard in previous hearings. The chair lays out SB 1052, the companion of HB 703. Members, this is referred Senate bill. This referred Senate bill is a companion for HB 703 relating to the compensation of an election judge or clerk. We voted out HB 703 favorably yesterday. The chair moves that SB 1052 without amendment be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Smith.
Aye.
Vice Chair Busey.
Aye.
Rep Burrows.
Aye.
Rep Capriglione. Rep Deola. Rep Manuel. Rep Morales.
Yes.
Rep Swanson. Rep Vo. 9.
There being 9 ayes and no nays, the motion prevails. We're going to 3046.
Yep.
The chair lays out HB 3046 as pending business. Members, this is the bill we have heard previously relating to the omission of a deceased candidate from the ballot in certain counties. Representative Day Ayala offers a committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? The chair hears none, and the substitute is adopted. The chair moves that HB 3046 as substituted be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Smith.
Aye.
Vice Chair Busey.
Aye.
Rep Burrows.
Aye.
Rep Capriglione. Rep Deola. Rep Manuel. Rep Morales. Rep Swanson. Rep Vo. 9.
There being 9 ayes and no nays, the motion prevails. The chair lays out HB 1980 as pending business. Members, this is the bill we've heard previously relating to the procedures for the issuance of a personal identification certificate to a person whose driver's license is surrendered. Representative Capriglione offers a committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? The chair hears none, and the substitute is adopted. The chair moves that HB 1980 as substituted be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed, and the clerk will call the roll.
Chair Smith.
Aye.
Vice Chair Busey.
Aye.
Rep Burrows.
Aye.
Rep Capriglione. Rep Deola. Rep Manuel. Rep Morales. Rep Swanson. Rep Vo. 9.
There being 9 ayes and no nays, the motion prevails. The chair lays out HB 2133 as pending business. Members, this is the bill we've heard previously relating to authorizing certain political subdivisions to change the date on which the general election for officers is held. Representative Swanson offers a committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? The chair hears none. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? The chair hears none, and the substitute is adopted. The chair moves that HB 2133 as substituted be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed and be sent to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Smith.
Aye.
Vice Chair Busey.
Aye.
Rep Burrows. Rep Capriglione. Rep Deola. Rep Manuel. Rep Morales. Rep Swanson. Rep Vo. 9.
There being 9 ayes and no nays, the motion prevails. The chair lays out HB 3372 as pending business. Members, this is the bill we've heard previously relating to the reporting of political contributions and expenditures made using a credit card. Representative De Ayala offers a committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? The chair hears none, and the substitute is adopted. The chair moves that HB 3372 as substituted be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed and be sent to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Smith.
Aye.
Vice Chair Busey.
Aye.
Rep Burrows. Rep Capriglione. Rep Deola. Rep Manuel. Rep Morales. Rep Swanson. Rep Vo. 9.
There being 9 ayes and no nays, the motion prevails. The chair lays out HB 1217 as pending business. Members, this is the bill we heard previously relating to the hours during which early voting by personal appearance is conducted. Representative De Ayala again offers a committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? The chair hears none, and the substitute, do you have something?
1217. Do you? You think? Because it has to be unanimous. You need. These two are. We gotta, no.
You're a yes. She wrote a yes on 1217. Are y'all a yes? Y'all are a yes?
This is the one I'm giving them.
Okay. You're gonna give her one? Okay. You're a yes on this one? Yes. Okay, good, because you offered the substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? The chair hears none, and the substitute is adopted. The chair moves that HB 1217 as substituted be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed and be sent to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Smith.
Aye.
Vice Chair Busey.
Aye.
Rep Burrows. Rep Capriglione. Rep Deola. Rep Manuel. Rep Morales. Rep Swanson. Rep Vo. 9.
There being 9 ayes and no nays, the motion prevails.
Last one.
The chair lays out HB 246 as pending business. Members, this is the bill we heard previously relating to a pilot program for recording activity at a ballot counting station. Representative Capriglione offers a committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? The chair hears none, and the substitute is adopted. The chair moves that HB 246 as substituted be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed, and the clerk will call the roll.
Chair Smith.
Aye.
Vice Chair Busey.
No.
Rep Burrows. Rep Capriglione. Rep Deola. Rep Manuel.
No.
Rep Morales. Rep Swanson. Rep Vo.
No.
6.
There being 6 ayes and 3 nays, the motion prevails.
Okay, now it's 12:08 p.m.
Thank you all very much. Our voting, we're done voting for now. What's that?
We're skipping today.
Okay. The chair lays out House Bill 1208 and recognizes Chairman Guillen to explain the bill. Representative Swanson offers a committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I've heard from scores of people that ever since their children learned to scribble, they would take their child with them to the voting booth and have them fill out their ballots in an effort to instill in them the values and tradition of voting. This includes my wife and I, who routinely take our girls with us to vote. Many of us believe that this exercise has tremendously helped develop our children's interest in the voting process. But over the years, a number of constituents have mentioned to me that their voting clerk at their polling place stopped and forbid their children from marking the ballots. Section 64.002 of the Election Code reads that a child under 18 may accompany their parent to the voting station, but falls short of mentioning whether or not the child can mark the ballot. This bill simply adds to that same section of the code that their child, if under 14 years of age, can read or mark the ballot under the direction of their parent. There's a committee sub that's just a ledge council draft. Members, this measure will ensure that parents are not stripped of the opportunity to teach their kids about one of the most important rights and responsibilities that we have as Americans. And I can help answer any questions if y'all have any.
Thank you, Chairman. Members, any questions? Everybody at once here. Representative Swanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for bringing this bill, Chairman Guillen. Is there any allowance in here for a situation, don't get me wrong, I did the same thing when my kids were growing up, and I was an election judge, and it was okay way back then. But what about if we have really long lines? Is there any discretion for that with the election judge, or just can you address that?
Yeah, we don't get into it, but it's certainly something that we could if you wanted.
I was just asking.
Yeah.
Thank you. Maybe the kids are faster.
Representative Manuel. Excuse me, Morales.
Jesus, again?
Yeah, I slid back. Sorry about that.
It's more of a comment. Thank you for bringing this, Chairman Guillen. And I guess I do have a question to see if there's any JA space.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely, yeah.
Members, any other questions of the chairman? Thank you.
Thank you.
The chair calls Alan Vera. You are Alan Vera. You're here on behalf of the Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, and you're against the bill. Is that all correct?
Regrettably correct.
Okay.
Since the mandatory implementation of hybrid voting systems in Texas, combining electronic ballot marking devices and paper ballot trails, the situation at polling places across Texas has become increasingly complex and demanding. Tens of thousands of paper ballots across Texas are improperly inserted into the ballot marking devices. They're crinkled, they're smudged, otherwise rendered unscannable. Improper handling of spoiled ballots, unscannable ballots, other ballot processing issues have led to significant discrepancies in election data, some of which are now involved in election challenges. While the bill's intentions are noble and we applaud them at face value, we have concerns that the impact on an already fragile election process could be significant. However, we have an option. The Texas Election Code, believe it or not, still does allow student elections to be conducted concurrent with the elections for political subdivisions. We suggest that this would be the preferred venue for educating and training children in the election process. They are student elections and they're still the code. And we have no objection to the creation of the election educational materials described in the bill. We do have to express our concerns about the impact on the already complex voting process. We urge the committee to urge the author to substitute a student election process to give the children a chance to learn how to vote. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Vera. Questions?
Mr. Vera, have you stopped to consider that maybe those issues that you are having is because those folks, when they were kids, were not taken to the ballot box to begin with?
No, I think those issues are because
their parents.
Because we switched to paper 2 cycles ago, and they're still learning how to deal with paper in the ballots.
Well, and again, wouldn't you agree with me that maybe it would work best to have parents that actually do their civic duty and bring their kids so that they can understand the process now that there are paper ballots also, and so that when they do become adults, we don't have the same issues?
I would love for that to happen without dragging me into more subpoenas over election challenges because of bad problems in elections.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Red.
Huh? Members, any other questions of this witness? Thanks for your comments, Mr. Vera. The chair calls Ken Moore. You are Ken Moore, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you are here on behalf of yourself
Yes, sir.
and against the bill?
I'm against the bill.
Go ahead.
Okay. First off, let me say on a personal note, I appreciate the spirit of this bill.
I'm the father of 2 and the grandfather of 5, and I can appreciate wanting to take your children in there to see how all this is done. I think as far as them learning anything, it would be of limited value because I know that, like I said, a couple of years ago, we changed everything. And who's to say we won't change everything again? And the process does continue to evolve. And so I don't see that this is probably going to be much of a value to the children. The other concerns I have is you're talking about people who can be 14 years old or younger. You know, the HEB, we're close to where I live. We have a girl in there who directs traffic. The bug is coming to the cashiers. I know she has to be 18 to work there, but I would swear she looks like she's 12. How do you know their child's 14 or under? How do you know it's their child? How do you know there's not someone put there to intimidate them or to coach them how to vote? Will poll watchers be allowed to observe any of this, election workers? I would assume no, but there's really nothing in the code that addresses that. And so while I appreciate the spirit of this bill, I'm afraid I must oppose it.
Thank you, sir. Members, any questions? Thank you, Mr. Moore. The chair calls Stephanie Swanson. Ma'am, your name is Stephanie Swanson, is that right?
Yes, it
You're
is.
here on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Texas and yourself, and you're for the bill, is that all correct?
I am, yes, correct.
Go ahead.
I am testifying on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Texas in support of HB 1208. We appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today. Thank you for allowing us to share our position on this bill. As a mother of 2 young children, ages 11 and 13, I can say wholeheartedly that I support this legislation, as would many parents of young children. I can distinctly remember this one time when my husband and I took our 2 young children with us to the polls one weekend. My daughters were probably around 5 and 7 years old back then. My eldest daughter is on the autism spectrum, and by that age, she had finally learned how to navigate public settings with ease. As we walked up to the voting machines at the polling location, one of the poll workers told us that her kids could not accompany us to the machines, and she took them off to the side to help keep an eye on them. I remember that I constantly had to look over my shoulder to check on them to make sure my eldest was doing okay. I know that the election worker didn't mean any harm, and it was awfully nice of her to help, but I would have preferred that my girls stayed with us while we voted. By that age, both of them could read, and as teachers like to say, busy hands are happy hands. My daughters are now at an age where they understand more about the world around them and the importance of voting. It is important to me that they are raised knowing that it is their right and part of their civic duty to vote one day. Allowing them to accompany me to the voting machine and enter my choices for me would not only allow them to learn more about our elections and the different offices on the ballot, but it would also allow them to feel like they are part of the process. It also would help instill a sense of pride in them, knowing that one day they will have a voice in our government. Voting behavior is very much a habit, and my husband and I hope that our voting habits are instilled into our kids one day. By allowing children to be a part of this process, it would serve as an educational opportunity like none other. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Swanson. Thank you for your preparation. Hold on just one second. I don't think we have any questions. I just want to make sure. Thank you. The chair calls Ed Johnson. You are Ed Johnson. You're here on behalf of yourself and you're against the bill. Is that all correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
I applaud the representative's effort for helping educate younger people how to vote, but I think we're going down a slippery slope here of allowing people that are under 18 to be casting ballots. We had numerous talks in previous sessions about handicapped people and their rights to keep, their private things private. If you have a child assisting in a ballot area, being able to actually cast the vote, the handicapped person may not know how they're casting it. So I think it's very important that the voter actually does the casting of the ballot. So there is no question.
Okay, members, any questions? Thank you. Christina Atkins. The chair calls Christina Atkins. You are Christina Atkins, and you are you're here on behalf of the Texas Secretary of State, and you are on the bill, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any comments that you want to make about this?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you see any issues with this particular bill?
No, sir. I mean, this is just a policy call. I think lots of people right now take their kids with them to the voting station, and that is authorized and permitted by law. And it's kind of a call for the legislature as to whether or not they want to allow children to mark on their parents' behalf.
Okay. Representative Swanson.
I have a couple of quick questions for you. Was it, the previous witness, was it legal for the election judge to refuse to let the children go to the booth even if they had not done the marking?
No, that should not have happened. No, the law is
that's
very
what I
clear that your children can accompany you to the voting station. So that means they can come with you and stand right there with you in the voting booth.
Right, but currently it's not legal for them to do the marking or the feeding of the paper, which we seem to have a lot of trouble with in Harris County.
That's correct.
Okay, so my other question is, depending on their age, would a child have to take an oath and complete an assistant information? And depending on the age, would they even understand the oath? So can you just sort of address that?
Sure. So I think what this bill is doing is it's authorizing the child to mark the ballot on behalf of their parent at their parent's direction, deposit it in the scanner. But in that capacity, they're not working as an assistant. If it's somebody that needs assistance as defined by state and federal law. What this bill's doing there, though, is making a distinction. So if your child that's accompanying you is 14 or over, and you would like for them to take those actions to mark it on your behalf or deposit it on your behalf, they would have to follow the assistance provisions in the election code, which don't have any kind of age limitations on there. So now we would be putting some age limitations on potentially serving as an assistant in that capacity if you're with your parent.
So we're going to divide whether they're assisting or just learning by their age, is that right, if we do this bill?
Yes.
Everybody over 14 would then have to sign an oath.
They would have, that's correct.
Right, and they would be considered an assistant. And, 14-year-olds don't typically carry around their birth certificate. Would we just go by, we would just be forced to take everyone's word for it?
Yes, ma'am. I don't think that there's anything in here that would require that the child or the parent provide evidence of the child's age. So I think we would have to just take their word for it.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Representative Morales.
I'd just like to clear up, under the current law, a child under 18 years of age may accompany the child's parent to a voting station already. That's
Yes, sir.
testified.
Yes, sir.
And so the incident or the concerns expressed by, well, how do we know? We've never made that requirement of show us your ID or some form of identification or your birth certificate to prove that this is your son or daughter, right?
Yes, sir. Under current law, you don't have to provide proof that it's your son, that it's your child, or that they're under the age of 18.
And they could be, even though for those that are concerned about, well, how do we know that they're not being placed to try to, kind of maybe direct, the actual voter to vote in one particular way or in the other. The current law already provided for that person's child under the age of 18 to be able to accompany them to the voting booth.
That's correct. Current law already provides that the child can accompany them to the voting station.
Okay, and how long has this statute I know, sorry for putting you on the spot.
Go. You're asking how long has it been on the books?
Yes.
If you give me
It's
just one moment.
section 31.131.
Well, it's the one that authorizes that you can be at the voting station with your parent is 64002.
Yes,
that provision. So this is actually, so it was last amended in 1997, but it looks like it was part of the original recodification of the election code in 1985. So it's possible that it predates that as well. I'd have to go back and look at some other bigger, thicker law books to get you the exact date.
Well, that helps clear up some of the previous testimony for me as far as their concerns. Second, did the Secretary of State have any recommendations to Chairman Guillen as to why we're doing the cutoff at 14 years of age?
No, we were not requested to provide any information on the bill prior to that. Again, I think this is just it's a policy call for the legislature.
Got it. Okay, and that may be a better question for him. Thank you very much.
Quick question here.
Yes, Representative Swanson.
Thank you, Chairman. Help me understand, like, I just want to know how it works currently. Since a child 18 and under can accompany them, if an election judge can tell that they are clearly either assisting their parent or they are influencing their parent, like, oh, come on, everybody at school says you should vote for so-and-so. I'm just curious, like, true curiosity, like, are they supposed to intervene and go, no, you have to sign an assistant thing and take an oath? Or do we just kind of overlook that because it's their child? Like, help me understand, how does it currently work?
That's a great question, and I think the answer that I can give you here is pretty consistent with what we give in any situation where you've got an assistant with an individual at a voting station. If the person that is observing the activity is suspicious of that activity or is concerned that the person is offering improper assistance, there is no remedy in the polling place to address that issue. Typically, the remedy would be after the fact. That individual that observed the improper behavior could file a complaint. They could alert local law enforcement because we are talking about a potential criminal act, and the remedy would occur later. But we typically don't stop it in that moment. There's just no mechanism in the law
Okay, the judge can't go over there and say, nope, got to sign an oath, right?
There may be, some of this is going to be very, very fact specific about what they're observing at what part of the process they're observing it. And so there may be, if they're noticing on the front end when somebody's checking in, that they've got somebody with them, that, the judge, it would not be improper for the judge to ask, are you assisting?
Okay.
Do you need to fill out this documentation? So depending on where we are in the process and what's happening, the presiding judge may be able to ask some appropriate questions or solicit some information to see if they need to get the right paperwork in place. But generally speaking, when the person's at that voting station and they're there and making their selections, there is no remedy in the law for intervening at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Members, any other questions of this witness? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1208? If not, the chair recognizes Chairman Guillen to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The 14 age provision was a brainchild of Chairman Kane from last session. And so he wanted that in there, so we put that in there. It was voted out unanimously out of this committee, went out of the House, and got to the Senate late and died in the Senate. So anyway, if there's no further questions, I'd ask for your favorable consideration.
I understand. Members, any other questions? Thank you, Chairman. Absolutely. The committee substitute is withdrawn. If there's no objection, House Bill 1208 will be left pending. Is there any objection? The chair hears none, and House Bill 1208 is left pending. The chair lays out House Bill 5180 and recognizes Chairman Wilson to explain the bill. Representative Swanson offers a committee substitute.
Wow, talk about just-in-time delivery.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I should go to work for Amazon. Sweet. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It says in here I should say good morning, but I think we're past that. House Bill 5180 clarifies that after the 60-day period following an election in which ballots and ballot-related materials must be kept under lock and key, the public must be given access to those anonymous post-election materials. In order to preserve chain of custody for election contests, recounts, and audits, current law mandates that ballots be kept under lock and key for 60 days following an election. However, there is ambiguity as to what happens afterwards. Attorney General Opinion ORD 505, which has been the standard for the last 35 years, said that ballots must be kept for 22 months and can then be discarded, but did not speak to when the public had access to them. However, Attorney General Opinion KP 0411, which was released in November of 2022, states that ballots could be considered public information right away. leading to some election officials being concerned that they must both make the records open to the public and potentially face criminal liability for doing so. House Bill 5180 serves to provide clarity by incorporating into statute that once the 60 days have expired, the original voted ballots, images of ballots, and cast vote records must be made available to the public for inspection. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members, and I respectfully reserve the right to close, and I am available to answer questions.
Thank you, sir. Representative Swanson?
Chairman Wilson, thank you for bringing this really important, fabulous bill. And we've had this very problem in Harris County that by the time the people who are looking into election integrity problems are allowed access to the ballots, they simply don't have enough time to go through them and file, and then they run out of statute of limitations, and it just makes it impossible to catch any kind of election fraud there. So my only question would be, can I JA your bill?
Let's talk about that, Representative Swanson. You'll have to work hard for it. I will say that being a point, but also, it puts our folks who are responsible for the elections, our good folks who step up to run these things for us at a very precarious situation. So it also helps and safeguards them by clarifying these endeavors and efforts. And I believe we have a witness or two, maybe?
Yeah, just 1 second, though. Representative Morales?
Chairman, and this may be a question better for the resource witness, but.
Probably.
Okay, well then, I'll hold on.
If they don't, I will certainly make a shot of it.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The chair calls Mike Brewster. Is that one? Sorry. Oh, that's all right. I think it is. Chris Davis. The chair calls Chris Davis. You are Chris Davis, and you're here on behalf of the Texas Association of Elections Administrators and neutral on the bill. Is that all correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. The Texas Association of Election Administrators appreciate Representative Wilson and this bill's attempt to give clarity to our current rock and a hard place ambiguity as we've seen. Again, Texas Election Code imposes a Class A misdemeanor if we were, as election officials, to prematurely go into these ballots, these materials that are protected for 22 months. And also the government code and the Open Public Information Act recommends misdemeanor penalty and possible jail time if we were not, or we were to refuse releasing these. So we like that this does indeed give us clarity, because several counties, my county being one of them, are currently suing the Attorney General's office for that clarity, in the hopes that absent this bill, a judge in a court gives us direction and that cover to go one way or the other. Our hope in this bill is that it still protects, however, the exceptions to production and the exceptions to making records available that apply to other information in the Public Information Act, such as security, proprietary business secrets, ongoing recounts, because we've seen recounts occur 60 days after an election. Obviously, we would not want members of the public accessing, touching, handling ballots that are subject to a recount. The same thing for an election contest or any kind of criminal investigation. So as long as a bill like this still provides coverage and exceptions to production, and I suspect that it does in discussions with the Secretary of State's office, we appreciate this bill.
Members, any questions? Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, sir.
The chair calls.
It just takes a minute there.
Yeah. The chair calls Mike Brewster.
Hello.
Hey, Mr. Brewster. You are Mike Brewster. You're here on behalf of yourself, and you are for the bill. Is that all correct?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I have been working on this exact issue
for more than a year and a half now. Texas has some of the best election information access laws in the country, but exercising those laws has been a nightmare. There are some things that I'd actually like to see changed in Mr. Wilson's bill. I'd like to see the electronic information moved inside the 60 days. But out of 3 bills that are offered on this subject right now, if I had to pass one the way it is filed, it would be this one. I would actually like to take the 2 that Mr. Toth has and this one and put them together and see what we can work out of it. The 125.064 has told us that anything produced by electronic voting system is a public document, and it is unequivocal in stating that. Yet I've got a raft of rejections over there when I have requested things such as ballot images and cast vote records, which are unquestionably generated by a electronic voting system. Really, if you want to get down to it, the ballots are generated by that same electronic voting system too. Because we have had so much trouble and we have gone to court, and incidentally, we've had the first victory in court this past Monday in Tarrant County. That was a case that was brought by a citizen against the county. Having some punctuation on this is very desirable to get it done. We have 6 cases that are down here in Tarrant County now, or in Travis now, against the AG. Personally, I think that all of them should win on behalf of the public. But the way the laws are written, this has to be a sweep. The way people look at the 552 provisions, and it really gets more complicated than that. This is a very complicated subject to talk about in this forum in 3 minutes. But the way the 552 provisions are written, if we're going to go by that, we have to sweep all 6 of those, and that's a bad situation. So having some punctuation come from the legislature saying that, yes, we really meant that these documents should be public would be helpful and help us work through that in a much quicker manner.
Thank you, Mr. Brewster. I'm assuming a moment ago you meant to say...
Excuse me?
I'm assuming a moment ago you meant to say reference Chairman Wilson and not Representative Toth. You said Toth.
I'm sorry. I was referring to both bills. Mr. Wilson's today, but Mr. Toth has got a couple of bills that have been filed on the same subject.
Okay, but we're going to talk about
that. Yeah, and we're here to talk about this one. And to be clear, if there was a bill that I was going to pass on this subject, it would be this one today, the way it's written, even though I'd like to tweak.
Awesome. Thank you. Members, any questions? Thank you, Mr. Brewster.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. The chair calls Alan Vera. You are Alan Vera. You're here on behalf of the Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, and you're for the bill. Is that all correct?
All correct.
Go right ahead.
And we think this is a great bill, and we think it'd be better if Representative Swanson was a co-author, but we'll put that aside for right now. This bill is important to stop some craziness going on in Texas. Somehow, over the last 18 months, county election authorities across Texas have given the impression that they're against voters having access to data and voting information. They really don't, but they're caught in this conundrum between opposing ideas of the law. When the Texas AG issued an opinion that the election records mentioned in this bill are subject to TPIA within 2 months of the election date, many counties sued the AG. You've heard that. They're not bad for doing that. They're just trying to figure out what they're supposed to do. In 2018, a group from Harris County was hotly pursuing ballot harvesting activities in the county. They had successfully shown collusion on the mail ballot applications. They'd shown problems on the mail ballot carrier envelopes, but had to wait 22 months to see the actual ballots and confirm the trifecta of the same signatures, the same voter, the same forger on all 3 documents. Well, the problem with having to wait 22 months to see the ballots is the statute of limitations is 24 months. It's really hard to put a case together in 60 days when you finally get the data. This bill simply gives voters the transparency they're seeking in Texas elections. It doesn't step on any voter's rights because access is allowed only to anonymous ballot records. The bill simply allows the legislature to place election transparency in statute so everybody's covered. We urge the committee to report this bill favorably to the full House. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Thank you. Chair calls Ken Moore. Is it pronounced Kenmore or Kenmore?
Just not Sears and Roebuck.
That's you're Mr. Ken Moore, and you're here on behalf of yourself, and you're for the bill. Is that all correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
To be honest, I'm tempted to say pass because much of what I wanted to say has already been stolen by Representative Swanson and Mr. Vera. I am SRC, Senate District 11. I represent myself and Republican voters of Senate District 11. I am also...
Hold on just a second now. Let me make sure, because we got you registered as just representing yourself, and I'm sorry we have to kind of be particular about that.
Okay.
So are you now wanting to testify on behalf of the SREC at SD 11?
As an SREC for SD 11, I represent Republican voters in Senate District 11.
Okay.
Is he testifying on this bill on behalf of them?
Yeah, are you
If
testifying
it'd be simpler
on...
to say myself, I'll say myself.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's try it again, just to make sure we're clear on the record, because there are some rules
I
on
got you.
all this.
Okay.
You are Ken Moore, you are here on behalf of yourself only, and you're for the bill. Is that all correct?
Yes, sir.
You go right ahead.
Okay. I also chair the Ballot Integrity Committee for Missouri County Republican Party. Many groups have struggled to get information from county clerks and EAs. Harris County is one of many examples, and much of what I was going to say has already been taken on that one. In this age of digitized media, it should be fairly simple to take some of this information and put it on a thumb drive or put it in a Dropbox and make it available to these independent groups who are trying to do forensic audits of these elections. This bill does protect the rights, the privacy of voters. Information on who voted what way would not be spread. It would be an enormous help for those who are trying to get to the bottom of some things. And all I can say is please pass the bill.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Members, any questions? No, thank you.
Yeah, I think the second gentleman brought up some good concerns from an evidentiary standpoint. I need to make sure that there's some custody preservation for the court.
The chair calls Terry Putnam. Good to see you, Mr. Putnam.
Good to see you, Chairman.
You are Terry Putnam.
I am.
You are here on behalf of yourself,
I am on behalf of myself.
and you're for the bill.
And I'm for the bill.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. And thank you for having me. Thank you, members. Most of the important points have been made, I believe, in support of this bill. I would just like to make a couple of points. The foundation of this republic is based on transparency, and Texas has pretty good laws on transparency. And so we just need to clarify for some people that this is information that should be transparent to the citizens of Texas. And the one other point that I should make, there have been reference to some ambiguities that have resulted in lawsuits. So I believe that it is the legislature's role in our republic to write the laws, not the courts. So this needs to be taken up by the legislature because that's their role. And that's all I have to say. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Putnam.
You have a question?
No, turn it off.
Oh, okay. The chair calls John Raymond.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You are John Raymond.
I am.
You're here on behalf of yourself,
I am.
and you are for the bill, is that correct?
I am.
Go ahead.
Pretty much everybody else said the right things. You took the words out of my mouth, ma'am. We looked at 2020 ballots in Tarrant County after 22 months. And one of the reasons we looked at them was President Trump won in a landslide in the primary, but he lost by 1,800 votes in Tarrant County. Well, after looking at them after 22 months, we've found some things, but all of that's moot now because what can you do about it after almost 2 years? Same way with right now, I'm one of the people, just like Mike Brewster was talking about, I requested cast vote records and was denied for the 2022 election. And now we're getting ready to come up on another election. Well, what if we were to look at something and people found out that really Beto won? What could we do about it? You can't do anything about it. It's already over with. So this bill is great because things need to happen early on, and then if there is fraud, and that's where, everybody wants to know the data on fraud, like what you said, we don't know because we don't get to look at anything until way after the fact. So this'll fix all that. And, there's a reason why Japan doesn't have thievery, because they have strict laws. That's all.
Hold on one second. Members, any questions? Thank you, sir.
All right.
Next up, the chair calls Stephanie Swanson. Thank you for being here today. We show you registered as Stephanie Swanson on behalf of League of Women Voters of Texas and yourself, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please proceed.
In the handouts that are coming to you guys, it's not only a copy of our testimony, but it's also a copy of a report from the Department of Justice that describes federal law constraints on post-election audits. I am testifying as a member and on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Texas in opposition to House Bill 5180. We appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today. Thank you for allowing us to share the League of Women Voters of Texas position on this bill. HB 5180 would allow public access to anonymous voted ballots, cast vote records, ballot images, authentication files, ballot reports, and related records 61 days after an election. However, Title III of the Civil Rights Act of 1960 requires that every voted ballot in a federal election shall be retained and preserved in its original format for 22 months following such an election. Any person who willfully steals, destroys, conceals, mutilates, or alters any such record is in violation of federal law. These provisions of federal law serve an obvious and important purpose: ensuring that the results of any election are verified and verifiable, and that the records necessary to confirm election results remain intact and unaltered. It would be difficult for an election administrator to comply with the provisions of this bill and comply with federal ballot custody requirements. It is not clear whether this bill requires election officials to permit direct access to the records described and what security precautions must be taken to preserve the chain of custody required by federal law. Without clarity, the bill could create irreparable breaches in the ballot chain of custody. HB 5180 could also result in a flood of public record requests. We already saw an uptick in the number of public records requests in the time leading up to the 2022 general election. Those requests focused on large, diverse metro areas of Texas and corresponded with other methods of voter intimidation, like canvassing neighborhoods to verify voters' registration information. The Department of Justice has issued clear guidance that Title III of the Civil Rights Act applies to election audit activity, where election records are no longer under the control of elections officials. This can lead to a significant risk of the records being lost, stolen, altered, compromised, or destroyed. This risk is exacerbated if the election records are given to private actors who have neither experience nor expertise in handling such records and who are unfamiliar with the obligations imposed by federal law. Therefore, we urge the committee to oppose HB 5180. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Thank you so much. Next up, the chair calls Ed Johnson. One second. You are Ed Johnson. You're here on behalf of yourself, and you are for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please proceed.
I was back working in elections when kind of all this record retention 22 months came about. And the purpose of this was to reserve records, because it was just right after you canvass, you used to destroy the records. To preserve the records so that you could do investigations. Consequently, it ended up being that all these records suddenly got locked and sealed right after the election, and now they have to wait for 22 months to see it. And if you're not quick in getting your Open Record Act in on the day they unseal, then they still were getting destroyed. So it's very difficult for a candidate or anybody that's interested in looking at election statistics or outcomes to get hold of these records. This bill would be great for freeing it up to where you can see some of these. The case that Alan Vera brought forward was a possible vote harvesting case. They had hundreds of applications that were all in the same handwriting with all of the same gingerbread stamp in the middle of the summer on them. Really strange. Brought it to the office because I was working for the clerk's office at the time. But even the clerk's office could not go into those ballots and look at them before the 22 months because they get sealed after you canvass the election. So this allows you to go and look at these records to do some investigation work to see if there is possible fraud or possible, things going on. So it's a great bill, and it would free up people running the elections and also help candidates get their questions answered after an election's over with.
Members, any questions? Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Good to see you.
All right, thank you.
Chair calls Chuck DeVore. You are Chuck DeVore. You're here on behalf of the Texas Public Policy Foundation, and you're for the bill. Is that all correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman and members, Chuck DeVore on behalf of the Texas Public Policy Foundation in support of House Bill 5180. I think one of the interesting stories about this bill is if you look at the lawsuit that was launched in reaction to the Attorney General's opinion, you'll not really find any policy justification in the lawsuit other than to defend an interpretation of what has been practiced. I thought that was rather interesting, that we're just going to do it the way we've always been doing it and most comfortable with doing it. In some of the prior testimony you've heard from the representative of the League of Women Voters, there was a citation to Title III of the Civil Rights Act and the 22-month preservation requirement. And I would ask the members to consider what's the purpose of a 22-month preservation requirement if there is no ability to actually look at the records in the intervening 22 months after an election. That's part of the whole point, right? You don't just lock things up for 22 months and put them in some sort of a time vault where nobody can see them at all for 22 months. That doesn't even make sense when you think of federal intent. So clearly, what the federal government was trying to do with the preservation requirement was to prevent evidence of a stolen election or an election where there was some fraud involved from being swept aside and destroyed so that people couldn't challenge an election. Openness is never a bad idea. It's always a good concept to have transparency. And I think in elections, the more transparency we have, the more trust and confidence that voters will have in the system. And I think that's a very important thing to do.
as we begin the laborious process of improving and restoring the trust that voters have in our current system of elections. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members.
Thank you. Mr. DeVore, appreciate it. Members, any questions? Okay, thank you. Is there someone here, his last name is Wang? Yes. Ma'am, I'm going to spell your first name. It's Xiaomei. Is that correct?
Yeah.
How do you pronounce that?
小梅.
Xiaomei.
Yeah, 小梅 Wang.
Wang?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wong. Yeah, I understand that you're here, you are that person, that you're here on behalf of yourself and that you are for the bill. Is that all
Correct.
correct? Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yes, I come from Tarrant County. I'm an election researcher and also Tarrant County ballot board member. So of course, I make a lot of requests about the cast vote record and the ballot itself. We already have all these people come to testimony for that and speak a very good reason for why they for that, and the same as mine. So the election ballot and the cast record shall be available for public inspection to ensure transparency, accountability, and accuracy. That's, you know, the election ballot and all the records are owned by the public. So this bill is very good because they make a clarification about this 22 months preserved period is not for a confidential purpose. It's actually just for protect the evidence and the original documentation of an election. So that's how I think this is a great bill. And I'm really respectfully ask you to pass this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Wong. Members, any questions? Thank you so much. The chair calls Laura Nunn. Are you Laura Nunn?
Yes, sir, I am.
Are you here on behalf of yourself?
Yes, sir.
And are you for the bill?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead.
I'm here before you to share with you that I requested my ballot for the November 2022 election, and it was not the elections administrator who said no, it was the county's general counsel. Said no. General Paxton's opinion states, and I quote, "The veil of secrecy may be lifted by the voter." That's me. I request a copy of my ballot, not that you give me the ballots to handle, a copy of my ballot. I have the ballot number and the location where I voted, and they simply said no. And I'm here to ask you to please pass this bill, because I could take my actual ballot and cross-check it with the CVRs to make sure that nothing was changed. But I can't get a hold of my ballot. I can't even look at ballots from 2 years ago, from 2020 election. They said no. So we need this in place because it does help conduct research, help those of us who are trying to conduct research to verify that my vote was actually counted as I thought I cast it.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
The chair calls Laura Presley. Ma'am, you are Laura Presley. You're here on behalf of True Texas Elections, and you're for the bill. Is that all correct?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I support this bill. I support the transparency of citizen auditors across the state of Texas to verify that votes were cast and counted as they were cast. One thing I'd like the bill author to consider, and wannabe co-author Swanson to consider, is why are we waiting 60 days? Why do we not make the ballot images, cast vote records available after the canvass? The reason is that the ballots are under surveillance up through the canvass. After the canvass happens, what happens to the ballots? Well, they get put into cardboard boxes. They get handled by the elections administrator staff, and they get put someplace after the surveillance is over. We would like to have access to the ballots during the surveillance period, or have the surveillance period extend into that period until we can see them. We prefer to have the ballots available right after the canvass. There's no reason the ballot images and the cast vote records should not be available immediately after the canvass. You can argue the ballots themselves, there's recounts, there's potentially contests, et cetera, but ballot images and CVRs, no reason they should not be available immediately after the canvass.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Members,
Any questions?
Representative Swanson.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I just want to say I really like your ideas there.
Thank you. Thank you. I think it's very concerning what happens to the ballots within those 60 days when there's no surveillance on them. I think they should be surveilled for that period if you're going to wait for us to see them. So consider those potential amendments. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. The chair calls Steve Armbruster.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Do I have that? I pronounced that wrong, didn't I?
It's close enough.
So, okay, Mr. Steve Armbruster, you are here on behalf of yourself. You're for the bill, and is that all correct?
That is all correct, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and representatives. Also want to say a special thank you to Representative Busey for the very kind letter that you mailed to me after the passing of my wife. It was very unexpected and very much appreciated. Thank you, sir. Most everything that I wanted to say today about House Bill 5180 has already been said, and I appreciate this opportunity to clarify the law so that there's not where you don't put our county clerks and our elections administrators in a criminal if you do and criminal if you don't situation, where if they give access to the bill, they're violating one law. If they don't give access to the ballots, they are violating one portion of the law. If they do, they violate a different portion of the law. And so I appreciate the author of the bill giving this clarity, and it makes my job as a county chair a little bit easier so we can actually move forward in helping people understand what elections and things along those lines. And I truly appreciate the opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Members, any questions? Okay. Thank you, sir. The chair calls Marcia Strickler. Good to see you again, Ms. Strickler. You are Marcia Strickler. You're here on behalf of yourself, and you're for the bill. Is that all correct?
I am for the bill, and
And you're here on behalf of yourself?
I am on behalf of myself, Williamson County. I agree with much of what.
I tell you what, I know that this seems overly picky to you, and I apologize, but we really have to make sure that.
Marcia Strickler, I'm for the bill. I'm from Williamson County.
I understand, but you're not testifying for Williamson County.
No, sir.
Let me just go through this little litany I've got.
We're one of the counties that has sued our Attorney General over these records.
I got you.
Which is why I called out Williamson County.
Hold on just 1 second.
Yes, sir.
I hate to keep you from
You don't
running
want me
off
to say
down the
that.
track, but I've got to get you in the blocks.
I am Marcia Strickler for the bill.
Just a second. If you'll just hold on
Yes,
just
sir.
1 second, we'll be done.
Okay.
You are Marcia Strickler. You are here only on behalf of yourself, and you are for the bill. Is that all correct?
That is all correct. I signed up exactly correctly.
Go ahead. All right.
Okay. Several citizens in Williamson County requested 2020 CVR cast vote record reports with ballot images through the PIA process to our election office and received those reports in 2020. And then they requested those very same CVR reports in 21 and 22, and they were denied. In August of 22, you've already heard, our Attorney General sent out an opinion. And then several counties, including Williamson, Tarrant, Harris, and others, filed lawsuits to the Attorney General to get clarification on our laws. What you see here is a ruling from a judge in Tarrant County a couple weeks back on one of these cases that we're talking about. and they ruled in your favor, in the favor of the voter or of the whoever is requesting the CVR reports. Okay, I can't imagine if that county is ruled that way that the same lawsuit in Williamson County would rule any differently, even though there would be a different judge. But I agree with what Mr. Putnam said earlier, that this body is who makes laws. And if there's something ambiguous in our laws, we need to clarify those laws and make it clear that our elections need to be clean and free and transparent. I missed what Dr. Presley said earlier, but I too, and thank you, Rep. Wilson, for putting this bill out there to clear up any ambiguity in the law. I've been a precinct chair, a voter, I've worked in the elections, and we like making sure our elections are accurate. And we did have some glitches in our election in 2020, and there was a lot of people that wanted to look into these precinct level data glitches and people getting incorrect ballot styles and things like that. And so we requested this data. So as you can see, the judge ruled on April 6th on the motion for summary judgment in favor of the Attorney General's opinion and the plaintiff, Karen Wiseman, who was granted that CVR. There's no surveillance on these ballots after that 60 days or after actually the certification of the vote, after it's canvassed. So I do agree that we should, if nothing else, have surveillance on those ballots if we do the 60-day. But personally, I do believe that after it's certified and canvassed, that the public should actually have access to those vote records. Any questions?
Anybody have any questions? No, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Strickland. Emily, the chair calls Emily Abby French. Good to see you again, Ms. French. You are Emily Abby French. You're here on behalf of the Texas Civil Rights Project, and you're against the bill. Is that all correct?
That's correct.
Go ahead.
I'm here to testify against HB 5180. For many years, federal and state law have required counties to keep voted ballots in a ballot box or other secure container, which may not be opened during the preservation period of 22 months after each election. This bill would effectively shrink that preservation period to 60 days after an election, potentially throwing election results into turmoil only 2 months and a day after the polls close. As we've heard today, last year the Attorney General issued an opinion seeking to make voted ballots available to the public right after the election. At the time, the Secretary of State's office strongly opposed that opinion for good reason, and they defended the need to keep voted ballots secured from public disclosure during the 22-month period. In a letter to the AG, the SOS's general counsel wrote that keeping voted ballots secured for 22 months after the election, quote, allows the election to maintain its integrity during the time that it may be subject to challenge. Granting widespread public access to voted ballots during the 22-month period threatens to disrupt processes like election contests. These existing processes are vital to determine who actually won the election and to assure finality in valid election results. Additionally, like many states, Texas has seen a sharp increase in election denial over the last 3 years. Amateur election sleuths are already predisposed to falsely believe that elections are rigged. This bill would empower them to conduct vigilante audits and manufacture conspiracy theories out of information they do not understand. We got a sneak preview just last year when VoteBeat reported election administrators across Texas receiving an onslaught of requests after the Attorney General issued his opinion. Counties were overwhelmed and some required extra staff. Codifying that opinion into law would only make things worse. We are not against transparency. The current preservation period of 22 months balances that need for transparency with the need to reach final results in valid elections. We ask you to maintain the current deadline for ballot examination and vote against HB 5180. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. French. Representative, no questions? Any members, any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The chair calls Christina Atkins. You are Christina Atkins. You're here on behalf of the Texas Secretary of State. You're neutral on the bill. That's all correct, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ms. Atkins. I have a question. There was a witness earlier that testified. He said you just want to make sure he's with the TEA. Yeah, right over there. He had mentioned that we didn't want to run afoul of any exceptions to the Freedom of Information Act. As you stand here today, are you aware of any problems with this bill and invading the exceptions to the Freedom of Information Act?
No, sir. I mean, voted ballots are public records, but what we've always referred to them in the past as is public records with a timer. So they're public, but they just were limited on when you can gain access to it. And so I think because they're public records, anything in the government code that affects, possible exceptions would still apply.
Okay. Do you have any comments that you want to make about this bill? Any issues with it? Any positives? What are your thoughts?
If I may, I do think that this bill is adding some much-needed clarity. And if I could clarify just a couple of points that I heard. So this bill is not in any way impacting the 22-month preservation period. So ballots are going to be required to be kept for that 22-month time, just like all of our precinct election records are allowed to be, or are required to be kept during that 22-month time. What this bill is doing is it's giving people access to those ballots much sooner. And with respect to the 60-day timeline, for the first 60 days after an election, ballots are required to be maintained in their original locked ballot boxes. So they're supposed to stay in those boxes and stay locked after the counting activities have concluded. And on day 61, the counties or the election officials can open those locked ballot boxes and move them to different secure containers. And that's so they can reuse the boxes as necessary. So I imagine that's where that 60-day time frame came from as to why that's the cutoff that was selected. And I just would think that that's an important point to clarify, for that first 60 days, that's the problem, and that's the conflict in the law, is that during that 60-day time period, it's a criminal act to make entry into that ballot box for a reason that's not authorized by law. And so this is where we're getting that clarification. We're saying, on day 61, when you make that transfer, you can go into whatever transfer case you have that you're storing them in and get them at that time.
Oh, you go ahead. You go ahead.
Hold on just one second.
I'm sorry. We have to do what the chairman said.
Yeah. Just one second. Do you have, I'm looking here at page 1 of the bill. Do you have any concerns about allowing for public inspection the actual original voted ballot?
That is actually where I think it's having a time frame like that first 60 days where nobody can access them because of recounts, election contests, post-election audits. We want as few people touching those ballots and disturbing those ballots as possible during that time.
Right.
To preserve the integrity of that ballot for legitimate and valid election challenges that could come up. I think after that, they're a public record. And just like all public records, I think the public has the right to inspect those actual documents should they choose or request to do so. I do know that there were some counties that did provide the public access to their voted ballots upon receiving requests for the 2020 election. After that 22-month preservation period ended, they did set up a situation, or a room rather. They took a room and put all of their ballots out there from 2020, and they opened it up for a 30-day period and gave voters the opportunity to come in and look at the ballots from 2020. And they had, parameters in place. You couldn't bring pens in. You couldn't, you had to agree not to damage or alter the ballots in certain ways. And so they put some parameters there because I think from a voter confidence perspective, looking at those actual records, once we're past that period of time where acceptable challenges or, lawful legal challenges can be made, there is a public policy interest in letting the voters have access to these records.
Absolutely. Representative Morales.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right.
Yes, sir.
First, do candidates have access to the original voted ballots during this 61-day period?
No, sir.
Now?
Right now, when they're
Or the 22-month period?
When they're in those locked ballot boxes for that first 60 days, nobody has access to those ballots unless it's for an authorized purpose, which would be a recount, either court-ordered or petitioned for, post-election auditing activities, which includes our partial manual count, and in some counties, risk-limiting audits that we're piloting. And then potentially there could be access that's necessary pursuant to a court order for an election contest that comes up. After day 61, then if this bill were to pass, anybody could get access to the ballots at that time, including candidates.
Okay. So you mentioned a recount, it's a possibility, right? And during that period, during the recount, usually you have candidates and their representatives attend that recount where they can actually be observers
Yes,
of the
sir.
recount process, right?
Yes, sir.
So they have access to the original ballots. They may not be able, I've never participated in one of those. I'm only aware of it from the bird's eye kind of view from local politics. Do they have access? Can they touch them? Can they feel them during that time?
You know, they can interact with them in so much as it's part of the recount process, the authorized recount process. I don't think they typically, say, here's the ballot box and feel free to rifle through it. You know, if they're doing the recount correctly, they're going to have strict chain of custody on those ballots. And so the candidates, the representatives, they can observe and watch the process. They can watch the different recount teams, handle the ballots. There's even a provision in our recount chapter that says that if an individual wants to challenge a ballot, if they have concerns about that ballot, they can request a copy of it. So during that recount process, if a candidate had concerns and they were concerned about, possibly an election contest, if they saw things that were suspicious, they can get a copy of it in the recount process.
Just generally, what is the statute of limitations on contesting a race? Sorry again, sometimes, but you're our resource witness and you're awesome at what you do.
Thank you. That I'd probably have to look up off the top of my head. I will say that I would be more worried about the filing period for an election contest, how soon you have to file that election contest on the front end, and that was something that was adjusted during the last session.
And do you know what that is, the time period?
I believe it's 15 days, for certain elections, it's 15 days from the date of the canvass. And so that canvass is a moving target. It depends on when the election's completed. We have a statewide canvass for certain elections, and that's typically around like the 30-day mark after an election.
So no canvass period takes over 60 days?
No, sir.
You had one of the witnesses who came up with what seems to me a good idea, let's make it available after canvassing. But I'd like to explore that more.
Sure.
And so you're saying at the most, canvassing would end at 30 days, and this actually takes it over to the 61st day.
That's correct. And I think, and that's the period of time where if there's going to be, that's where election contests are initially going to start being filed. And I think.
At the 30 day after the canvassing, or you're talking the 61st?
Well, I would say sometime in that window is when you typically see election contests can be filed at any time after an election, essentially. When they get the records, if they want to raise those challenges, they can do that. There's limits on how long they can take to file an election contest. There are limits in the law there. But I think it's around that window where you're going to see most election contests that are going to be get filed, is somewhere after the canvass period, but between that 60th day. Most people don't wait till the very, very end of that deadline if they can get access to the records.
So let me make this, let's make sure, and that way those in attendance and that have testified, even after the canvassing period, if let's say at the most, that window is 30 days after the election when the canvassing takes place, by current and existing law, you still have to maintain those original ballots under custody and under the same ballot boxes up to the 60th day.
Yes, sir. That's
so
correct.
There's nobody messing with them.
That's correct.
And so the issue or concern of somebody possibly messing with them or doing something with them, that would not take place because there's a statute and a law that prohibits anyone from messing with them in any way.
That's correct. During that time period, they have to stay in locked ballot boxes.
Perfect. Okay. Now I understand it. Now I can understand why the bill is currently worded. I'd be okay.
Day 61, yes.
Correct. Now, as an attorney with the whole chain of custody issue, that's the question that I was going to ask the chairman. Do you believe the way that the bill is currently worded that we need to address what would happen? One of the witnesses came up and said, we may have a recount that takes place after the 60th day. It's still in the process. Has that been your experience, or must recounts be done before the 60th day?
Recounts are done far earlier than that. It's immediately following an election, so they're done with recounts well before the 60th day.
Can you foresee any reason why we need to preserve the chain of custody even after the 60th day?
Well, chain of custody, who has access to the ballots and the ballot boxes, and I would say even the room that you store those ballots in, should be preserved no matter what. that should be preserved and maintained through the entire preservation period. We should always know who's accessing those records. So
But after the 60th day?
I still think that you maintain proper chain of custody, knowing who's accessing the ballot boxes. If pursuant to a public information request, we should know who on the staff in the elections office is going in to respond to a public information request by who's opening those sealed containers. I would say they should be doing that already.
Great, and thank you. And that's where I wanted to go, because I don't think that the bill is currently worded addresses what would take place after the 61st day. I understand the need for transparency and the need to make these digital records, let's say, or originals available. But my concern would be, let's say they do find something, but there's been 10 people that have gone inside and no chain of custody issues or record keeping. Then all of a sudden, those records, as good as they may be to challenge or contest that race, would more than likely not be eligible to be admitted as evidence in a court because of the chain of custody issue. Would you agree with me?
Yes, sir, I agree. That's a very valid concern.
And in doing so, do you think that, and I'm sorry to do this, but I always give you homework. Do you have any proposed language that possibly address that so that we can make this bill better with respect to maintaining the chain of custody after the 61st day and make sure that we have a bill that would allow for these records to be eligible to be admitted as evidence in a court, and we don't have these chain of custody issues?
So I would say that I think that expectation's already there in the law with other chain of custody provisions. That said, I think that you could probably add one line to the bill that says that on that 61st day, when ballots can be transferred out of those original ballot boxes, chain of custody must be maintained on those voted ballots throughout the 22-month preservation period. I think you could do something that simple to elevate that requirement and highlight the importance of doing it for these voted ballots.
Can you do us a favor and send us that proposed wording so that we can visit with the author?
Yes,
and
sir.
see if he's interested in possibly adding that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that would be my concern from as a litigation, attorney, and knowing how difficult it is sometimes, even when something is self-authenticated and you're dealing with government records or business records exceptions to 803 under the Texas Rules of Evidence, you still end up with sometimes having to have these huge battles over documents that you would think that it's an easy win. I've seen it in prior law or in prior cases where I'm able to admit this, and then, a lot of counter arguments are raised by your opposition. Sometimes what you believed was an easy document to have admitted into evidence ends up not being. And that's my concern here, that just having so many hands at it after the 61st day without a chain of custody would raise that issue and probably run counter to what the bill and the author and our constituents would want.
I agree.
So,
yes, sir.
thank you. Appreciate it.
Any questions? Representative Swanson.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Smith. Ms. Atkins, I had a couple of questions for you. You touched on a lot of them with Representative Morales here. What would these parameters look like? Do they already exist? You said that they could physically touch them. Are there any rules that you have that say, okay, you have to have X number of people in there watching? Do we have cameras? Does everybody sign some oath that when they go look at them? Can the people who are coming and looking, can they take photos? So that's my first question. If you could just kind of talk about what rules exist, or would you be able to make those rules after we pass the bill?
That's a great question. So when the requests started coming in to various counties for the 2020 ballots, they all started coming in around the same time, and every county in Texas, I think, received these requests. And so what our office did is we put together some recommendations or best practices on public inspection of ballots and for production of the ballots, where we suggested some very strict parameters and limitations. For example, not letting people take pens or pencils into the room where the ballots are, limiting beverages or food and drinks, things like that. Having a member of the elections office or the county staff, present at all times when individuals were interacting with those ballots, keeping them organized, by location or by ballot box. we put forth lots of recommendations in this area, and I'm sure that if this bill passes, my intention would be to issue an election law advisory to make sure folks are understanding what this change is, what it entails, and we would include some recommendations or best practices as well.
Okay, so can the people doing the inspecting take photos?
Yes.
Okay.
I think generally with public inspection of government documents, there are very few limitations on your ability to take a picture of
Okay.
a copy of them.
So my other question is, a previous witness brought up the idea of having access to certain things, not those actual paper ballots, immediately after the canvass. And that sounded like a great idea to me. There's certain things that are already, they're electronic, they're photos of stuff. Because again, if certain challenges can only be made through 60 days, but you didn't get to look at anything, that's a huge problem. So can you talk to us about, what can we do about that?
Sure, that's a great point. I think, we do need to make a distinction between the paper ballot, the voted ballot itself, and what we would call a ballot image, or there's another term that's used, it's called a cast vote record, describes something a little bit different than a ballot image in certain circumstances. In some systems, the two phrases mean the same thing. And so that is like a digital record of the ballot, or a digital record of the votes that were recorded from that ballot. I think that is something that could be, that's a policy consideration for the legislature, but I would say that is something where you could separate the difference between the actual voted ballot itself and these electronic files, because even if you're providing the electronic files, after the canvass period, you're still preserving the physical ballot, which is the ballot of record in an election. That's when it comes down to it. That's the one that matters.
Most people don't know that, but yes.
That's right. Yes, that physical ballot is your ballot of record. That's the golden part of your election right there. And so maintaining those for that 60-day period before allowing people to handle them, for public inspection or public information requests, that distinction, that's a very possible distinction y'all could make.
Okay, so in your opinion, I know you're not the parliamentarian, but do you think that could be added to this bill?
Adding that distinction there?
Well, yes, to where we can get hold of these photos of the images of
the electronic files after the canvass period?
Yes, right. Not have to wait 60 days.
I am more than more than happy rather to work with the bill author on that to see if that's something that is allowable with the terms of that bill.
Okay, thank you so much.
Of course.
We're just going to beat this horse.
By all means.
But Representative Morales kind of got me thinking a little bit about, and I think that's what I was kind of picking up on a moment ago whenever I was asking you about problems with the original. I like the bill a lot. I'm very happy about being brought. I know that there's been a lot of thought and work by some really smart folks back here about this, and including Chairman Wilson. Is there, and I apologize for my ignorance on this, is there a, quote, chain of custody, end quote, provision in the Elections Code? Or is it just simply a business record affidavit 803?
Great question. So there are some generic chain of custody provisions related to electronic voting systems. And we strongly push chain of custody. It's implied in other areas, but there is no one specific chain of custody provision that outlines, basic requirements for basic documents or basic election records.
So probably when you're talking about what would go on in court with a custodian of record, rather, either through an affidavit or through his own, or per testimony, would show up and swear under oath that there's an authentic document.
Yes, correct.
And I'm not recalling anything else in that paragraph that would violate that oath if they were to make these accessible, right? I guess the question would be whether or not their testimony on cross was what weight it's given by the court, right? And so I think Representative Morales is trying to say is that there might be some question as to the validity of the oath.
Yes.
Okay. And so if I missed this a moment ago, do you have some recommendations for custodians?
Yes, we've issued some recommendations with respect to the requests people were getting for the 2020 ballots. At that point, we were trying to provide recommendations, being aware of the fact that there were some Attorney General opinions and conflicting criminal provisions that the counties were having to deal with. Their recommendations, I think, I don't know that I have the authority right now to make some of those recommendations requirements as far as, for public inspection, limiting access, requiring people in the office, limiting people from bringing pens and pencils in.
Right.
But we would definitely make recommendations on how to provide public access to voted ballots should this bill pass.
Okay. And is there anything in I think there was some language, as you recommended a moment ago. I don't want to provide you any more homework, but I just appreciate you working with Chairman Wilson about how we might even make this a better bill.
Absolutely.
And it already is, and I appreciate
It's providing some much-needed clarity on this issue.
Awesome. I appreciate you, Ms. Atkins. Members, any other questions? Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 5180? If not, the chair recognizes Chairman Wilson to close.
I thank the Lord for the resource.
Yes, we do too.
Great job answering questions. Members, just simply put, this is about giving our citizens confidence in their elections while protecting our election administrators. With that, I close.
Absolutely. Members, any questions? Thank you, Chairman. The committee substitute is withdrawn. If there is no objection, House Bill 5180 will be left pending. I hear none. Therefore, House Bill 5180 is left pending. Just as a reminder to everybody, and I know we've had some folks been waiting a long time. I'm going by seniority, as we do in other committees. And the chair lays out House Bill 824 and recognizes Representative Buckley, actually Chairman Buckley, to explain the bill.
All right.
Representative Swanson offers a committee substitute.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Smith, Vice Chair Busey, members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to be here today to lay out a bill very important to a community in my district. The committee substitute before you limits the bill to only my district. Elections held in May have become increasingly difficult and expensive for certain political subdivisions, particularly because county election administrators are not required to assist them like they are for elections held in November. HB 824, as substituted, will allow certain governing bodies to change the date on which they hold their general election for officers to the November uniform election date. Previously, in 2015, the legislature set a deadline of December 31st, 2016 for applicable political subdivisions to change their general election date. But since that deadline has passed, HB H24 provides a new deadline for certain governing bodies to change that date. This bill will make it easier and more cost-effective for certain political subdivisions to conduct their elections while also ensuring that county election administrators are able to provide assistance as needed. This bill will allow these subdivisions to take advantage of available resources and support during that time, giving them the flexibility they need to make the necessary changes. And with that, I'm available for questions. Thank you for your consideration, and I'd like to reserve my right to close.
Thank you, sir. Members, any questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
The chair calls Ed Johnson. Ed Johnson. I don't know. I just sense he's not gone. He is. All right. The chair calls Ed Johnson a third time. He's shown as for the bill and testifying on behalf of himself, and he's not here. The chair calls Kent Cagle. Sir, you are Kent Cagle. You are here on behalf of the city of Killeen, Texas, and you're for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Thank you so much for being here.
Yes, sir. I am the city manager of the city of Killeen, and I'm here on behalf of our mayor and city council. In March of 22, they passed a resolution in support of changing their election date from May to to November, and for many of the reasons that Representative Buckley already laid out. In addition, our city secretary would love to be able to hand those duties off to the county election administrator. And also the council believes that we'll have greater participation in November than we would in May. And I'm be happy to answer any questions.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
Vice Chair.
I just want to say it's good to see you, old friend.
Yes, sir.
Hope you're doing well.
Yes, sir. Same to you.
Yep.
Members, any other questions of Mr. Cagle? Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah. Or is it can wait till the end?
I think he's back. The chair calls Ed Johnson. You know, Mr. Johnson, it just didn't seem right without you. That's right. You are Ed Johnson. You're here on behalf of yourself, and you're for the bill. Is that all correct?
That is all correct. Thank you for your patience, committee. Interesting statistics on this. When you have a November election for cities, schools, districts we're talking about like this, the participation rate is usually about 30%. This last 2020 election, I guess 2 elections back, we actually had a phenomenon happen due to COVID where we canceled May elections and moved them all to November. And during that election, we actually had about a 45% turnout. The little city I was living in at the time, Giddings, population city of 5,000, had 2,500 people vote in the local mayor's race for that city. When the next year had the mayor's race again, because the mayor, after COVID, quit or resigned, and had a mayor's race, only had 150 people vote in the election. So it's a huge, by being in the November election, the amount of participation that you get in these small municipal elections increases tremendously, giving voters an opportunity to participate in the election process and in their election. So it's a great thing to do. I heard the bill was limiting. I wish it would be the whole state again, because I think this is great for the whole state.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Members, any questions?
Thank
you for your input. The chair calls Christina Adkins. And you are Christina Atkins here on behalf of the Texas Secretary of State's office, and you are neutral on the bill. Is that all correct?
Yes, sir.
Members, I'm assuming you're here as a resource witness, as
Yes, sir.
per usual. Members, any questions of our witness? Ms. Atkins, do you have any comments one way or the other about this bill?
No, sir.
All right, well, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 824? If not, okay, yes, sir.
What's your name?
Phil Katie, I believe I signed up saying that I was not going to testify.
Wait 1 second.
Last name C-A-D-Y.
Yeah, I don't see him as registered.
Just one second.
Okay, you're in there now. You're good to go.
How do you pronounce your last name?
Katie,
You are Phil Cady, and you're here on behalf of yourself and for the bill. Is that all correct?
that's correct.
Go ahead, sir. Thank you.
I've been an election judge for the last 6 years, and that was almost each one that they had throughout the year. And sometimes there's three during the year, and maybe a rare case of fourth. And of course, the November election and the March elections are the two busiest ones during the year. I believe those are probably on main election year, primary years. But my point here is that I've sat there for hours. I mean, you're talking a 13, 14-hour day as an election judge starting off, and you're there in May for, in my opinion, these school bonds or school board or different kinds of election issues that bring out almost nobody. I mean, it's hardly, I wish there was a way to drag people out to the polls, but it seems as though some of these issues like school bonds off voting days, whether it's on a Saturday in May, nobody comes out. So these bills or bonds pass with little to no people voting on them, and which in effect affect thousands of people. So I am for seeing this being moved to November. I would like to see it statewide, even though in Montgomery County, they'll just do it whenever they want and still continue to get the lowest turnout on those off month elections. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Members, any questions? Thank you, Mr. Cady, for expressing yourself about it. Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 824? If not, the chair recognizes Chairman Buckley to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I would ask if you see fit, that this fine chairman sees fit, see fit to vote this bill out and send it to local and consent calendars if you can.
We'll think about it. That's right.
Highly bracketed bill for my hometown.
Yes, sir. Yes.
All right. And with that, I close.
Members, any questions of the chairman? Thank you.
All right.
The committee substitute is withdrawn. If there is no objection, House Bill 824 will be left pending. The chair hears none, and House Bill 824 is left pending. The chair lays out House Bill 1356 and recognizes Representative Morales Shaw to explain the bill.
Thank you, Chairman. Show and tell.
Yes, ma'am.
Everyone likes show and tell.
That's right.
Thank you, Chairman, Vice Chairman, committee members, and thank you for the opportunity for helping me to lay out this bill today. This bill is for our share of the 3 million transportation workers in Texas who carry a TWIC card. TWIC card, which stands for the Transportation Worker Identification Credential. It's a valid form of federal government ID, and it's issued by the TSA, the Transportation Security Agency. TWIC cards are only issued after stringent criteria are met, which includes a criminal background check and a citizen's check. This process is more stringent than the Texas driver's license process, and we know that the Texas driver's license is currently a valid form of ID for voting. And I want to thank Briscoe Cain for JAing my bill, especially since he was the head of SB1 last session. TWIC cards are utilized by chemical plant workers, railroad employees, airport workers, port facility workers, and offshore oil and gas workers, among others. This bill is going to provide an additional way for thousands of workers to be able to vote by enabling TWIC card holders to use their card as a form of identification in case they don't have any other valid form of ID. HB 1356 would amend the election code to include the TWIC card as a valid form of ID. Like other common forms of voter ID, TWIC card provides the cardholder's name, photo, and expiration date, in addition to an integrated circuit chip which stores the holder's information and biometric data. That's what you have in front of you, a picture of the front and back of that TWIC card, an actual TWIC card, by the way. These workers are trusted with secure infrastructure. Often for security reasons, TWIC cards are the only form of ID that workers are allowed to carry on work sites. Finally, as with all bills, we make an effort to reach out to agencies and stakeholders, and we did the same here. And notably, I'd like to say that we reached out to the Secretary of State's office just to make sure that there was no issue with adding this as a valid form of ID, and they assured us that it's an easy ask, it's an easy task to fulfill. And with that, I'm open to any questions, Chairman, and I believe there might be someone here to testify on the bill.
Members, any questions of Ms. Morales-Shaw? Thank you.
Okay, I reserve the right to close.
Easy enough.
Yes.
The chair calls Alan Vera. You are Alan Vera. You're here on behalf of the Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, and you're against the bill. Is that all correct?
All correct.
Thank you, sir.
I think this is the third session in a row we've testified against this bill. We oppose adding yet another form of voter photo ID to the currently approved mix until we can fix the many deviations from proper process with the currently approved forms of ID. 5 years ago, following the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals creating a reasonable impediment declaration for voters without approved photo ID, the Texas Secretary of State issued Elections Advisory 2018-08. This document laid out a specific sequence of steps required of every election clerk in Texas to ensure proper processing of photo ID for voters. 5 years later, based on poll watcher reports from across the state, it's obvious that election clerks across Texas are not complying with the process laid out in that advisory. We aren't yet complying with the current process, with the current forms of photo ID approved in the code. Adding another ID format will only further impede compliance. Additionally, of the currently approved forms of voter photo ID, the majority of forms cannot be scanned by the electronic poll books. That requires manual lookup of the voters instead of the automated process possible with our driver's licenses. Errors on voter lookup lead to errors in ballot style assigned to the voters, and that leads to disenfranchisement of those voters. Adding yet another form of ID will only exacerbate this growing problem. There may come a time when it'll be okay to seriously consider adding another form of ID, but that time isn't now. We respectfully urge the committee to repeal and reject HB 1356. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vera. Yes, Representative Manuel.
I'm going to ask this because I am surrounded by refineries in my district. So you think it's okay for people to be able to go into, I have the nation's oil reserve in my district, and you cannot enter that facility without this card. So you think it's okay to be around the nation's oil reserve that could wipe a town out, but a driver's license is the only form that you, or a passport, you wouldn't, a TWIC card is not sufficient enough for a person to vote?
With all due respect, I'm suggesting that the current process for voter ID in Texas is seriously flawed and not in compliance with the Secretary of State's Advisory 2018-08. I'm suggesting that we get that compliance back into line before we start adding more forms of ID.
So you don't have a problem with the ID, you just have a problem with the laws currently already that are there.
I have a problem with adding a new ID at this time.
But you don't have a problem with this ID being secure?
At this time, no, I don't.
Okay, thank you so much.
Any other questions, members? Thank you, Mr. Vera. The chair calls Ed Johnson. Mr. Johnson, you are Ed Johnson. You're here on behalf of yourself, and you're against the bill. Is that all correct?
That is correct.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
So looking online at this ID, I was not able to tell that it showed any citizenship status on it. I will tell you, non-citizens can get this ID very easily. It's part of the accepted forms that they accept. The current driver's license you do does, under the Real ID Act, show if you're a citizen or not. So we have moved toward the driver's license showing citizenship. It is linked to the Secretary of State's office, where they can use it to access through the voter registration system. It is a lot better preferred ID to use the driver's license, because Secretary of State can interact with that database. You can have that database on your electronic poll books, and it's quick to look up, just like Alan Vera said, to verify it. This RID card with the stuff embedded into a chip, none of the election equipment have the ability to read that chip to determine what what all the things that came into this card. They're not displayed on the card. So for that reason, I would be against adding this. Currently, though, also what Mr. Barron talked about was the fact that we have a huge number, or fairly large number, of voter ID certificates that are being currently used. And I will tell you, in training election judges on these in the past, it is very difficult for them to get the current list down. Adding more IDs to it makes it very complicated for an election judge to administer an election. There has been a provision put into our state law if for some reason that plant worker is not able to get a driver's license, and it's hard for me to imagine that someone that has this top government clearance and resides in the United States doesn't have a driver's license or some kind of photo ID, state ID with, too. If they don't have that, all they have to do is say, I don't have the ability to get that right now, and you vote a regular ballot with a reasonable impediment form until you can obtain one of those IDs. So no one's being denied right now the right to vote if you didn't have your driver's license or you weren't able to get it. I think the majority of the people that have these transportation IDs probably have a driver's license too. So I don't think that, I haven't ever heard of anybody not being able to vote around the areas that you're talking about. So I just don't see the need for it and the security reasons in it too.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Members, any questions? Representative Morales.
So what would you say to the refinery worker who on election day, he had lost his wallet and all he had was his TWIC card? Because this does happen. People lose their driver's license.
Yes, people do lose their driver's license.
And what would you say to a person like that who said, well, my ballot might not count because it would have, that's their fear. Let's go off of that.
Okay.
And it is a very secure form because this is not, you just go into the local Piggly Wiggly and you just say, hey, I work in the refinery, I want to get this. I mean, people in my constituency sometimes are crying because they can't get their TWIC form, and we have to go through a congressional member in order to get that.
No, it's a very, very secure ID, and it's in a chip, like I said, but you have no way to read the chip in a polling location. And for someone, any voter that has lost their ID, prior to the election, that's what the reasonable impediment form is for. That's exactly it. You go in, you say, I have lost my ID, my wallet was stolen, I haven't had a chance to get a replacement yet, and you fill out the form. It's your name and your information. You sign it, and you get a regular ballot, not a provisional ballot. You get to vote a regular ballot.
I guess, and I promise I will to not beat a dead horse, but it has a person's name on it. You still have to ask a person what their address is when they vote to make sure that it's the correct address. So I guess that's kind of where I'm confused at, where this would be an impediment to not allow a person who has a federal government photo ID, when we know a lot of people want different types of program that have security background checks in order for people to vote in certain counties. And it seems like this is not okay, but if someone had a classified documentation type of background that you could see classified document, I think you would be okay with that one. Well, this is similar to that one. This is just something that predominantly working class people have.
The classified information's in the chip. So you have the name on there. I didn't see if it had an address or not. but it doesn't. So when on a driver's license, and when you register to vote now under Help America Vote, that information is validated against the driver's license list when you register to vote. So most likely your address, your residence address on that driver's license matches what's on the voter registration list, which makes it very easy to process a voter. On this card, you were not going to have that information. That address has not been validated as to where you may reside. It may be the work address that I think a lot of them use in there. So
okay.
The addressing would be a problem. The driver's license is a easier form of ID to use to vote with on election day. And I would think that everybody has some form of driver's license or state ID.
I voted with my passport and it doesn't have my address on it.
No, that's that's what Mr. Vera was talking about. We need to work on the current list that we have before we start adding more to it.
Okay, so again, it's not the ID. It's just you want something with a person's name and address because you can't even leave the country without a passport, or you can go to jail if you're on I literally just had a friend who was detained in Germany because their passport expired. So you're okay with Interpol and the U.S. government saying that you can't enter or leave another country without a valid passport, but a driver's license, which you can't even get on a plane to go internationally to the country for. It's the securest form of voting ID, in your opinion.
Well, the thing that you need to vote is you need to establish a residency, because that residency is going to predict what kind of ballot you're going to receive, who you get to vote for on that.
Unless you just recently moved in and you have to do something else, which your driver's license
people that
have
are
that.
recently moved in is a different thing. But if you have established residency within a county, then you need to be able to provide that residency so you can get the correct ballot to vote for the correct members. You don't want people that don't live in your district voting for you, or possibly voting in your district, do you?
I don't think anyone's saying
voting
that.
for you or not, but you don't want people that don't live in your district voting in your district. So that's the important thing about having that driver's licensing, having that driver's license address validated, which we are currently doing through the Secretary of State voter roll. So it makes the whole process work a lot easier to have all that information validated.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Good questions. Members, any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. The chair calls Ken Moore. Good evening, Mr. Moore. You are Ken Moore. You are here on behalf of yourself only, and you are against the bill. Is that all correct?
That is correct, sir.
Go ahead.
When I work elections, when I work as an election judge, I have this spiel that I go through with my clerks. So I take the ID, which in most cases is the driver's license, look at the face, look at the person, check the birth date, and then check the birth date on the screen you're looking at of your records. Not so much for, worrying about fraud, but worrying about making mistakes. I have had to turn away voters or vote them provisional because, according to our records, they'd already voted. And I've had people that were seen very sincere when they swore with me. I did not vote in this election yet. And in many cases, I believe them, but I still have to give them a provisional ballot. This identification does not have an address. It does not have a city, it does not have a county, it does not have a state. It doesn't have a birth date on it. It has a picture. I think it does have somewhere embedded in a gender, but you can change that if you like. The things you would normally look for to check this is the real person in front of you, not their brother, not their cousin, not their senior, not junior. These things are not on the card. And so I would urge you to vote against this as a form of ID.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Members, any questions? Thank you. Chair calls Valerie DeBille. Valerie DeBille. Valerie DeBille, we show her registered as testifying on behalf of herself and against the bill. She's not here. The chair calls Benjamin Abel. Sir, would you state your name for me?
Yes, Benjamin Abel.
You are Benjamin Abel. You're here on behalf of Energy Industry Professional and yourself, and you're for the bill. Is that all correct?
Let me clarify. I am here for myself, and I work as an energy industry professional.
All right, hold on just one second. We're going to change that you're just here for yourself
Testifying on behalf.
and testifying on behalf of yourself. Okay, now I show you that you're Benjamin Abel. You're here testifying on behalf of yourself, and you're for the bill. That's all correct?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
This HB 1356 is a bipartisan bill centered on ensuring that our elections are secure and are open and are pursuant to what we were talking about last session. I remember distinctly Senator Hughes eloquently talking about how it's important that we ensure our elections make it easy to vote and hard to cheat. I think that was a direct quote. Easy to vote and hard to cheat. Now, I myself have been an energy worker for the last 10 years. And let me tell you what this industry means to me. What it means to me as a father, as a combat veteran, when other people wouldn't give me a job, when other people, they said, here's an opportunity. And that's what so many of our TWIC card workers are doing out in Beaumont, out in places like Pasadena, in Deer Park, in LaPorte. And they start, like I think about my friend Bradley Matthews, who started from the 9th Ward of New Orleans. And thanks to our hardworking, the hardest working people in our state and in our nation that are providing the energy that we need to light this room, to light all the buildings around here. He worked his way up as somebody from the lower 9th Ward, and he is now an HSC advisor for ExxonMobil. This is a job for so many people that's a new start. So no, you don't have your license with you. Because when I got hired, because the energy industry is one of the only places where you can knock on the door and those chemical plants will give you a shot. All you got to do is go down and get your TWIC card, and you can get your $20 an hour, and you work 90 hours a week. This is, you lose stuff. There's multiple studies where when you operate at a sleep debt because you're trying to be able to provide for that house in spring, to get that 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house off of Rayford and Sawdust, that you want to live the American dream and you commute down to Pasadena, you forget stuff. Sometimes you have to have your buddy. Like I gave 2 people a ride because their car got backed into. And so I gave both of them a ride from Pasadena up to Humboldt. They didn't have a driver's license because they're working towards that. They're putting their life back together because that's what happens for so many people in the oil and gas industry and why I am 100% in support of oil and gas. And a lot of these folks, as Representative Manuel will know, are not going to vote for the Honorable Representative Shaw. They're going to vote much more likely for the other party. But it's still their right. It's still what they've earned. And I apologize that it might be a little bit extra work for the people whose job it is to do election administration. But you know what my first job was in the oil field? It was laying poly pipe. I was the only person that spoke English on the whole job. And we worked 60, 70 hours a week. I remember working 23 hours a day. So what I'm asking is for y'all's support for this bipartisan bill to keep our elections easy to vote and hard to cheat. The hard work of identification has already been done by the Transit Security Administration. These folks are all here where they're supposed to be. The whole theory of TWIC was created after 9/11 to secure our critical infrastructure. So please vote yes on this bill, and if you have any questions, I'm all ears.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Representative Swanson.
No, thank you, Chairman. I appreciate your passion. Help me on a couple of things. Now, how did this person get their TWIC card if they had no driver's license or state ID?
You can use a combination. If you have a passport, if you have your birth certificate, if you use, as long as, sometimes it is your driver's license. But what I'm telling you, when you're wearing coveralls, here's the thing, when you're going, because I was a confined space and high angle rescue technician after I was laying polypipe. So when you're going out there, and my job in the event of an emergency, when workers had to go enter a confined space where there was serious risk of asphyxiation, limited means of egress, or a trench deeper than 4 feet, and it was a permit required confined space, I may have to crawl in there and save their life. I don't carry my full wallet that I have with me right now, because that could be something that's going to get caught on something. It could get clipped, and it could be a safety hazard. So I'm there at the chemical plant because it's turnaround shutdown time, and how they pay you when you're working turnaround shutdown time, where you get your premium, your real money making, right, is when you're making overtime. So I mean, when we're out there, we're working 80 to 90 hours a week. So you carry bare bones, what you need. Sometimes they even issue from the Houston Area Safety Council, where you go and are verified for your identity again, and they have a similar one in Beaumont. You have to get your documentation, and that's all you carry. Some plants have that as a policy. So you're gonna go, so like in Pasadena, right, where you go up 225, you see all the chemical plants, or you go out to Vidor, right, and you see the Port of Beaumont. You're going into the plant, you're doing work, and you may only get a chance to go out for lunch very briefly. And in that hour you have, you're going to carpool with your friends. You're going to go, and this is an opportunity to allow them to vote and make their voice heard. And the reason I want this bill, and the reason I'm so passionate about it, is because we've had, remember in the '87 legislature, a big debate on what the future of energy is looking like. And when you know that so many people have used the energy industry as a means to the American dream, I want to make sure that those voters get they deserve the loudest voice in the room, because they've earned it. And so I hear, like, for example, people from all backgrounds, like right now I've moved into a more senior role in the oil and gas industry, and we want to make sure that we get voters to the polls so we can get rid of odious government regulations that make it harder to
I got that. Let me ask you just kind of a follow-up. Don't mean to interrupt you, but
absolutely,
there are a lot of people waiting. So did they give you a locker, or are you supposed to keep your wallet in your car and everybody's cars get broken into? Because you probably drove there unless you carpooled, and somewhere you had to have your keys at least to get back in the house unless you leave the window unlocked. And then you went out to lunch. Did the same guy you carpooled with buy your lunch for you every day?
That happens sometimes, because when I was waiting for my...
Just 1 second. Representative, I appreciate your question, and I appreciate your information. Let's make sure we stay on the bill. And I know somewhere out there it's coming back to it, but I do think we have a resource witness here also that's going to provide us with a lot of information that we need.
Thank you. I was just trying to verify, I don't understand how somebody's there with just that TWIC card.
Well, I think we've heard enough about
Okay.
that, and I appreciate it very much. Now, Representative Manuel, did you have a... Yeah, go ahead.
First off, thank you for your service. I'm a military brat, so I was raised on an Air Force base. Can you be approved, can you be approved for TSA pre-clearance to get on an airplane with the TWIC card if it's not expired?
I cannot advise you on that information at this time. I can run that down for you. It would seem plausible.
You can. So you can, because it's considered a federal government form of ID that clears you.
I've never pre-cleared before.
Also, do some refineries not allow you to have anything on your person, or because of the fact if you're a pipe fitter, a welder, anything that could be left behind could cause an explosion, could be what most people see as just everyday average things, could cause fires or explosions and things that have happened in refineries?
That's a great question, Rep. And that is a usual policy for a lot of chemical plants because they want to avoid workplace violence. They want to comply with certain regulations that govern the carrying of a firearm into certain areas. And it is a high-stress environment, so security is a concern. And to varying degrees, like some ExxonMobil and...
I'm sorry, I don't want to get, because we will get
absolutely.
off. But I just want to say also, the process of getting a TWIC card, did you have to go through any federal government agencies to get that?
You have to go to the TSA office over on Turning Basin and 610. And there's another one, I think, up north in Houston area. And that's where you go and you present your documentation. They verify that you are who you are. You can't have any type of criminal history. And even I think that they use the standard unseemly moral character even. So everyone who has this card has something to lose and has a stake in lawfully exercising their right to vote.
And do you have to actually do this as a person, or can you get your cousin to do
Absolutely not. No, you must go in person and present yourself and be verified, because it's a transportation worker identification credential. So they want to know exactly who is who coming into this each of these facilities, because they're critically important.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Good questions.
Thank you, Valerie Swanson, for being somebody who adopts children. I'm an adoptee myself, so thank you.
How you knew so much about me. Thank you.
All right. If there's no other questions of Mr. Abel, we will move on. Thank you very much. The chair calls Philip Cady, or Phil Cady. Sorry about that. You are Phil Cady. You're here on behalf of yourself and against the bill. Is that all correct?
That's correct.
Go right ahead, sir.
I'm against the bill. So I worked for 35 years with the airlines, which I had to have a strong security clearance in order to get onto the airports. And again, I was an election judge for multiple years, and so I know the forms of ID that people can use. One thing that I did find out is that the global entry doesn't work. It's not a formal ID that's recognized, but even though it's a government ID. My airline badge, I don't know if you kind of call this a TWIC card. I'm retired now, but it scans. I had to get security clearance to get onto the airport with this. My other badge gave me further clearances. That doesn't say anything about being a U.S. citizen. There's no information that can bring that out. If I had people come in to vote that, and it was very rare, with 2 weeks of early voting during COVID-3 and on election day, with 1 day, it was rare in the last 6 years that I had anybody that came in without a vote, without an ID. I believe I probably less than 5 in all those years. And we always had some kind of accommodation because it's already listed in the rules for judges in order to allow the person to vote. It also has, you can ask them, okay, do you got without seeing the paperwork, I'll say, do you have a light bill or a payroll sub, 2 different types of forms of ID that you can cross-reference a person to be able to vote. You got 2 weeks to go to any one of these places to be able to have some sort of ID with you or have those type of forms of ID to be able to vote. So I'm against this bill. I do think that they need to straighten out some of the forms of ID. Most IDs that we have to use seem to work. Quite often they try to use the scanners. The scanners don't work, so a lot more time is taken up by having to do the manual entries. But I do believe in the state-issued ID of some sort. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Any
Kennedy.
questions?
Members, any questions? Okay. Thank you so much. The chair calls Christina Atkins. Okay, Ms. Atkins, you are Christina Atkins. You are here testifying on behalf of the Texas Secretary of State's office, and you're neutral on the bill, that's correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you have any remarks that you wanted to make about this particular bill?
I'm happy to answer any questions y'all might have.
Okay, I just didn't want to interrupt your train of thought and eventually you had something going on. So, I hate to admit this, I'm not familiar with a TWIC card, but I have a feeling I'm not the only one. And so, are you prepared today to talk about TWIC cards and how they're obtained and let's just start with that.
I did read up on TWIC cards a little bit just to get a better sense of what they were, and we did hear a bill that had this that was adding this ID last session as well. And from my understanding with the TWIC card is that it's actually pretty difficult to obtain one. It's a pretty extensive process. Very extensive. One of the individuals that works in my office, her husband has a TWIC card, so she said that it was very difficult to obtain one. I would agree that there's nothing on there that provides any data about citizenship on the card itself. But that being said, that's not a required element for voter ID, for the card itself, that it lists anything about citizenship. And probably one thing I should clarify on that point, just based on some of the testimony, when an individual presents themselves to vote, if they're on the list of registered voters and they provide the right form of ID, they have to be accepted for voting. There isn't any other kind of independent eligibility check that an election judge does at that time. They have to go by what's on that list of registered voters, regardless of what kind of ID they present.
All right, so I'll walk in and I've got my driver's license. This is what I typically use. And I'll walk in with my driver's license and hand it to the nice person who's sitting there. They run me through the roll.
Yes.
Okay. There's Reginald Smith, right? Do you live at, or whatever they
Yes, sir.
ask me, because there's two of us. Actually, there's three of us. It's all in the family. But from there, then they look at the ID, they see it's me, and we go from there.
Correct.
And so, is there anything about the TWIC card that would not allow a individual who's working as a election judge to be able to validate that that's the actual person?
No, and I would say that there's nothing specific about a TWIC card that would prevent them from being able to go through the validation process at the polling place. There was, I think, some testimony about scanning IDs and the difficulty in scanning, anything that's not a state-issued or state-issued identification, like a driver's license or handgun license. The technology that's in the polling places, the electronic poll books that are there to help process voters, they serve a purpose to help that check-in process and to get real-time updates to prevent double voting. But there's nothing that requires that your ID be the kind of ID that you have to scan. They can do manual entry for names to locate the right voter record. So that's not a required component to an ID.
All right. Members, any questions? Representative Manuel.
So when a person gives their driver's license, does it pop up a picture of who that person is, or does it just say their name and their address?
No, sir. I think when they're using their driver's license, if they're using it to valid, let me back up. So when the voter ID requirement that's there is to validate your identity. It's not.
Correct.
It's not necessarily to aid in the lookup of of your information on the voter registration list. That's kind of a nice benefit with some of the IDs that are out there, is that they can help you look up, if it's the kind of system where it can read the scannable barcode that's on there and help you locate the voter just a little bit more quickly in the polling place.
Correct. Okay.
But it does not call up your picture. There's not a comparison that they do through the e-poll book and your ID on the picture.
And if you can't answer it the way I'm going to ask this, I apologize. Which is why we have laws for people, if they were to choose to do something stupid like that, to try to vote for someone else, there would be consequences for someone who came in with someone else's driver's license and tried to vote, because it's not verifying this is Christian, he lives, here at Turtle Creek Drive, whatever, and then this is his shining picture that he took on the House floor. It's not doing any of that. It's just saying, are you Christian? You say, yes, I am this person, and you're signing a form stating that you're not lying and you are who you are.
I think what I can answer in that question is that when they present that ID, you're looking at the picture to validate their identity. You look them up in the system. You know, you go through that validation process. If somebody were to try to present somebody else's ID and they successfully voted, that would be illegal voting, and they could be prosecuted for that crime.
And so also, if a person has a reasonable impediment, I think that's what it's
A
called.
reasonable impediment declaration.
Yes. And they come back with their driver's license, because I've had that happen to different people in my constituency. They're still signing a form stating that they are this person for whatever reason. They don't have their ID. They're going to bring it back. They left it at work. They lost their. We're still on some level giving this person some form of trust, stating that we believe they are who they are and that they're not lying on a form.
So, you know, if a voter presents what we call the List A acceptable ID, then they have, you know, one pathway where they're, you know, the check-in process, you know, proceeds from there. If they don't have that List A ID, then it goes to the List B IDs, where it's an alternative list, and then they have to complete this reasonable impediment declaration form. And that is a way to validate identity for individuals that do not possess or cannot reasonably obtain one of those IDs on List A. Both of them are valid pathways to check in, and both result in the same thing, and that's that you get to vote in the election. As long as you otherwise meet eligibility requirements.
Correct.
And you're on the list, you know, there's.
And like you said, you have to be able to be, okay, and if you can't answer this, and I promise I'm going to stop after this, can someone who is, let's say, getting a green card, can they get a form of a state ID? They can't vote, but could they get a form of a state ID?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Representative Swanson, did you have some questions?
Just a little bit, just wanted to take everything that had been brought up, and you've covered some of them, just to hear your angle on this. So you felt like the citizenship thing not being listed was not a problem because that gets verified in the voter registration system and all. Is that correct?
What I would say, I want my testimony to reflect, is that it's not a legal requirement that the ID has to have an indication of citizenship on there. And that citizenship is, I mean, if you're on the list of registered voters, they have to accept you. They can't
That makes
question
sense,
that right there in the
right.
polling location.
And so it's for another bill to figure out all that other stuff. So
Yes, ma'am.
is it a problem that there's not an address on there?
No, ma'am, because what we make sure everyone's very clear about is that the address on the ID does not have to match the address that's on the list of registered voters.
Right.
There's no requirement in the law for those two addresses to match.
Right. So I guess they could still ask their regular question because they will have an address when you check in.
Yes, ma'am.
And they'll still say, do you still live at 123 Main Street? And you'll say yes or no. It just doesn't happen to show up on your ID.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So then is it a problem that there's no birth date on there?
I don't believe so because, there's no requirement to verify on that ID. They're not verifying their eligibility to vote in that registration. They're needing the picture and the name to validate that the person is the same person that's presenting themselves to vote.
Okay, so in this case of maybe have three people all kin to each other or, well, sometimes they live at the same house, junior and senior. I guess you would just ask them, are you, Joe Smith, born in, well, because you wouldn't be able to look and go, oh, that must be senior, or that, he's junior. Okay, so instead, what would you do? You would just say, what's your birthday? And then they would tell you and you would match them up to the right person?
Yes, I think in that scenario, and it's not uncommon, where you have individuals that have the same name, a junior-senior situation that reside at the same residence address. In that situation, it's imperative that the workers, identify which individual is presenting themselves. And so date of birth is most often what they would use to make sure that they're checking in the right person.
They probably don't have their VUID number memorized, so yes.
Probably not.
Okay.
Some individuals will bring that voter registration certificate with them, to assist in the check-in process. So there are other things they can look at. Date of birth is most commonly used.
Okay, so the last one was somebody mentioned something about gender might or might not be on there. Is that a problem? I don't think it is it?
No, ma'am, that's not a requirement.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Members, any other questions? We really appreciate you.
Of course, you're welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else that wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1356? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Morales Shaw to close on the bill.
Chairman, committee members, thank you again. I hope you had fun. This bill is about facilitating thousands of our Texas workers, workers that are entrusted with critical facilities that we all rely on, that have as their exclusive form of ID, for whatever reason, a highly secure and difficult to obtain TWIC card. That's what this is about. And I would just reiterate that if the Secretary of State who oversees elections is unequivocally okay with this ID, then I ask that you be okay with it as well. And with that, I close.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions of Ms. Morales Shaw? All right. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you. Thank you again.
If there's no objection, House Bill 1356 will be left pending. The chair hears none, and House Bill 1356 is left pending. Oh, is he here? I already said that. The chair lays out House Bill 2626 and recognizes Representative Tepper to explain the bill. Representative De Ayala offers a committee substitute.
Certainly got more seniority. Maybe he does.
Thanks, sir.
I don't see one.
I guess it's good evening. Good evening, Chairman Smith, members of the Elections Committee. Thank you for allowing me to lay out House Bill 2626. You have the committee substitute, I hope.
Yes.
House Bill 2626 seeks to increase the transparency of candidates for elected offices by requiring political subdivisions that receive campaign finance reports to post the reports on their internet websites. Current law requires candidates for an elected office to report their campaign finance reports to either a local office or the Texas Ethics Commission, depending on whether the candidate seeks a local office or a statewide office. Whereas the Texas Ethics Commission posts campaign finance reports for statewide candidates online, current law only requires more populous counties and cities to post reports of local candidates online. House Bill 2626 seeks to simplify current reporting requirements by requiring all political subdivisions that receive campaign finance reports to make the reports publicly accessible on their internet website and maintain the report online for at least 5 years. This bill, as introduced, would require political subdivisions to make a report available to the public on the political subdivision's internet website within 5 business days of the political subdivision receiving the report. However, the committee substitute extends this time period to 10 business days to incorporate feedback we received actually from the city of Denton. The committee substitute also includes insubstantial revisions that simply remove repetitive provisions included in the introduced bill of the introduced version of the bill. If there are no further questions for me, I reserve the right to close.
Thank you, sir. You're right. Reserved. Members, any questions? Don't go too far. Is there anyone who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 2626? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Tepper to close on his bill. I'm just going to tell you, this is an unusual thing for the elections. Oh, wait a minute.
Time to haze the freshman.
Hopefully that's a good thing. Unusual, good?
This doesn't happen here.
Yeah. I think it's simple. It's 2023. Every agency can now report their candidates' expenses and any income online, donations online. So I hope this isn't controversial. It's not intended to be, but it's time to bring us up to the modern era. We all have to do it, and I think our local jurisdictions should have to get on board as well. So, Chairman and members, thank you for your consideration of House Bill 2626. I close.
Members, any questions? All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
The committee substitute is withdrawn. If there is no objection, House Bill 2626 will be left pending. The chair hears none. House Bill 2626 is left pending. The chair lays out House Bill 4636 and recognizes Representative Orr to explain the bill.
She has been patient.
Representative Swanson offers a committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members.
I first want to acknowledge that in the original language of HB 4636, there was language that had been omitted, and that caused controversy where none was intended. The substitute language rectifies that, and I want to apologize if there were any confusion. HB 4636 seeks to address certain issues related to county parties and their operations. Currently, statute does not prohibit convicted felons from serving for county party chair or precinct chair positions. HB 4636 rectifies that and prohibits convicted felons from serving as a party chair or a precinct chair, as it does for other public offices in our state, such as county commissioners, judges, clerks, treasurers, state representatives, and senators. It also addresses other issues and ambiguities related to party functions. I also want to clarify that as the bill was originally written, it read as though the party chair had unilateral authority to confirm new precinct chairs when a vacancy arises. That was not the intent, and the substitute language clarifies that the party chair simply nominates the replacements. But said nominee is still subject to confirmation by the county executive committee or vacancy committee if the county party has one in place. The intent of this legislation is to clear up ambiguities that have hindered the ability of the party to conduct important state functions like primary elections. With this process in place, I believe our parties will operate more efficiently at the county level, which will allow them to better administer vital party functions like primary elections. And with that, I respectfully ask for the right to close.
Members, any questions? Okay, thank you so much. We do have quite a number of witnesses. We have somewhere in the neck of about 29 witnesses registered for this. I certainly want everybody to be able to say their piece. We do have a 3-minute restriction. I would just admonish that if you don't have anything new to add to the thing, then I'd appreciate you being considerate of everybody's time. But the chair will call Raquel Lewis. Ms. Lewis, you are Raquel Lewis, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You're here on behalf of the Montgomery County Republican Party Precinct 96, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you are for the bill, is that correct?
Correct.
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Raquel Lewis. I'm the vice chair of Montgomery County Republican Party and a precinct chair. I'm here to speak in favor of this bill. This bill is about what the county chair can and cannot do, as well as what qualifies a person to be county chair and how that person can be removed. Montgomery County is struggling with these issues right now because of a small group of bad actors trying to take control of the party. This bill inserts into the election code what has been happening successfully in Texas for decades, that the chairman has the authority to appoint non-voting members to assist with day-to-day operations of the party, call meetings, appoint chairs to precincts with the concurrence of the county executive committee, and have authority over all party accounts. I think these duties are essential for the party to function and are appropriate to assign to the person in whom the majority of voters in the county have entrusted. In our county, because there has been no law or code as guidance, those bad actors who are trying to remove the chairman from office have been successful in removing him from one of the party bank accounts, of which approximately $50,000 has disappeared. Some have even tried to intimidate the county chairman into recognizing precinct chairs that were invalidly placed in violation of RPT rules and our own CEC bylaws, threatening to remove the county chairman from office. The removal of the county chair from office cannot be put in the hands of a small group of bad actors and must remain in the hands of the voters. We're a nation and a state of laws. As someone else mentioned earlier, without those laws, there is chaos. This has been clearly demonstrated in Montgomery County. This bill will go a long way in restoring decorum to the party by appropriately designating the powers to that county chairman that has routinely been doing that work all along. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? The chair calls Phil Cady. Sir, you are Phil Cady. You're here on behalf of yourself. Dadgummit. All right. You are Phil Katie, you're here on behalf of yourself, and you are against the bill, is that correct?
That's correct.
Go
From
ahead.
2018 to about the summer of 2022, I was a precinct chair. I represented precinct 25. When I got into, when I wanted to become a precinct chair to try and make some difference within our county, I believe we did in our first biennium. Let me go. Every biennium, new bylaws are created and passed by a majority of the CEC, County Executive Committee. And in 2018, we did pass. We granted, it's by a majority. There was a couple of different bylaws that were presented. The one with the majority passed. At that time, the current chair did not recognize, or initially he recognized that vote, but within days he changed his mind, and then really all hell's been taking place since, because aside of the Montgomery County Republican Party, there's just complete disagreements about who should operate the party. And I will say with the U.S. Congress, they have checks and balances. The Texas House, checks and balances. And so we also have that with the County Executive Committee. The bylaws that are created and passed by the majority of the CEC, they create committees, recommendations by the chair, but not assigned. They have oversight on some of the party funds. There's others behind me that'll be able to explain that more clear. We have vacancies from precinct chairs. We've had a great vacancy committee over the last 4 years, but now it appears there's precinct chairs that one group has one part of the fractured Republican Party that assigned precinct chairs, and then the county chair doesn't recognize that. But even though it's a majority. Let's see. There's also a steering committee. A steering committee is set up usually a week before the county executive committee, which could be every couple of months.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Members, any questions?
Thank you.
Mr. Katie?
No,
Thank you,
really.
sir.
Others will.
The chair calls Bob Bagley. Mr. Bagley, you are Bob Bagley. You're here on behalf of yourself and you're against the bill, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
I came to Montgomery County in.
I'm sorry, hold on just 1 second. We're not going to count that against you.
Already getting beeped.
Yeah, go ahead.
I came in 1997 and very involved in politics in the Republican Party when I got here. And I saw that the party system for the county was pretty much set up as a dictatorship. And what I'm seeing in this bill is doing the exact same thing. In 2018, we had a change of venue, so to speak. We had a new party chairman elected, new bylaws were put into effect, and we became more of a democracy where we had the majority was taking charge with the executive committee and the appointments, and things were working well. And then it's gone bad, and we've got a big separation within the party. In our last state Republican convention, one of the things that was discussed was getting the Republican Party out from underneath Texas election code. And also, and that was voted on by the entire delegation and passed.
Can we stay on the bill?
Yes, sir, but I'm getting to it. So the other part of it was that I lost it. So that's okay. I'm against the bill. Things were working out well. The majority has been appointing and electing, getting precinct chairs elected for the CEC. And I think it just needs to stay that way and not go this way back to a dictatorship within the organization. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Members, any questions? Thank you for being here, Mr. Bagley. The chair calls Ken Moore. Mr. Moore, you are Ken Moore. You are here on behalf of yourself, and you're against the bill. Is that all correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
Okay. Now, I put myself down as against the bill, and for simplicity's sake, I want to keep it that way. Okay.
Well, are you?
There are things that could be done to this bill that would make it more acceptable. I'll bring that up later on.
So,
as it's written right now, I'm against it.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Several years ago, back when I was still in Harris County, we had a precinct chair move from one precinct to another. And of course, he had to resign his chair position in the old precinct. As it so happened, the new precinct was also vacant. And so from the floor, someone just nominated him during the CEC meeting. Said, can't we just go ahead and put him in that place? He's been here for a long time. We know him. We can trust him. We don't have to vet him. And that nomination was accepted from another precinct chair, and the committee voted him in. Now, under this bill, that would not be possible as it is written right now, because it specifies that the chairman is the only one that can put forward someone to fill the vacancy. And that's the one part, probably the biggest part of this bill that I have problems with, is that the chairman being the only person that can do that. Now, in some county parties, going through the chairman on something like this would be a minor formality, but in some parties not, because I have seen county chairs abuse their power, and they need, some restraints on them. I've seen some county chairs take an application to fill a vacancy and then sit on it until they can get somebody they like better. I've seen them have two people in front of them, and they'll say, well, I like this guy, I don't like that one, so I'll put him forward, and the other guy I'll forget about. So if you're going to give county chairs this much power, you also need to write a bunch of do's and don'ts in this bill. For example, you shall present someone to the executive committee who wants the job and let the executive committee decide if they want to accept this candidate. You shall not sit on an applicant to fill a vacancy just because you don't like the person. Chairman, I have tried to be very brief in my comments. Can I have just another 30 seconds?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much. If you have two applicants before the same vacancy, you shall present both of these to the EC and not just the one you like. So there's some things in this bill that I do like. What would fix the thing would help make it more acceptable to me if there is an alternative to the chairman. If someone could nominate from the floor, or there be a mandate for a vacancy committee that would go through. But giving the chairman that much power, to me, is a deal breaker. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Members, any questions? Thank you, Mr. Moore.
Okay.
The chair calls John Wirtz. You are John Wirtz, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You're here on behalf of yourself, and you are against the bill, is that all correct?
That's correct.
Go right ahead.
Thanks, sir. My name is John Wirtz, Montgomery County, Precinct 69 Chair. I'm Assistant Treasurer now. I'm also a former elected treasurer of the past 2 bienniums or last 4 years. Please vote against HB 4636 and what amounts to be nothing more than tyranny on a stick. It seems to have the markings of something anti-American to me. Let me explain. Our founders structured our form of government as a representative republic, right? If this bill were to pass, what's the point of having elected precinct chairs as part of the county executive committee if most, if not all, the power is ceded to one person, the county party chair? Where would the county representation for each precinct be? And one person? Where's the balance of power we so cherish in our republic? Locally, block walking our precinct is one of the primary drivers in getting out the vote. In your own campaigns, as elected representatives, you know how critical that is. This bill practically makes that irrelevant by stripping precinct chairs of their power in the county executive committee in the get out the vote effort that we, as a majority, only started 4 years ago in Montgomery County. There was no get out the vote prior to us assuming power. It's not surprising to see that the representative who authored this bill is married to a county chair. The conflicts of interest in this scenario are practically endless, as we are experiencing something similar in our own Montgomery County. In all due respect, it's offensive. It's rotten to the core, especially to those of us faced with a party chairman for which we have a mandamus case pending before the Texas Supreme Court for abuse of power. Seems like this bill was also worked on by attorney Eric Opiella to circumvent our mandamus petition. Tyranny is convenient. Tyranny is one or a few persons making decisions surrounded by nothing but yes men or something to gain financially at everyone's expense. A Republican form of government takes work, as you guys know, a process that was gained by prior generations. This is not a time to throw that away, what our forefathers earned for us through their sweat and oftentimes blood. I have a son in the military, 14 years in the reserves. It's time to protect what we have, the representative form of government, beginning at one of the lowest levels of the political spectrum, the county executive committee, that necessary balance of power to the county chair. Please vote against this bill in its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Members, any questions? Thank you, Mr. Wertz. The chair calls Kenneth Teague. Your name is Kenneth Teague. You're here on behalf of yourself and you're against the bill. Is that all correct?
Correct.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Kenny Teague. I'm a resident of Montgomery County. I hold no publicly elected role. I serve the Montgomery County Republican Party as delegate and volunteer. I'm testifying to oppose HB 4636 in its entirety. I think we can agree that the core objective of our political parties is to identify, nominate, and support the people's representatives ahead of general elections. Therefore, the people must have a voice in this process. My precinct chair in the Republican Party represents me and my roughly 6,000 neighbors in this process. Her voice is my voice in the effort to nominate candidates that reflect the values of me and my neighbors. The political parties are private enterprises structured to function as a representative democracy. They are self-governing with bylaws in place and rules for changing them. This bill is unnecessary meddling by our government and will have the effect of silencing the people and grant too much power to the county chair. All 111 precinct chairs in my county would have much less influence on nominations of candidates willing to represent their constituents. Legislative efforts on political parties, it seems to me, would be better spent protecting the voice of all citizens in the nomination process and compelling county chairmen to respect party bylaws. This bill empowers county chairs to ignore the will of the majority in key party decisions, granting them sole authority to call meetings, set agendas, and appoint precinct chair vacancies. I stay engaged with my party because I feel like I have a voice through my precinct chair. Please protect my voice and that of every Texan. Kill this bill right here. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Sir, just a second.
Yes.
Hold on just a second. My lawyer's trying to tell me something. Okay. My understanding from your testimony is that you have issues with provisions concerning the appointment of precinct chair, or the filling of precinct chair vacancies, is that right?
Yep.
If there were to be some change made to the bill that would provide that the vacancies in the office of precinct chairs shall be filled by the county chair, but subject to the confirmation by the CEC, would that, in your view, make the bill better?
I mean, it would improve it, but it wouldn't gain my support. See, like I said, this is meddling, you know what I'm saying? And so just as an example, okay, so there's a provision.
Meddling with who?
With the party. Okay, so the party is a private entity. Okay, and I feel like the only reason the legislature ever got involved in this to begin with was to protect the voice of the people, because it's a private entity, but involves the public. So the legislature should only be acting to protect the voice of the people. And I'll give you one example. So there's one provision that says that we can use video conferencing. Okay, well, and here we are sitting all in person. You know what I'm saying? Having a legislative event. I've been on video conferences where people were, silenced by the people that were running the video conference. It's just not, so it's a provision that was put in there to, again, yield more power to the county chair. And so, so there's too many provisions of this bill that grant more power to the county chair.
Thanks, sir. Members, any questions? Representative Morales.
So why don't you run for the county chair? If that's the concern.
Well, so I don't think I have enough experience. I mean, I work with a lot of people who I think, have a lot more experience and that reflect my views. Mm-hmm. And so, and I think that if we can have a party that actually just observes the bylaws, then I think we could come together to nominate somebody.
And walk me through, just so you have a lot more experience than me on this issue. If a vacancy occurs right now, before this, if this law were not to take into effect right now, any nomination can take place from the floor, right? Yeah. And who, if a vacant, and I'm talking about a vacancy for the office of the precinct chair, right?
Right.
And so there'd be a nomination from the floor, is what I understand from the other witnesses.
Right. That's what in the current. And
then it would be subject to a vote?
Yes.
Okay. By those in attendance?
Well, there's certain quorum requirements.
Okay.
Right. So there has to be a certain number of people voting.
And so what type of notice provision takes place to allow for everyone that wants to either be nominated or cast their vote for that vacancy?
So sorry, say that again?
What type of notice provisions are currently in place to make sure that you provide notice to everyone so that they can attend when a vacancy occurs and there's going to be a nomination and a vote? Right.
Okay. All I know is that there are rules that address that in place. I can't cite the exact rules. Okay. But
I'm just trying to figure out what type of attendance you all receive to see if it's more of an issue where, you know, the chair just figures like, well, there's not enough folks around and I like to build my team so that we can push forward. So I like to nominate someone that I know that will work and will be going to the meetings and attending those meetings. I'm wondering if that's the issue.
no.
So what is the issue?
So the issue is that the majority, okay, is in conflict with the people in power, okay?
Majority,
Of the executive committee.
Right, so the majority of the executive committee.
which were elected.
Right. Well, so the majority has appointed some of the vacancies in the county, okay? Or at least they followed the bylaws and made proposals to fill vacancies, okay, per the bylaws, all right? But those vacancies have not been recognized by our current chairman, and subsequently reported to the Secretary of State.
So wouldn't it be as simple as just at the next election cycle, you vote out the executive committee and you appoint folks that will then be listening to the majority?
Right. But yeah, we have difficulty functioning as a party until those elections happen.
And wouldn't this bill clear that up? Because there's difficulties during that interim, then there's a quick appointment process in place?
So I think we're kind of straying from the issue. You know what I'm saying? In other words,
and help me better understand this.
Right. I mean, the problem is that this bill grants more power to the county chairman. And presently, our county chairman will not even follow the bylaws that are currently in place for running the county executive committee.
How long is the term of office for the county chair?
It's 2 years. Yep.
Just 1 second, I will need to make a comment here. Y'all, hold on just a second. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Hear some chatter in the back. I understand that this is a significant issue and touchy, but we will maintain decorum in here. So I'd appreciate it if you not chatter. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in 2 years, technically, if you have a county chair that's rogue and that's not paying attention to the will of the majority, you could vote him out and vote the executive committee and appoint the folks that will listen to the majority.
So in my opinion, okay, so I've lived in Montgomery County since 2015. Okay, not one election has my voice been reflected in the election of the county chair. Why? Because of big donors that are behind the campaigns of the county chair.
Welcome to the Democratic Party, sir.
So my voice is, I know for a fact it's only going to be heard through my precinct chair. This bill is going to make my precinct chair irrelevant.
I hear you. I understand, and I think that there's enough mechanisms in place, and I'm trying to better understand how in this it would seem to me innocuous. It just applies to whenever a vacancy occurs, and if there was somebody that took it that lightly to create a vacancy after assuming that role, then it almost seems like the county chair, should have the right to establish his or her own team, at least during that 2-year period, and know that they're going to be either nominating or appointing somebody subject to the confirmation from the county executive committee, so that they can work during that time period and they can attend those meetings and they can be there and actually work. Right. And in 2 years, if you don't like those people, vote them out.
So, yeah, and again, you're focusing on this appointment of the vacancy, but the bill covers a number of issues, right? It grants the county chair the sole authority to call meetings and to set the agenda. And I have witnessed. I'm not a precinct chair, so I don't know all the all the intricate workings. But I've witnessed where the majority could not actually get their agenda in front of the executive committee meeting. That's a dysfunctioning arrangement, you know?
Other than Montgomery County, are you aware of other counties that are facing similar issues?
I'm not aware. But I have heard, okay, but I've heard that there are 40 other counties where there is a power struggle in process that resembles Montgomery County.
Thank you very much, and I don't mean to take, I know I joked about it, but in all sincerity, I sometimes have felt the same as you, and it's just, those are the rules of the game that we're under in Texas. But thank you for your patience, and thank you for addressing my questions.
Sure, you bet.
Thank you, Mr. Teague. Yes, Representative Capriglio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to, I mean, this is probably not practical, but there's 3 different ways of vacancies can be filled as far as, it looks like. One, in this bill, it talks about the committee chair being the person that would appoint, and that happens in our bodies as well. In our case, the governor may appoint someone that then goes through a confirmation process.
Right.
And so that's one way. The way that it's currently being done, which quite frankly is a little rare, where members of the body themselves go out and choose someone else to be another member. But I guess my question to you is, the most common way for people to replace the position of an elected official is to go back to the voters. So my question for you is, would you, practical or not, do you agree that maybe an option, maybe a preferred option, is to go back, if there's a vacancy, to the voters of that precinct and ask them to vote to replace that position?
Yeah. I mean, so.
As opposed to the other precinct chairs, right?
So it's interesting. I've heard analogies, and I'm saying to the way that the government, but I have another analogy for you, okay? So in the Republican Party of Texas, it's the delegates that elect the state chair.
Yep.
Okay. It's not a role that's elected by.
I'm talking about the precinct chairs, because the precinct chairs themselves are elected by the voters, by Republican primary voters, if they're Republican precinct chairs, right?
Right. Yep.
So if there's a vacancy in a Republican or Democrat precinct chair, and they were elected themselves in an election of voters, would replacing a vacancy of a precinct chair, also not having an election for them, not be something to be considered?
So just you mean just an ad hoc election?
Oh, we have what we call special elections. For, like, let's say there's, we do the.
I mean that would be the ideal approach.
I was just
right?
curious because where the power can be. All right.
Or I mean another possibility would be to. Another possibility maybe would be to keep the position vacant.
So that's also what happens in other parts of our election code is if it's within a year, I mean, we have some other. Anyway, just curious. Thank you.
So.
All right, thank you. Members, any other questions? Representative Swanson.
I'm sorry, I was going to stay out of this, but as a 23-year precinct chair and therefore a member of the, Harris County Republican Executive Committee and 8 years on our state Republican Executive Committee, this is, I have to say, what I find disturbing is this particular part of this bill would replace the bylaws that the state party and the county executive committee are already passing. That's what they do. When we would meet, we called it our organizational meeting, and we set all these things. And what it sounds like to me that you're saying is the Montgomery County bylaws provide that the executive committee members are the ones, which is how it was in Harris County, that's supposed to be very bottom up, as is the state party, supposed to be very bottom up.
Exactly.
In fact, Steve Munisteri, when he was our state party chairman, always said he worked for us, the SREC. And the county executive committee is supposed to be the same way. And so we always voted in the bylaws. And we had a vacancy committee, which I was a member of for, I'm guessing, 12 years, chairman of it 2 years. It was our job to go through, vet these people. If there was more than one, we only put forward one name. The county chairman did not have any say-so in who we nominated whatsoever. It was executive committee, and so therefore the county chairman had to put those names on the ballot. We actually, it was a ballot that had to be voted on by the whole committee at a certain percentage, but this county party chairman had no control whatsoever on that. And this disturbs me that it would be overriding what the party is already doing and would make it top down when these are designed to be bottom up.
Bottom up, that's right.
And so therefore, a really good candidate would never have a chance unless they were nominated by the county chairman, whereas the way we did it, everybody got to come in and it was a big committee. Oh, and I didn't say, at our original organizational meeting, we were not appointed by the county chairman. We broke into caucus by our senatorial districts, and we were elected by the other precinct chairs in our senatorial districts. And so we were representing those folks.
Representative Swanson, you know I
Yes.
love you, but do you have?
My point is, I wanted, and I'd like to say the one thing that Representative Capriglione brought up, I wanted to clarify, is that the appointments only last through the next primary. So I think it would not work to have a special election for one precinct. But you don't want to leave it vacant because each party desperately needs people to work that precinct.
Right, right,
Okay.
right.
Thank you for, thank you.
Well, I appreciate you.
Thank you, yeah, thanks for the comments, appreciate it.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yep, you bet.
Appreciate you. The chair calls, well, we don't guess we have any other questions of Dr. Teague, so we'll go on to, and the chair will call Nita, if I got this right, Henry? Yes, ma'am. You're Anita Henry. You're here on behalf of the Montgomery County Precinct Chair 108 and yourself, and you're against the bill. Is that all correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thank you for spending the day with us and appreciate you.
I appreciate y'all.
This bill needs to be voted down in its entirety. The Republican Party of Texas is a private organization and should be allowed to manage their own business without the interference of the state. HB 4636 would destroy any semblance of checks and balances on the county executive committee, which I will refer as the CEC. With the passage of this bill, the county Republican Party would be in the hands of one person, the county chairman, essentially neutering the CEC and all our elected precinct chairs. Out would go all the rules of law, the RPT rules, our local CEC bylaws, and Robert's Rules of Order, which would make the CEC a basic dictatorship under the county chair. Why would there even be a need to have a precinct chair if all powers go to the county chair? We need to preserve our representative body and the voices of the people, not limit them to only one head. This bill gives the county chair authority to fill vacancies on the CEC by appointment, which is in direct violation of RPT rules 7C, 8H, 8I, and the quorum requirements as prescribed in RPT 9.8. By our Montgomery County bylaws, we have a vacancy committee that vets the precinct candidates to be presented to the CEC, for a vote. And I believe this is a fair and transparent process. Coming from Montgomery County, I'm very familiar with the problems that have developed and that have divided the party. And it falls on the failure of not following the local bylaws or the party rules by the county chair's poor leadership and the non-enforcement of these violations. Please vote no on this complete power grab over the local and state party and stop this power abuse campaign. Thank you.
Just right almost on it. Thank you very much.
I timed it for you.
Ms. Henry, members, any questions of Ms. Henry? Yes, Representative Manuel.
Oh, thank you for being here. I'd love to say I'm close to you all, your neighbor. I'm Jefferson County. So we've kind of heard a little bit, but we all have our issues. We all know legislation can take a while sometimes to undo or to even do. And is one of your concerns that you all could fix this problem yourself in your community and you would still be stuck under a state mandate that would override any choices that you all would want to have to make in the future or feel that you would need to make?
Correct. Well, the problem arises by this, not going by the bylaws and the RPT rules. And so, and every 2 years we change those. So yes, it's just, we have to go and enforce those bylaws.
And I'm pretty sure I know the answers, but I'm still going to ask.
Okay.
Have for everyone who's had some problems right now or who are disgruntled with what's happening, have you all worked together to have a new set of bylaws to come up to where you fix the problems that you're currently going through right now for the next election cycle so that, it can fix these problems?
We have tried, sir. And
So for like the next election.
Mediation, we have gone through, and now the writ, we have gone back to the 2020 bylaws to be in agreement with the other group. And it just doesn't seem they want it all.
And then lastly, because I would really like to know, in your opinion, what do you think would be a fix to the solution that you all are dealing with right now?
I think the fix would be, this is just my opinion.
Well, of course, I'm just asking.
Yeah. I would like to, I like our bylaws. Our bylaws
so just go by the bylaws that you currently
good
have.
right now, yes.
Okay.
And I think that's, giving a control to one person. And I don't think we need a law for that because we have our own bylaws and the RPT. And I go to the conventions, we're all delegates, we all vote for the priorities and rules. And I don't think we need any other rules to control us.
I completely understand. All right, thank you so much. Have a good
Appreciate
one.
Thank you, Madam Members. Any other questions? Representative Swanson.
I think you answered my questions that I was bringing up before. You're certainly more qualified because you are precinct chair. It sounds to me like the executive committee did properly meet, they organized, you did properly pass bylaws, and you also did what we always did in Harris County, you set up a vacancy committee. Your vacancy committee is meeting according to the bylaws and nominating people, but it sounds like the problem is your county chairman is totally ignoring your bylaws and will not recognize the people properly nominated by your vacancy committee, which was set up in your bylaws at the beginning of your organizational meeting. Is that correct?
Correct.
Excuse me. If there's another outburst, I'm going to start. I reserve the right, and I do have the right, to remove people if I need to. And so we won't have it. Thank you for being here. I'm glad everybody's taking part in the process, but we'll maintain decorum. So do you have a question?
That was my question. I just wanted to clarify, is that true? And if somebody later wants to tell me it's not true, fine. But
I know
she was asked by Representative Manuel, like, what if you fixed your bylaws? And I just want to ask, like, you have them. It's just that, at least according to you, they're not being followed.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Members, any other questions of this witness? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
The chair calls Robert Phillips. Robert Phillips? Robert Phillips, we have him registered as testifying for himself and against the bill, and not here. The chair calls Allison Winter. Good evening. Is your name Allison Winter?
Yes, it is.
Are you here on behalf of yourself?
Yes,
And are you against the bill?
I'm against the bill.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes,
Go
thank
ahead.
you. I've written my testimony, but I may deviate from it a bit because I feel like I can answer some of the questions that have been being asked. I have been a Montgomery County Republican Party precinct chair for approximately 10 years, and I've been the vacancy chair since 2018. I also have served as an SRC committee woman for the Senate District 4. Unfortunately, the amendments to this bill give the county chair unbalanced control and power. We were informed this morning that by a staff member of ORS that some additional language had been added to this bill to make it more acceptable. Upon further questioning of him, we were informed that the attorney Eric Opiala wrote the amendments to HB 4636. This is a huge conflict of interest for me, as Opiala is representing our county chair in the writ of mandamus that we have filed against our county chair. So that is a real concern for me. In the past, precinct chairs were appointed essentially by our old county chair. We had a lot of problems. We had a lot of members who weren't active, they weren't engaged, they didn't come to meetings, they didn't represent their precincts, they didn't hold precinct conventions, and we never even saw some of these people. So in 2018, when I became the vacancy chair, we instituted some new policies and procedures. And now, as let me get to that part here. We now recruit, we interview, and we recommend qualified prospects to the CEC. The CEC is the one that has the power to appoint. It's not the vacancy committee. We merely recommend. If they don't want the person we recommend, that's their right. So this has resulted in outstanding, gifted, invested precinct chairs that truly desire to serve and represent their constituents. So why would we want to give a county chair, allow a county chair to have sole authority to fill vacancies or appoint a vacancy committee when it did not go well in the past? Our party votes as a body to elect officers, to fill vacancies, to elect vacancy chairmen according to our bylaws. The balance of powers is a prudent thing to have in place. Is my time up?
About 20 seconds.
Oh, okay. Well, I've got to skip a whole lot. But I just implore you to vote against HB 4636 in its entirety. We have issues in Montgomery County. We're not here to try to get y'all to solve our problems. We're working on them. But this will add to the problems tremendously.
Perfect. Thank you very much for your testimony. Members, any questions? Ms. Winter, thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate you being here.
Thank you. I'm happy to answer other questions if they arise.
All right. The chair calls Mary Hudnall. Mary Hudden, you're here? Okay, yeah. Like many of you in here, y'all been sitting here patiently all afternoon.
Yes, we have. We've enjoyed what's been going on around here. It's been very interesting.
Good. Your name is Mary Hudnall, and you're here on behalf, testifying on behalf of yourself, and you're against the bill, is that right?
I'm against the bill, and I do live in Montgomery County.
But am I correct about all of that?
You are correct.
All right, go right ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Mary Jo Hudnall, and I am representing myself, and I want to thank you, Chairman Smith and committee members, for allowing me to speak against the bill. Please do not allow any of the amendments contained in HB 4636 to pass out of the committee for the following reasons. The Republican Party of Texas has rules, and these are the Republican Party of Texas rules. And they can be found online if y'all wish to go there. It gives specific guidelines and rules for the County Executive Committee and the county chairman to follow. There are 254 counties in Texas, and they prepare, revise, and vote on their bylaws every biennium, in accordance with the Republican Party of Texas rules. Every county's bylaws and the RPT rules would be partially nullified by these changes in this bill. The bill would eliminate many of the important checks and balances in the County Executive Committee. do y'all really think that the state election code should govern how each county determines who prepares the agenda for the CEC meetings? Who does the meeting calls? Who fills vacancies? Whether we meet in person or virtual? And for contracts or non-statutory bank accounts. This bill would put the county chairman in absolute control of the county executive committee, and members could not even vote or have input on those matters, including electing and nominating a vacancy committee chairman and the vacancy committee. Currently, the chairman of each county already has statutory control of 2 bank accounts. The other accounts, for instance, are fundraising accounts, one of them, get out the vote. And all that information has been turned into the state that Ms. Lewis was referring to, all the checks that have been written out of, and all the statutory information that's required of the treasurer to send to the state has been sent to the state. She was the first person that spoke. Those funds were raised by the Victory Committee, the Get Out the Vote Committee, and the chairman should not be in total, complete control of all those accounts, because we all worked for the gala and the golf tournament, and the party chairman did not even give us any help whatsoever in that fundraising effort. None, zero.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. I'm afraid that's the time we have. Members, do you have any questions of this witness? I really appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. The chair calls Kimberly Weber. Are you also stuck in the middle there, Ms. Weber? I am. Well, we're not going to count it against your time. Don't you worry. That's right. Are you Kimberly Weber, and you're here on behalf of yourself and against the bill? Is that all correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
So I might go off script a little bit, but anyways, thank you for allowing me to come here and speak against the bill. I have 2 words regarding HB 4636, government overreach.
Okay.
I serve as precinct chair for the Montgomery County Republican Party of Texas, and I also serve on the vacancy committee. In case you're not aware, our county chairman is deeply compromised, and he refuses to follow state law, RPT rules, our bylaws, Robert's Rules of Order, and he refuses to abide by the will of the voting majority. When I learned today that this bill was amended at the last minute to soften the language in order to garner more support, I began to ask questions regarding the author of this bill. As it turns out, Eric Opiella played a major role in writing the bill. Mr. Opiella serves as legal counsel for our compromised county chair. Talk about a conflict of interest. It's really a great strategy. If by chance you can't win in the courtroom, then you change the law to advance your agenda. HB 4636 is designed to take away all of the representation and authority out of the body of the county executive committee. It's the elected precinct chairs that are the most accountable to the voting public. RPT rules govern a private organization, not the election code. This bill, along with its amendments to the election code, is government overreach as it gives sole power to the county chairs. HB 4636 is an all-out attack on freedom at the local level. This bill will eliminate checks and balances, accountability, and eliminate the role of the precinct chairs to represent our constituents. This bill will not only validate but embolden the power grab of county chairs that wish to inflict their will over the majority. HB 4636 is born out of nepotism, since the House member offering up this bill makes the county chair a tyrannical position. In fact, is married to a county chair in her county, which is Hill County. This seems like a real conflict of interest, as it would create an unfair advantage for that House member when she runs for re-election if her husband has absolute power over the local party. The sponsors of HB 4636 were elected by your constituents to protect freedom. Instead, you are giving it away to promote a bill that gives complete control to the county chairs who are subject to compromise through financial donations and outside influences. Is it? Oh, sorry.
Yes, sir, I am, and I'll make it just real brief. This situation the legislature really shouldn't be involved in. We're talking about a private club matter here. And these things should have been handled with bylaws and the state Republican Party rules. Trying to bring this to here for you all to solve is trying to get you in the middle of a fight that you don't belong in the middle of, in my opinion. I'd recommend that you move against it.
You did, sir. Good job. That's correct, sir. My name is John Boucher. I'm representing myself, and I'm speaking against HB 4636. I'm actually the vice chair of the Republican Party in Montgomery County, as elected by the majority of the party, but I don't want to get in the weeds on that. This bill just takes the worst of the abuses that I've seen of the Texas Election Code, the Texas Penal Code, the state party rules, the local party rules, and Robert's Rules of Order, and just codifies and legitimizes all that bad behavior in one bad law. Right now, we got HB 1635, where it just allows people to affiliate with a party and they can't be disassociated by a political party. And I'm trying to imagine what that looks like when you put all this power into a county chair and the state party can't get rid of them because they can't disassociate if 1635 becomes a law also. That would be really bad. You know, all across Texas, I've talked to Matt Rinaldi, the chairman of the state party for Republican Party, and you asked how many rogue chairs they had right now. There's over 40 right now at last count. And this is simply because the Secretary of State, the criminal courts, and the civil courts are really reticent to involve themselves in private political party affairs. And while HB 4636 is indeed a total disaster in and of itself, the combination of that with 1635 and 4636 becoming law would just be devastating to political parties in Texas. Now, this bill has a lot of bad ideas. You know, meetings solely called by the county chair, agenda set and controlled by the county chair allowed to appoint ex officio people to help run the party. Those would be called officers. And if he never puts it on the agenda to elect a permanent officer, by de facto, those become the permanent officers of the party. It's also got the bank accounts, giving him sole control of the bank accounts. They could decide to spend money on an election or not decide to spend money on an election, decide to help one candidate, decide to work against another candidate. And it's also a big disincentive for your precinct chairs to go out and raise money, isn't it? Because they get no say or no vote on how the money's spent. The checks and balances, as people have talked about, they get eroded. I want to remind everyone on this council here that everybody is elected in accordance with 171.022 of the Texas Election Code. They're all elected, okay? It's not just one. So circumventing the rights, taking the rights away from the county executive committee and giving it to the county chair, you really obviate the need for precinct chairs on the county executive committee. And lastly, it prescribes ways.
Testimony, you have 3 minutes, so I appreciate that. Members, do you have any questions? Representative Swanson?
I'll bite. Would you finish real fast?
Oh,
We'll finish. Yeah, well, yeah, it prescribes the way that vacancies are covered, which, 1988 Supreme Court case, U versus the San Francisco County Democrat Central Committee, found that the state cannot regulate in internal affairs and political parties, which is exactly what this does. I can see no compelling state interest in interfering with the freedom of association of political parties in Texas. And indeed, the U.S. Supreme Court has case precedents about this. So we shouldn't be in the internal affairs and operation of political parties, as this bill clearly does. So I would ask that you all vote against this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Members, any questions? Thank you, Mr.
Thank you so
Boucher.
much.
You bet. The chair calls Stephanie Cox. Good evening, Ms. Cox. Are you Stephanie Cox?
I am.
You're here on behalf of yourself and you're against the bill. Is that all correct?
That's correct.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Stephanie Cox. I'm representing myself, and I'm speaking against HB 4636. I'm a precinct chair and member of the Montgomery County Executive Committee. This bill essentially negates the need for electing precinct chairs by giving excessive authority to the county chair. The entire CEC, or County Executive Committee, which includes the county chairman and the precinct chairs, is elected with conformity with Texas Election Code 171.022. Are we saying we don't want our voters to have representation for their precincts? Given the powers ceded to the chairman in this bill, that is what will happen if it passes. I'm aware of the proposed substitution, but this bill still grants the chairman authority to form a vacancy committee or not, which makes the change allowing the CEC to approve the chair's vacancy irrelevant. If a chairman can appoint ex officio officers at will, control bank accounts by himself, control the agenda of each meeting, and even control an electronic meeting to the point of muting CEC members, why would I want to be involved in that process? Any dissent and disagreement with how the chairman unilaterally decides to conduct our meetings, where all party business is decided, would be effectively neutered by this bill. Rule by the majority would be reduced to rule by the one. And also, I believe this bill in its inception has a grave conflict of interest due to its author, who's married to the county chairman in Hill County. And it seems that he would benefit with the increase of his own power, and possibly the author would benefit by her own reelection. HB 4636 assumes that every person who is elected to the position of a chairman is a saint and will do no wrong. The whole of our Constitution is based upon checks and balances, as others have said, and this bill decimates that at the local party level. And I'll end with this quote from Federalist Paper 51 by our fourth president, President James Madison. Such devices, meaning checks and balances, should be necessary to control the abuses of government. What is government itself but the greatest of all reflections of human nature? If men were angels, no government would be necessary. So I ask you all to vote against HB 4636. Thank you.
I always appreciate someone quoting the Federalist Papers. It takes me back. It's well taken. Members, any questions? Okay, thank you, Ms. Cox.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. The chair calls Laura Nunn. Good evening, Ms. Nunn.
Hello?
You are Laura Nunn, yes?
Yes, sir.
You're here on behalf of yourself and you're against the bill, is that all correct?
That is correct, sir.
Go right ahead.
Thank you for once again allowing me to testify. I'm testifying against HB 4636 because it is an overreach. I was present for all of the days of the deliberations of the Rules Committee at the last convention, 2022. I was there at the last two SREC meetings where they debated this topic. The rules have been changed. This is not an issue for the legislature. This is a party rule. And that's where it needs to stay, as others have said. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions of this witness? Thank you, Ms. Nunn. We appreciate it. The chair calls Marcia Strickler. Ms. Strickler, you are Marcia Strickler. You're here on behalf of yourself and you're against the bill. That's all correct?
It is, and I am still very grateful I live in Williamson County instead of Montgomery. This Montgomery County bill is quite an interesting bill. And I am against it, yes, sir. Our government and legislators are attempting to require procedures specific to the internal organization and operation of a county political party, which is antithetical to freedom. I love some of the comments that have been made here today, and I resonate with them. If this is allowed, this creates a precedent, a very slippery slope precedent for additional changes that could be manipulated for the benefit of those currently in government and against the base and the grassroots of our political party. So I implore you to vote against this bill. This is the kind of governance our founding fathers fought against in the creation of our Constitution to ensure liberty. So with all due respects, Representative Swanson and Representative Orr, I know you had good intentions, but the legislature does not belong in this situation, in my personal opinion. So thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Thank you, Ms. Trickler. The chair calls David Luther.
I was sure it was going to be 9 o'clock before I got here, so.
Hey, we are running ahead of schedule, Mr. Luther. I'm telling you. You're David Luther. You're here on behalf of the Texas Republican County Chairmen's Association and yourself, and you're against the bill. Is that right?
No, I'm for this bill. 100%, without a doubt, for the bill.
Okay. Just 1 second.
Are we clear?
Let me change your position.
Please. Those kiosk things are pretty tricky for us old people.
Yeah. That's why we have these young folks over here.
Yes, sir.
Gotcha.
I want to also, while we have a second, I want to compliment you on the fashion statement you're making with the glasses.
Do you like those? It's sassy and classy.
Sassy and classy. That's the way we roll.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Luther. So that's right. That's right. We have you now as David Luther here on behalf of the Texas Republican County Chairmen's Association and yourself, and for the bill.
I am for this bill. Yes, I am.
And all that's correct.
All that is correct.
Just go right ahead.
Okay. I want to start by saying that I had probably one of the greatest speeches ever written in the history of the world. I could have definitely outdone Churchill with the speech that I have right here, but I'm not going to use it because it'll go over 3 minutes, and I'm just astounded, absolutely astounded at the misinformation that has been given you guys today by the people who are opposing this bill. Now, I grant everyone the opportunity or the ability to oppose anything, but opposing it in the way that's being done today is disingenuous and a disservice to the function of this committee. There seems to be two problems with this bill that seems to be resonating. But first, let me say this. This bill, as you can see by what you've heard today, can be easily characterized as the Montgomery County Fix-It bill. This bill, if it is passed, will not fix Montgomery County. I guarantee you that. I'm the county chair in Waller County. We're right next to Montgomery County. I've noticed that you've heard a lot from precinct chairs today, but you haven't heard from a county chair, and I'm privileged to be the first one to step up, and hopefully the other ones that will come after me will fill in the holes that I'm leaving here. This is not a power grab for county chairs. We have enough stuff to do, folks. We are not sitting around trying to figure out how to exert all this perceived power over our precinct chairs. It's just not what's going on. We have got way too much to do. All we're asking for the legislature to do is make some clarifications and make our jobs a little easier. This bill, for the most part, does do that. It clarifies things that are ambiguous and misunderstood by a lot of people, obviously, and it gives clarity to what we do. And that's all we want as county chairs. We want to make our jobs easier. And there's a lot in this bill that does that. I can't go through all of that because we don't have time. But I'll use an example. There's been a lot of opposition to allowing us, the county chairs, to appoint our executive members. Well, the bylaws that the state party provides us to go by, the template for the bylaws says exactly that. The county chairs shall appoint those people. But now we're seeing all this argument about it. That's not right. The county chair, just like the state chair, should be able to appoint people. Okay? There's been a lot of talk about Representative Orr. I'm sorry, Angela, that you were thrown into this in the heat that you've taken today, unwarranted, by the way. Well, I'm done, huh? All right. Well, County chairs, please come up and tell the rest of the story.
Members, any questions? It looks like Representative Swanson.
Mona may have one.
Will you finish your thought, please?
No, that I really, my thought would be a lot longer than you would be able to give me, so I won't finish my thought. But I will say this: I wish Representative Morales was here so that I can answer those questions that he asked there as somebody who's been a county chair for 4 terms and the training director for TRCCA. All of those questions that the poor gentleman here who was not unprepared whatsoever to be able to answer them, I could have pretty much answered them with some definitiveness. So I'm sorry that he's not here for that, and I'm certainly glad to answer any questions, as we do spend a lot of time training county chairs and precinct chairs too to about their jobs, which apparently Montgomery County folks have not attended any of those trainings.
Okay, so do you, Ms. Swanson?
I wanted to actually say something back to correct an impression. The state party chairman never appoints a vacancy on the SREC. Once again, it's bottom up, and they get nominated within the executive committee, and it's the members of the state Republican executive committee that fill vacant SREC positions. And in your counties, it should be that same exact way. And the state chairman also may appoint new, like a county chairman in a really small county where there's no party. But other than that, the executive committee appoints a new county chairman if there's a vacancy there. It's always supposed to be bottom up.
Mr. Chairman, can I respond? Would that be appropriate?
No, that's okay, but thank you so much for, she had a statement she wanted to make.
Okay.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
If there's no other questions, we appreciate you, Mr. Laser. The chair calls Bradley Hodges. Bradley Hodges. Bradley Hodges. We have Mr. Hodges here on behalf of himself and against the bill. And apparently he's registered twice, so Bradley Hodges, Bradley Hodges, Bradley Hodges. He's here on behalf of himself and himself, the other self, and he was neutral on the bill and not appearing. All right. So the chair calls Cynthia Van Manen. Yes, ma'am. Good to see you again, Ms. Van Manen. You are Cynthia Van Manen. You're here on behalf of the Travis County Democratic Party, and you're neutral on the bill. Is that all correct?
That is all correct, sir.
Go right ahead.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. As you said, my name is Cynthia Van Manen. I'm the executive director for the Travis County Democratic Party, and I'm testifying on behalf of the party on this bill, neutral on the bill. Normally, I don't like to do that because I don't think it provides a lot of information for folks. But I felt it was appropriate here because in this case, I don't believe this bill would change anything for how we operate, how our CEC meetings go. The language of the bill, as introduced, at least more or less, describes what our party rules and practices currently are, with perhaps some small distinctions. I do have a concern, however, which is why I'm not in favor of the bill, that especially after hearing some of the other testimony, it seems like we're working on a bill here and discussing a bill here that's addressing one very specific county party while making law for about 500 others. So that is a concern to me. I am still neutral in the bill, however. Now, I'm not sure why this family argument was brought to the legislature where even a Democrat like me can weigh in on the party rules for the Republican Party of Texas or any other party that I'm not affiliated with. But legislation, as you all know, it can be a very blunt instrument. Sometimes I would argue that, state parties and the rules that govern those state parties are generally sufficient to handle any of these disputes. I'll cut the rest of it. I know it's been a long day for all y'all, so thank you.
Oh, well, thank you. Members, any questions? No, thank you for being here.
Thanks.
The chair calls James Byers.
Appreciate y'all soldiering through.
No, it's all right. You are James Byers.
My name's-
And
yes.
you're here on behalf of the Montgomery County Republican Party Rules Committee, and you're
Correct.
for the bill. Is that all
Yeah,
correct?
that is correct.
So you're from Montgomery County and you're
Yes.
for the bill?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm a rare breed.
You go right ahead.
My name is James Byers. I'm Precinct 24 Chair for Montgomery County and Chairman of the Rules Committee of the MCRP. I'm here to speak in favor of House Bill 4636. If the political parties were private enterprises, there wouldn't be state-funded open primaries, TEC reports, nor statutory duties. Regarding the interests of the state, unlike other countries that have literally hundreds of political parties, our two-party political system, gives our country and our state tremendous clarity of thought, but absolute failure is guaranteed when both parties become dysfunctional. The Texas Election Code provides a basic structure to a political party, establishing the county executive committee in order to guarantee orderly elections in which the voter wields the power of one man, one vote. At the state and county level, there's a chairman to preside and an executive committee to support. At least that was the intent. However, in Montgomery County, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that, according to the state chair, there's 40 plus counties in the Republican Party having this issue that seek to set aside the county chairman and to assume the mantle of authority for themselves. I think we know the lust for power is going to rear its head no matter what party you're in, no matter what your organization. And that's basically what we're dealing with. So it's not a problem unique to Republicans. We see a power grab in both political parties nationwide. Bad actors seek, and I'll let the Democrats speak for themselves, bad actors seek to corrupt and bypass the bedrock of our republic, open and fair elections. The bill before you fills gaps currently in the political party organizations in Texas. The county chair certainly should be on every party financial account, since the chair is responsible for the financial activities of the party. There is nothing to be gained by decentralizing party finances. The more fingers in the pot, the more opportunity for misspending party funds. A treasurer can assist, but the justification for any expenditure must be weighed by the chairman, the single person responsible. Otherwise, you have precinct chairs deciding by vote on what exactly the party funds are going to be spent on. That is a system that has no accountability. For filling vacancies, a statutory duty of the CEC, it is only reasonable that the election code provide a process by which the duty is performed. We have bylaws, but we are not legislative professionals. We're amateurs at that. The bill before you would establish a process for filling vacancies led by the county chair, preventing competing claims. I urge you to pass House Bill 4636 to close the gaps in the structure of the political parties in Texas. Nothing in the bill dictates the beliefs or principles of any party. These gaps are operational, administrative gaps that affect all political parties in Texas. All political parties in Texas will benefit from this bill. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, sir. Members, any questions? Representative Manuel.
And I don't know if I heard this wrong.
Sure.
So currently, is your party chair, are they able to spend money without getting approval? Or maybe I heard.
No. Currently, our bylaws stipulate that the CEC, or the steering committee actually, puts together a budget, and that budget has to be approved by the CEC. And the chairman sits on the steering committee, as well as the officers. And based on that is the only way that money can be authorized to be,
So within what the budget is?
Yeah, if it's correct, when the bylaws are followed, that's how it works.
Okay, I was just wondering. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Byers. Appreciate you taking the time. The chair calls Brian Christ. Did I pronounce your name correctly, Mr. Christ?
Yes, thank you for that.
Absolutely. Brian Christ, you're here on behalf, you're testifying on behalf of the office of the chairman of the Montgomery County Republican Party.
Correct.
And yourself, is that
Yes.
correct? And you're for the bill?
I am for the bill.
Okay, thank you very much. Go ahead.
I want to start off by saying I don't really think that this bill should be considered controversial, nor its provisions. I think it's good for Republicans and Democrats alike. I want to walk through the provisions of the bill and talk about them as quickly and as succinctly as I can. It has a provision for electronic voting. I'm a consultant for 5 years now. I've been working with Fortune 500 companies, collaborating on 6- and 7-figure deals. We get it done electronically. In today's modern era, there's absolutely no reason we can't do this. It has a provision for the chairman to provide the office of treasurer and secretary. When the chairman is named in a lawsuit, or when the party is named in a lawsuit, it's the chairman that comes under fire. I think it's reasonable to have the chairman appoint those officers for reasons of integrity. If you want the secretary to accurately record, if you want the treasurer to keep good books, and the chairman's going to be the one named in that lawsuit, I think it's reasonable to have the chairman appoint those positions. There is a defect. One of the provisions in this bill would fix a defect in the current election code where the chain of custody gets broken on bank accounts. When I leave office, if I no longer run or I get defeated, it's my responsibility under Texas election code, under penalty of law, to pass everything that I'm the custodian on down to the next chairman. The current language is defective, and it actually allows that general fund to be divorced from the county executive committee. And in fact, is the case in my county where we have 2 members that are not members of the county executive committee on that bank account, and I've been removed. There's really nothing controversial in this bill unless, so if you're thinking about it in terms of conducting elections, which is primarily what the Texas Election Code says is the purpose of the County Executive Committee. If you're thinking about it in terms of get out the vote, none of this is controversial. If, however, your reason for being in the County Executive Committee is to conduct activism, to control the outcome of primary elections, if it's to engineer those outcomes, then this is absolutely contradictory. But if I'm simply filling vacancies for boots on the ground, to go door knocking, to get out the vote in the general election, there is absolutely nothing controversial about this. In fact, as I wrap up, what I want to leave you with is in January of 1840, Abraham Lincoln, speaking to the Whig Party, laid out the framework for the County Executive Committee. He identified the idea of breaking the county down into precincts and establishing the chairs, and their goal was, and their mission was, to get out the vote. I urge you to support this bill because it will preserve decades of a system that's been working, and it needs to continue to work for both parties. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Hold on just one second. Members have any questions? Thank you for being here.
Yes.
Yes, sir. The chair calls Cheryl Thompson Draper. You are Cheryl Thompson Draper, and you're here on behalf of yourself, and you're for the bill. Is that all correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Appreciate that it's getting late. I am testifying for this bill. I am Cheryl Thompson Draper, and I have history. So I am third-term county chairman and previously served as a precinct chairman. I was elected to the State Republican Executive Committee. I'm SD 18 committee woman responsible for 18 counties. Montgomery County is one of them. My county is very little. I'm county chair of Lavaca County. We have a total of 20,000 people in the whole county. I've got 11 precincts. What happens in my county is totally different than what happens in Montgomery County and what happens in Harris County and the other large counties. There are more like me in this state than there are like Montgomery County. So when you go to vote on this, remember whatever you do affects all of us, not just the big guys. There's no glory to being a county chairman. In most counties, no one else wants the job. It's a servant leadership position, and I'm here today to help ensure that county chairs can accomplish our jobs with what the legislature tasks us to do by law. I want to highlight a few things that I agree with, everything I agree with on the committee substituted bill. The ex officio non-members.
We're going to just stay on the bill.
Pardon me?
We're just going to stay on the bill.
Yeah.
It's all right with you, not the substitute.
Oh, okay. The ex officio members, I actually have, we do not have anybody in our county, we did not have any of our precinct chairs that were qualified to be parliamentarians. And we have one person in the county that is a parliamentarian, but is a Republican, but is not a precinct chair. We have allowed him to be part of our group because we need the parliamentarian. He's not a precinct chair. Extending the reach out to those that are not elected precinct chairs is very important to involving the greater community in our party business. We shall appoint replacements. That's exactly what we do when we have a vacancy. I usually wind up being the one going out trying to find somebody for the vacancy. I have a vacancy committee, but we're small, everybody's busy, nobody wants to do it, so I'm usually the one that goes out and does that. And it's okay. I'll bring the person to the meeting and everybody votes on it, and it works. I get along with everyone in our committee. I set the schedule and the meetings at the organizational meeting that we have to have by law. So with all that said, I just want to iterate that county chairs are kind of like admirals of ships. It takes an admiral to set the direction, but it also takes the captains and all the sailors to get the ship going in the direction it's supposed to be going in. Thank you.
I'll back off. The chair calls Robbie Hall. You are
Mr.
Robbie
Chairman.
Hall, is that right?
Robbie Hall, yes.
You're here on behalf of yourself and you're for the bill, is that all correct?
I am. Point of clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
And can I testify on the bill as it was laid out by Representative Orr?
Yes.
Okay, so that's what I'm doing, and I'm for the bill. I am a licensed civil appellate attorney. I am retired, but my license is still active. And so I have often been on the interpreting end of statutes, I have to say. It's much nicer to be on the writing end of them. Let's get them to be clear so there's not an interpretation problem later on. As you all know, our county chairs and our precinct chairs, they're both elected by the voters, but our county chairs have a lot of statutory, ministerial, non-discretionary duties, and they need assistance, they need clarification. And this bill will apply to all 254 counties, not just to one. The clearer we can make the law as to what their duties are and their responsibilities are, the less room there is for this kind of whatever is going on. You know, the other thing is these people are volunteers and they shouldn't have to resort to lawyers to facilitate their problems. Not everybody is a volunteer like me. Most lawyers do charge money. And so I would ask that you please do them a favor, because this is not going to hurt democracy. Representative Swanson, I think that there has been a tremendous amount of overly broad construction of what this proposal is. I don't see it as doing anything to stop the CEC from doing the bylaws or anything of that nature. So I hope that you will pass the bill, give the county, all the county executives, the clarity that will help hopefully reduce the need for legal consultation in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Thank you, Ms. Hall. Appreciate it. Chair calls Steve Armbruster. I had it earlier. I've lost it.
All good, sir.
Steve.
Chairman, you cannot pronounce it a way I have not heard.
You are Steve Armbruster. You're here on behalf of yourself, and you are for the bill. Is that all correct?
That is correct, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, representatives. I come today to speak in favor of House Bill 4636. You've heard today, and you've probably received a communication that says that what this bill does is antithetical to freedom. It is said that members of the legislature have no authority to give direction to the conduct of the county executive committee. I strongly disagree with that statement. Texas Election Code Section 171.022 through 171.029 authorizes the formation of the county executive committee, establishes the membership of the county executive committee, and the means and mechanisms by which the county executive committee members are elected. You, as members of the Texas legislature, which form the county executive committee, are well within your rights to give direction and ensure that all county executive committees function the same way. This bill simply does that. It establishes that all county executive committees must do their business following the same procedures across the state. Currently, the process for appointing precinct chairs is different in many different counties. This is simply not right, nor is it fair. This bill only codifies that county executive committees, regardless of party, must adhere to the same set of rules and complete its business in the same way, regardless of which county they are in. As my predecessor has said that came before me, the purpose of the county executive committee is to run the primary and get out the vote. That is our job. I've served as a precinct chair for 12 years and a county chair for 4 years. As a county chairman, I am thrilled when I can open up my copy of the Texas Election Code and point to it, and it says specifically, "Thou shalt do this," and this is the mechanism by which you do it. It makes my life so much simpler and easier. At our last county executive committee meeting, we had 2 people that were interested in running for precinct chair, and there was going to be an election, and a point of order was raised. It says, the state law says they're appointed. Is that different than an election? I didn't know. I had to pick up the phone and call my lawyer the next day to find out whether or not, if we actually held an election, we put 2 people's names on the floor before us, actually violated Texas Election Code because it wasn't clear. Representative Orr, I appreciate your time on drafting this bill. I appreciate the clarity that it gives, and it makes my life an awful lot easier as a county chairman. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Members, any questions?
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, sir. The chair calls Susan Patrick. Evening, ma'am. Your name is Susan Patrick, is that correct?
I am.
You're here on behalf of yourself and you're for the bill, is that all correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Smith and members, for being here still. And I know your tummies are probably growling, but I am a county chair. I'm here because I'm a county chair, and I'm not the county chair, nor do I live in Montgomery County. Just so you know, I'm also a little bit of a rare bird. But I am an active and county chair. It's pretty much a full-time volunteer for free job for me. I spend on average, right now, I've been actually able to quilt because it's, y'all are doing your thing and it's quieter for us, but soon that will go away. And I spend almost 40 hours a week and sometimes a lot more doing this. And I agree with the previous speaker, Mr. Armbruster, that having things clear and clearly stated in the election code make my life easier, better, it helps. And so I love the provisions here. The fact that it says that a precinct position, a precinct chair position is vacated if a person no longer is eligible, people move. People quit. And I've had people who, and then redistricting happened and we had issues, not in my county, but in a neighboring county where there was, the precinct chair was drawn out of their precinct. And so can they still serve? No. This makes it clear. There was a big question and we had to make phone calls and, so this would make it more clear. This bill changes absolutely nothing for me, except for that it's written somewhere and I can go look it up. This is how we operate in my county. The counties you may be gathering do things, there's some room for things to be different. This is how our bylaws read. This is what we do. And, it really doesn't make any difference to me, but I know it does to some counties, like the predominant county here today. I'm trying to catch up on my notes. I just start speaking and I forget where I am. I appoint the officers of in my county. It's a small county. I'm in Grimes County, and we have 13 precinct chairs. And I beg. I have 3 empty seats now that we're begging for people to fill, and our thing is keeping people busy and getting them in to want to work, not all of this, infighting and everything that we see elsewhere. So I am we appoint, my people are happy for me to appoint. They don't have to do as much research,
Thank you, Ms. Beth.
This is a good, solid bill.
Thank you. I appreciate your time and your effort to come up here today. Representative Swanson, did you have a question?
Just one thing I wanted to say, Chairman. I want it duly noted that Harris County's not the problem child tonight.
That's true.
I have to jump in because she beat me to the punch. I'm just glad that the Harris County dysfunction that has been a big part of this committee to date, it's nice to have another county to focus on dysfunction.
Well, let's talk about Harris County a little bit. No, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Ms.
I could actually stay because I was precinct chair in Harris County for many years. In fact, when Mr. Vo was elected the first time, when she spoke about earlier, I was a precinct chair there in your district then. So you've been my rep. Hi. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Patrick. The chair calls Dwayne Wright. Good to see you again, Mr. Wright. You are Dwayne Wright. You're here on behalf of the Texas Republican County Chairmen's Association, the San Jacinto County Republican Party, and yourself, and you're for the bill. Is that all correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, go right ahead.
My name is Dwayne Wright. I appreciate your time. And Representative Orr, I absolutely appreciate you bringing this clarity to the code. Elections have consequences, and this body governs elections, okay? I've heard some election code quoted earlier, so I'll just quote some to kind of fit in the mix. 163.003 states that if there's a difference between the party laws, bylaws, and the state law trumps. That's because every voter, which is true grassroots of the voters, every voter has a stake in the elections, not just precinct chairs, not just county chairs, not just delegates that go to a convention. My argument is based, and then my support for this bill is based on a systematic look of our representative government. Whenever a CEC is in place, if there's an empty precinct spot, there's only one person on that board that was voted for by that precinct. That's the county chair. Because the county chair was voted by all the precincts within that county. So the only voice the only valid voice for that precinct is the county chair. So the fact that the county chair puts forth a person for the rest of the group in the majority, they said they had the majority in Montgomery. I'm going to try to stay away from Montgomery on that. They're neighbors. But if you have the majority, then by all means, ratify or don't. That's part of our system that's in place, whether it's in the Senate with the big guys, with us local guys. It's very similar. If there's a vacancy on the commissioner's court, guess who gets to do the appointment? the county judge because he represents all those precincts, and then it's ratified by the board. This is very common in the way we operate in our elections. And to have a committee, I'm against a committee personally. In my county, we don't use a committee. And the reason why is because you would have people from other precincts picking the rep for that precinct that have no stake in that precinct at all. They weren't voted by that precinct to be in their precinct chair spots. The county chair is the only valid voice for the empty precinct. And so giving them the normal administrative leeway that's required, I mean, here, everybody has a role. When a voter goes to the polls and they vote for a county chair, they want to know what the job is and who the applicant is, and they vote for them to cover that job. If we change the job and keep, changing the bar later, that could be an issue because we're voting for those particular people for their skill sets to cover that job. And that's part of it, is representing the people that don't have a voice on that board at that point in time. And so with that, that's all I have, because to me, it's just a very structural thing. It's obvious to me. You want those voters to not be disenfranchised by having other people. That'd be like Louisiana, Oklahoma, and Arkansas picking our governor if they had a vacancy, because they have no stake. They're not voters in that precinct. So with that.
Thank you, sir.
And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Members, any questions? All right, thank you, Mr. Wright.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it. The chair calls Eric Opiella. Good evening, Mr. Opiella. You're here on behalf of yourself, and you are for the bill. Is that all correct?
That is correct.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, members, Eric Opiella, a board-certified legislative campaign attorney and longtime party leader, and testifying in support of House Bill 4636. This bill addresses dysfunction in the conduct of county executive committees, which perform an important state function in conducting primary elections and are entrusted with millions of dollars in public funds to conduct the public purpose of nominating candidates for public office. Recently, both political parties have experienced challenges in the administration of county executive committees. I had the privilege last year of representing the Bandera County Republican chair and recovering thousands of dollars in primary funds who were absconded with by two precinct chairs who presented a false resolution to Wells Fargo Bank, which prevented the election judges and clerks from being paid in a timely manner in the last primary election. These two individuals are now under felony indictment. In another instance, I represent a precinct chair who was elected in the primary election, but who was replaced by a newly elected county chair in a brazen abrogation of the electorate. You've heard a lot about the internecine fighting in Montgomery County, where, as you already know, I'm honored to be the counsel of record in defending the county chair in a frivolous mandamus action that was filed by a faction of precinct chairs and others before the Texas Supreme Court. This faction, in blatant disregard of the election code, purportedly appointed competing slates of precinct chairs, even in one case, another precinct chair elected in the primary election over that person. They've even proposed, but could not approve due to lack of quorum, a local bylaw purporting to allow election from among the precinct chairs, a county chair different from the one elected by the grassroots in the primary election. This bill would make clear the processes that have to be followed to ensure candidates and office holders know who the valid officials are who are tasked with the state functions of accepting ballot applications, conducting the primary election, and filling vacancies in nomination for public office. As any attorney knows, contrary to the prior testimony and their unfounded attack on me personally, no laws in Texas have retroactive effect, especially in a frivolous case that will be dismissed long before anything passed by this legislative session becomes law. The further attack on the author's spouse is similarly baseless. No less than 6 currently serving members have been county chairs, and numerous other members have been spouses of county chairs over the years. To imply bias due to current or prior volunteer service really does not deserve further response. When a party's actions turn outward to the actual nomination and election of individuals who will swear an oath not only to protect the party, but instead to the Constitution, and when the individual ultimately elected has responsibility to represent all the residents in his or her district, the state acquires a manifest interest in that activity, and the party's interest in that activity must share the stage with the state's manifest interest. The County Executive Committee is not the Elks Club. It serves as an important governmental function, and its conduct must be orderly to keep our elections fair and free, as stated time and time again by the federal courts, including the Supreme Court. I'm honored to have been elected by the residents of my home county 3 times as a county chairman. Twice served on the SREC, chaired its Rules Committee, served as an executive director of the state party for 2 years, and council until 2017. I've represented TRCCA and county chairs, candidates, and campaigns as an attorney. Suffice to say, I have seen the issues posed by this bill from all sides. I, too, have been a precinct chair at the very beginning. I'm concerned that this bill is necessary. I'm confident that this bill will improve the administration of our primary elections. I support House Bill 4636, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you. Mr. Opie, members, any questions? So, Mr. Opie, in my time in the serving as a county chair,
yes, sir.
You know, we had bylaws that we operated by, which allowed me to fill vacancies, to operate the accounts, to do all the things that were necessary. I think if you were to be able to frame the whole debate today, it is, should we continue to operate under bylaws, or is it necessary for us to make law?
Sure.
Are there ambiguities in the bylaws, or there that we need uniformity on? What's the reason why we would vacate from following the bylaws for the legislature to be intervening?
Sure. As an attorney, you know the Supremacy Clause of the U.S. Constitution sets forth the priority of laws. We have the Constitution at the top, yes, state laws in the middle, and then rules and then bylaws at the very bottom, and ultimately Robert's Rules when nothing answers that question. The challenge that we have, for instance, in Montgomery County is for a number of months, we had 2 different sets of bylaws that were being followed by 2 different factions in that party. Now, one faction ultimately agreed to follow the bylaws which are set forth by the state party rules to have been adopted, okay? But that created this divide that now we have 2 groups of people who are claiming that they're the legitimate officers and precinct chairs of the party. If we have this ambiguity in state law, we create situations like this where they can't resolve this among themselves, okay?
So where is the ambiguity in state law?
This bill fills those holes, okay? This bill sets forth that a group of precinct chairs can't have their own meeting and fill precinct chair positions on their own, excluding in some cases others that are on the county executive committee, including the county chair. You have a state law that says appoint, but it also says elect. You know, this was brought up by Chairman Armbruster. This bill fills important gaps in the administration of this body, which, as I mentioned in my testimony, we have to know who the county chair is. We have to know who the precinct chairs are in order to fill vacancies in nomination for public offices. And so that's what makes it important that state law answer these questions, and that's what this bill does.
Okay. Members, any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The chair calls Christina Atkins. You are Christina Atkins. You are here on behalf of the Texas Secretary of State's office, and you're neutral on the bill. That's all correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for being here, Ms. Atkins. Members, does anyone have any questions, Ms. Atkins? Chairman Capriglione.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for being here.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to ask you a question about a section we haven't talked about very much here, and that's on Section 4, which says that the county executive committee meeting may be in person or video conference, right? Let's say it's on video conference. Would that put the county's party under the Open Meeting Act? Is it, if it's being recorded, is that subject to PIA or open records request?
That's a great question. So right now, that reference in the bill includes a cite to a government code provision. So I don't know that it would opt them in completely to the Open Meetings Act, but it would mean that they have to meet those requirements in that particular code provision, which are pretty extensive.
Okay.
And so if there is a desire for them to operate those meetings by rule and not under the Open Meetings Act, there may be a way to tweak that a little bit.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Members, any other questions? Ms. Atkins, did you have any comments to make one way or the other on that?
No, sir. No, sir. Not from Montgomery County.
Not from
so-
Montgomery County?
so-
Not from Montgomery County? Okay. Is there a Montgomery County thing going on today somewhere? We're going to have some shrimp out somewhere? Or? All right. No, thank you so much.
Of course.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 4636? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Orr to close on her bill.
Someone's trying to testify.
I did, Mr. Chairman, I did register online when I got here at like 10:30.
What is your name?
Parada, P-A-R-A-D-A, Charles.
You want to come on
You
up?
want to come up here?
Mr. Prada? Yeah. Thank you for. Yeah, it's hazardous coming from the middle there. It's been rough all day.
He is going to help you because I'm not showing the registration. That's why I go
I'll be all right, this guy. He's just about to get, I think we're about to get him. Yeah, we'll take long. Yeah. Thank God for Kia, they do this stuff.
Let's see if you're in there. Sometimes it takes a minute. One remaining to testify. Here we go. Okay.
I have you as Charles Parada?
Parada, yes, sir.
Here on behalf of yourself and for the bill, is that all correct?
That is correct.
Go right ahead.
Thank you for your patience. I want to thank the entire committee. I know it's been a long day. It's been a long day for us, and we have a long drive home, so I'm going to make it very, very short. Ms. Orr, thank you for doing your homework. We've heard a lot about Montgomery County. I've been a precinct chair there 14 out of the last 18 years, but Montgomery County is not the only one. You've heard testimony that there's 40 other counties that have trouble, all right? And where does that trouble stem from? Just a quick history. Our former county chairman, Dr. Wally Wilkerson, if you've been involved in Republican politics, you know that he was the longest serving county chairman ever. Well, guess what? These rules that are in this legislation is what he followed for 55 years. When did it start to go downhill? 2018, right after he retired. You asked a great question about elections. Well, one of the persons that testified earlier today ran for the county chair and got defeated. The next 2 years later, he did not run again. So what did they do? Can't win. Why don't we just take over from internally? Did y'all know that there's a push throughout the state to have the county chairman elected by the CEC? All these people that testified against this bill are for that provision, at least the vast majority of them. He's a county chairman. He's elected by the entire county. And I think this legislation helps straighten that out. It's been a long day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Members, any questions? No, we appreciate you. Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 4636? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Orr to close.
Thank you, Chairman. As a former precinct chair myself, I'd like to thank the current and former SREC members that are here. And I want to say how much I appreciate the county chairs that are here and have served in the past, as well as the precinct chairs that are here. They actually make less than we do for doing their jobs, and they are vitally important to our election. Any departure from Texas Election Code and the fundamental governance provided by it is fraught with all manner of danger and dysfunctionalities. And with that, I will take your questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? The representative? Guess not. Thank you so much. The committee substitute is withdrawn. If there is no objection, House Bill 4636 will be left pending. The chair hears none, and House Bill 4636 is left pending. I just want to thank everybody. We have one more bill to go here, but I want to thank everybody for their respect and decorum. It was a long afternoon and a hotly contested issue. If you're leaving, thank you, and have a safe trip back to Montgomery County.
San Jack is first.
All right. The chair lays out House Bill 4697 and recognizes Representative De Ayala to explain the bill. Representative Swanson offers a committee substitute.
Yes, I do.
Good. Yes, sir.
Let everyone.
You want to pause? Wait. May I?
Go ahead, Representative.
Ready?
If you're ready. Go.
Mr. Chairman, members, there's been a statewide bipartisan concern to improve integrity and transparency of the post-election audit process. The existing law requires election officials to audit voting results by selecting individual precincts at random. This is an antiquated procedure. HB 4697, the substitute, will standardize the audit process regardless of how or when Texans cast their ballots, and applying existing audit procedures for Election Day to early voting. HB 4697 allows election officials to audit their voting results by voting location rather than individual precincts, resulting in a more accurate audit. Instead of a review of an individual precinct, the audit would instead look at the entire population that cast a ballot at a voting location. Furthermore, HB 4697 will enhance integrity, transparency, and the ability to prevent invalid votes. This bill harmonizes disparate sections of the state election code. It is important to note that the bill does not create new auditing procedures. The bill applies the existing procedure for Election Day to early voting, thus ensuring the entire voting process uses a standard and consistent process. Thank you for your consideration and support. Happy to answer any questions.
Members, any questions? Representative Swanson.
Thank you for bringing this bill. Great bill, and we need it.
Any others? Okay, thank you. I think we have some witnesses.
Reserve my right to close.
It's reserved.
Thank you.
Thank you. The chair calls Mike Brewster. Evening, Mr. Brewster. Your name is Mike Brewster. You're here on behalf of yourself, and you are for the bill. Is that all correct?
That's correct.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
First of all, thank you all for your attention. I know it's been a long day. Sense of humor at times has been appreciated. I thank you for bringing up this bill. Personally, I would like to do away with the countywide voting system, but as long as we have it, the situation that we're doing the audits on is ridiculous. I'll give you an example. Recently, the Secretary of State did an audit on Tarrant County. If you go and look at his results for his precinct audit, you can't match it with anything. It's a meaningless thing unless you've got several bureaucrats that sit down with a very complicated set of rules and procedures that were put out there. To the public, it's useless. If we're going to have countywide voting systems, what you're proposing at least gives us something that we can look and track in a linear manner, and that's very needed. It's a basic accounting principle. It should be followed everywhere. It's not in the election system, and it's a good thing, and I appreciate it.
Thanks, sir. Members, any questions?
Can I,
Yes.
you mentioned a county that I know about. I'm in Tarrant County, so what's the issue with the?
Well, if you look at the Secretary of State's report, and in there he goes over, he reviews the audit that was done post 2020 election.
Okay.
But if you look at that and the way it's listed by precinct, and then you go look at the precincts, nothing aligns. But the reason that is because we used some precincts here, and then there were some other rules that we went and we did partial vote counts here. Okay. It doesn't align with anything. So the public looks at that and says, well, he said this was good, and
doesn't match.
And it doesn't match anything. Okay. Well, it does, but you have to massage things to make it. And your bill would make that a linear process that is understandable by people and fits the way accounting ought to be done.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, sir. Members, any other questions? Thank you.
Tk you all.
We're going to have a resource.
Oh, yeah. I think that's right.
We'll get her.
We do? Okay.
Don't let her leave.
No comment. Ms. Wong? Yes, ma'am. Would you state your name?
Yes, my name is Xiaomei Wang.
Yes, ma'am. You're here on behalf of yourself and you're against the bill. Is that all correct?
That's correct.
Go right ahead.
Yes, I understand that this bill is intentionally wanted to ensure the tabulation of an election is correct. So it's basically have this amendment for post-election manual recount, which should happen no later than 72 hours after election day. But the issue is right now, if we're pulling that and the count per the polling location, and the polling location's information is not on the ballot. So how you're going to count that, say this is the count for that polling location. And I look at the ballot, actually for all the Tarrant counties since March 2020, including, whatever they can release it to us, and also whichever is not, I attend the public testing to see the testing bill, because the testing bill, testing ballot is similar, just the difference, just the state, this is test, this is official. So I looked at the Tarrant County's ballot, and also I looked at some that was Collin County's ballot. And it's all coming from different voting system. One is HART, electoral voting system, and the other is ES&S voting system. Both of them, they do not have any polling location information on the ballot. So if we do not have that, when we pull the original ballot, if you said you count for that location, but no location on that, how you're going to verify this is for that location, right? But I know where they're coming from because originally the ballot were all in that ballot bag from a location. So on the bag, they have the label. And then initially you may say, okay, I can identify this ballot is from that location because they were in those bags. But after that, it's very hard to audit, to verify if a county election department did the right job for this critical step for verify the accuracy of the voting system's tabulation. That's why when Mike said, when we have Secretary of State audit for November 2020, the phase 1 report, actually the most part is about these partial manual count. but they stated the result. They never say they verified that or they were correct or not. So when I asked our county election department, they said they basically, Secretary of State just asked them, say, if you did it, you may resubmit your result. But actual audit never state, even in the final audit report, never say we verified their work for these 4 counties about this partial manual count. I think this is the main issue is that they're not verifiable because once those ballots out of the original ballot bag, there's no tie to any location. But actually, by location is already in our operations right now. Because, for example, I request all the documentation for Tarrant County from Secretary of State. And that's a working email, tell them which location they need to select and do this partial manual count for November 2020 election. So this is not like we need to make the law and do that. This is actually already in our operation. But that's the reason for me to against this bill is because there's no such information on the original document, which is on our ballot. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Thank you, Ms. Wong. The chair calls Alan Vera. You're Alan Vera. You're here on behalf of the Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, and you're for the bill. Is that all correct?
It's all correct.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I think it's important to understand what this bill is and is not. The Ballot Security Committee, we audit multiple tiers of every election in Harris County after it's completed, and it sometimes feels like we're auditing Enron. Nothing ever matches. Nothing ever matches. This is not about auditing. This bill is about the partial manual recount that's required by statute after every election. It adds greater specificity and granularity to the partial count of electronic voter system ballots. It's measured, it's logical, and we support these improvements. We've already communicated to the author to consider one change to avoid future conflict. In paragraph D, we recommended changing the words "in the custodian's office" to "on the homepage of the custodian's public website." This will improve the likelihood that candidates involved will see the notice in a timely manner and be able to send representatives to observe. This bill, again, for the limited purposes of the partial manual recount, brings an incremental improvement to the statutory partial count of electronic voting system ballots. We urge the committee to report it favorably to the full House. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions?
Question. The author is somewhat omniscient, and the committee substitute says on the county's internet website homepage.
Imagine that. I'll be darned. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Vera.
Thank you.
Chair calls Marcia Strickler. What, just because it's not Montgomery County? I mean, she runs up. Okay, Marcia Strickler. We show her as being testifying on behalf of herself and for the bill. She's not here. The chair calls Laura Presley. Yes, ma'am. Sure. Your name's Laura Presley. You're here on behalf of, testifying on behalf of True Texas Elections, and you're against the bill. Is that all correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to echo what Ms. Wong said. I have done audits professionally. I was a testifying expert in an election contest or $1 billion bond contest in Dallas County. And I've done these audits. I've used this data to try to marry up the election results. The problem with this bill is that, number one, the election results are reported by precinct. No election results today are reported by countywide polling location, unless y'all want to change that. They're reported by precinct. So when you do this partial manual count by location, you cannot marry that up with what's reported to the candidates and to the public, unless you want to also add that all the results across the state are reported by precinct, which is that depends on, I mean, you have to do precinct because that's how we're represented in this country. You have to have precinct level data for representation when we do redistricting. So if you want to do precinct level results for county election administrators and countywide polling location by candidate and measure and all of that, I would love that. But you can't mix and match. This mixes and matches where you can't marry up. Do you follow me what I'm saying? This is dangerous. And what I've handed you is the audit report, the final audit report that Ms. Wong was talking about by the Secretary of State. And I want to read, you've got pages there. I'm going to read page 80. It says, reconciliation of precinct canvass results was not possible using the post-election reports. Precinct election results are how we compare the results that they're correct. Page 171 and 172 says none of the data sets used in this audit have the accuracy needed to compare the canvass data by precinct. Even this report says today we're struggling. We can't audit by precinct. You report the results by precinct to the candidates and to the public. We can't audit to that because of the countywide mismatch. And now you're going to make it worse. Please, please do not do this. I beg you. It can't be matched up. The other thing, this is dangerous. This is really dangerous. It will make it where we cannot audit. It will scramble the egg and you can't unscramble it. I'm sure if you want to add to this, that we have to report results to candidates by location, I think that's a great idea on top of precinct, but that's not there today. So you have nothing to compare to. Also, the danger of reporting just a couple of locations is you might miss. A county might pick, and it doesn't say how the stuff's being picked on this, for this portion of it. You may pick a location that maybe the fraud didn't occur at, and everything looks just fine. But the candidates' results are what's really supposed to be the purpose of this. So I want you to really consider it with all due respect. You may not be thinking about kind of the end result, how audits and how these things are done, and I completely support what Ms. Wong said.
Thank you.
Bless y'all. Thank you.
Any questions? Representative Morales.
Yes, Ms. Presley, sorry. Thank you for raising those concerns along with Ms. Wong. And so, do you have, I think, Representative de Ayala has a true purpose in mind as far as trying to help everyone. But obviously, if I'm not in it on day-to-day, you all are, so is our resource witness. Other than the language that you provide as far as provide results by locations, is there any other language that you would ask this committee to consider? And it doesn't have to be now, I know I'm putting you on the spot, but that you could offer to make this a better bill that maybe we could look at.
It's a great question, and thank you for asking. What I would ask you to do is remove this polling location component and clarify in the bill that what you want is, because what it says is precincts, and sometimes the Secretary of State office thinks precinct means precinct. Sometimes they think it means polling location. They're not the same because the original results are in precinct level, right? That's how it's reported. So if you were to improve this, may not be by location, but clarify county voting precinct is how the partial manual count should be done, because it's chaos around the state. Some counties are doing it with countywide polling location and some are doing by precinct. We've got to make that consistent. And I think if you were to improve it.
County voting precincts are words that we need to use.
Bless you, yes.
At the end of the day, we want transparency, right?
We do, and we want to be able to marry this stuff up and verify if it's right or wrong. All of you run for, you guys run and y'all run your campaigns. You want to know that the results are matching and that they're right. All of us do that. Mm-hmm. We as voters and candidates.
Thank you, Ms. President.
Bless you, thank you.
And just in reading the bill, you understand that for elections where it is voting by precinct, it's carved out within this bill. That will be treated by precinct and by polling location by polling location. You also understand the manual count isn't intended to to be an audit of all votes cast for a candidate. It is a spot check, right?
But I think its intention, back when the bill, the law really was passed, it was to verify by candidate. I mean, it was.
Correct, but a
Yeah.
spot check of that.
Yes,
3 locations.
that's right.
1%.
3 in the precincts of that, yeah. Yeah, yeah. So here's my only concern. So let's say you have this, you go by countywide polling location. What are you going to compare it to? There's nothing to compare it to. How do you know it's right? Because we don't report by location. What are you going to compare it to make sure that was, so the county does it, check the box, done, but it's got to be useful for something. And it's not right now if you do it this way.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll tell you what, I think we're going to get an answer to that question here in a minute.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much for raising it.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions? Thank you. It wouldn't be the end of the evening if we didn't hear from Ed Johnson. The chair calls Ed Johnson. He kind of stayed off Montgomery County, but.
Yeah, I did.
All right.
Dodged that bullet.
Mr. Johnson, you are Ed Johnson. You're here on behalf of yourself and you're for the bill. Is that all correct?
That is correct.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yes, and did I mention what a great state rep, Mono de Ayala is? I
haven't heard this before.
Yeah,
no. He's kind of fickle.
So this bill actually will save counties a lot of work and money, time that they have to put into this because countywide voting added on to now that we have the verifiable paper trail, each county is going through and sorting these 3 precincts. They have to go through all the paper ballots and they have to sort them out by precinct. A lot of counties don't have an automatic machine like large counties do that. So they're hand sorting these, which right there puts into a little error count because you have human error, you get the wrong number in the wrong stack to do this audit. Much simpler and easier to take a polling location and audit a polling location because this is not an audit. It says audit in the code, but it is a recount. And it was put into here to make sure the equipment was working correctly. This was put back when you used to have the machine that had all the levers, the curtain that went behind you and all the levers that flipped. That's when this got put into the code back then to audit those machines to make sure that the count coming out of them was correct. And they did a little spot check audit of 3 polling locations. A precinct back then is a polling location. So that's what this bill goes back to. It's going to take a polling location and audit it to make sure the counts work. Now, we do report on the final canvas by precinct, but all these electronic machines have the ability to tell you exactly how many votes were cast in each polling location too. You have the memory cards from each polling location here that you can read and read exactly the votes cast in a polling location to match it to the recount that you're doing on the piece of paper to make sure everything's functioning correctly. Huge time saver and effort and money. It would save counties a lot of frustration, make this whole process work a lot efficiently and a lot faster because you would get a more accurate audit instead of picking and choosing all pieces of paper from across the county. You're going to take one place and recount it and make sure it matches what the machine said.
Thank you, sir. Members, any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Good to see you. The chair calls Chris Davis. You are Chris Davis?
Yes, sir.
Correct? Now, unless we have 2 Chris Davis.
I registered twice, just to be sure. Forgive me. Doubling down on this one, both.
Belts and
Yes, sir, I did.
suspenders over here, Mr. Davis. I appreciate it. So you're here, your name is Chris Davis. You're here on behalf of the Texas Association of Elections Administrators, and you're for the bill?
That's correct.
Okay.
Times 2, Mr. Chairman. Yes, sir.
Give us 1 moment to take care of that.
Thank you very much. Apologize for the confusion.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Davis, go ahead.
Thank you. Chris Davis, on behalf of the Texas Association of Election Administrators, we are for this bill. This will come in incredible relief to the election administrators, the county election officers in this bill that handle 81% of the voting populace in Texas. That's how many voters are in countywide polling places. Despite previous testimony from self-described auditors, we can resolve the partial manual count that this bill prescribes with existing reports. They're called early voting results tapes. The irony is previous witnesses have been demanding early results of these early voting results tapes in the past, yet they pretend like they don't exist tonight. They do exist. Counties are required to generate early voting results tapes. These are the results tapes based on location, from a precinct scanner at the early voting location. We generate a results tape, and it's publicly requestable as soon as the election's over, and a partial manual count outcome can very well be compared to those tapes because it's location to location. The amount of work that this bill saves for EAs it's hard to describe here at the podium. We appreciate it, and I'm here for any questions.
Thank you, sir. Representative.
Well, you've already heard my line of questioning, and I'd like to really know, I've heard from both sides now, and I really want to know, obviously my aim is to make sure that we have this transparency. We were provided with this report. Will this bill cure those issues, and will it allow these audits, final report audits of 2020 general election from the Secretary of State, will it do away with all these discrepancies and the inability to reconcile?
Representative Morales, I stand before you today to tell you it will. As the individual that is tasked with running these partial manual counts, when these locations, prior to this bill, precincts were randomly assigned and emailed to us by the Secretary of State's office, we would endeavor for days, multiple days, to sort through 100,000 early voting ballots for very specific voter precincts. When with this bill, and I swear to you this is the case, sir, we can just select the ballots from those locations and still do that very legitimate statistical sampling.
Regardless of whether it's being done by voting countywide or by precinct?
Well, this bill, I think, only applies to countywide polling place, counties that participate in the countywide polling place program, unless I haven't seen the committee sub. We'd love for it to be extended to all counties.
In accordance with rules adopted by the Secretary, the precincts or countywide polling places to be counted under subsection A.
Yes, sir. But for early voting, so countywide polling places is the term that applies for Election Day. This bill, where this bill saves us the work, is not having to do a partial manual count and early voting. Because remember, every county in the state conducts early voting where voters can vote anywhere. It's kind of a form of where voters can vote anywhere. And searching for specific precincts, precinct-style ballots in early voting places prior to this language in this bill is onerous and very, very difficult because we have to search for precinct styles. If we can just do that statistical sampling of ballot audit by locations, and if this bill, as I read the original bill, and that's all I have, forgive me, it applies to counties that participate in the countywide polling place program. And we'll take that, sir, and to the author and to the committee. We'd love, if we can, and I think we will prove this a success, we'd love for this to be extended in all counties for early voting because it'll save work for them too. They still have to go hunting for precinct-style ballots as I read the original language here. But every county, whether they're participating in the countywide polling place program or they're still precinct-based voting, is required to generate early voting results tapes. The results that are based on that location at the high school gym, right there in the middle of Georgetown. That is an early voting results site, and if by chance the Secretary of State said, we wanted you to audit these races from this location, the Georgetown High School gym, we've just saved hours, if not days of work by being able to search it.
And that's where I was going. At the end of the day, this bill, and I'd like for you to take a look at the committee substitute just to make sure, right? And you can get back to me more specifically, and I guess the members if they so desire. It would be more efficient, according to you, right?
That's right.
It will deliver the results quicker to you with, I guess, less personnel.
That's right.
And make your life, as well as anybody else is doing these internal audits.
Yes, sir.
Fast.
And anybody else, those folks that are interested in that outside analysis of the results, I implore upon them that they don't forget about the existence of early voting results tapes. It's an existing document that they can compare the results of our partial manual count with and come to the conclusions of whether this was a legitimate election, statistically sampled or not.
And you were here during the testimony from Mrs. Wong as well as from Mrs. Presley, the whole deal of the votes and whether they have the balloting and the ticket and whether you can reconcile them. All those issues would not exist.
I do not see the incompatibility that they cited during their testimony. As the election administrator of Williamson County, and haven't done this for a while, it does not, there is no incompatibility with this bill. It would be compatible, it would be efficient, it would be useful and time-saving.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Davis, appreciate you. The chair calls Christina Atkins.
There we go. Sorry.
You are Christina Atkins. You're here on behalf of the Texas Secretary of State's office, and you're neutral on the bill. That's all correct?
Yes, sir.
Representative Morales.
I wanted to give somebody else a chance, but I just
Doing
enjoyed hearing her, man. She's amazing, so.
Yep.
Ms. Atkins, you've heard already from a number of witnesses. Will this be more efficient? Will it create transparency? And will it be easier for us to reconcile these audits?
Yes.
Thank you.
I don't know if there's anything else we need to ask. Members, if there's no other questions of Ms. Atkins, I hate to do it, but I'm just going to have to let her go. I think that's the last bill we have for tonight. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it very much.
My
Thank
pleasure.
you.
Till next week.
Thank you both from the Secretary of State's office for being here. Yes, until next week.
Is there anyone else?
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill?
Right here.
Ms. Nunn, you did? Okay, hold on just one second.
You're not in there, but Kia can help you on the iPad.
I apologize, I thought I did.
It's okay.
Oh, that's all right. He did. When did we start it? Yeah, we started about 3?
2:30.
Was it 2:30?
2:27.
2:20? Yeah, we moved on pretty good.
Remember clerk telling me we're not gonna have long days.
Well, and then Montgomery County.
You're in there now.
Thank you.
Okay, so you are Laura Nunn. You're here testifying on behalf of yourself, and you're neutral on the bill. Is that all correct?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
I want to bring, I broke my pen. I want to bring a couple of things to y'all's attention. Number one, on line number 9 of this bill, it states, which is already in the code, the custodian of election records shall conduct a manual count of what? All the races. She chose one. We did one race, not all the races, okay? So where is the enforcement of this? The second thing is that when we were counting them, we stopped counting when they got to the number that the machines spit out. How is that appropriate? So we have an elections administrator who makes up the rules all by herself. The last thing I want to mention is that on the very last page,
what you insert is section G. The Secretary of State at any time may waive or reinstate the requirements of this section for a particular political subdivision. That needs to come out entirely. We need no more waivers from anybody. I requested from my elections administrator, the waiver for not starting it within 72 hours as the law says. There was no waiver. I asked for the waiver for only doing some of the precincts, not all of the precincts that were required. She said there's no waiver. And this elections administrator decided to do it this way by precinct for early voting and do it a different way for election day. And so we have all this BS in my county, and I'm tired of it. And there's no accountability. I'm sorry? I'm in Hayes County. So she says right up there, I said, where's the accountability for the people? Well, nobody ever cared before now. So that just means that my caring doesn't matter? Apparently. And she says, I don't worry about getting in trouble for anything. So I'm done with that person.
I understand. Members, any questions of Ms. Nunn? All right, well, thank you, Ms. Nunn.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I'm sorry. That's the one that I sat through the entire partial manual count, and it's a fiasco.
Thank you for expressing yourself. We appreciate you. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 4697? If not, the chair recognizes Representative De Ayala to close on his bill.
I close. Happy to take any questions.
Any questions, members? Thank you, sir. Thanks for bringing this bill. The committee
I ask that the
substitute.
committee look favorably on this.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
The committee substitute is withdrawn. If there is no objection, House Bill 4697 will be left pending. The chair hears none, and the House Bill 4697 is left pending. Folks, that concludes our agenda. Thank you, everybody. If there's any other business, I hear none. The Elections Committee stands adjourned, subject to the call of the chair.